Okay, good morning, everyone. Can we please take our seats so that we can start at 8 o'clock sharp? So you have a minute, less than a minute. Okay, while everyone is looking for their chairs, Elanco has done their lucky draw, and the winner of this nice DJI Hommeltuig, I cannot remember the English now, drone, is Dario Cremona. So Dario, if you can go to, I don't know where Dario is. Dario, but I can't hand it over now. You have to go back to the Elanco stand. And guys, remember there are lucky draws at all the different companies the whole of this week. So go visit a stand more than once to enter the lucky draws. And then I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Itumeleng Muketsi, if he can walk here so far, so long. I'm very Afrikaans today, sorry guys, so long. While there's a few announcements. Remember to visit trade. And the second one is last night's braai was really nice. But there were a couple of stowaways. If you are one of them, will you just make your way to the to Madelaine's, the registration area, and go settle your bill? She knows who you are. Maybe, I hope. If you're really good, she might not. But if you're guilty, please go to the registration desk. Okay, so Itumeleng is from Design Biologics. They also graciously sponsored his presentation. He's a microbiologist, and he has 13 years of experience. So he's going to chat to us about brucellosis. Itu, welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Itumeleng. I'm from Design Biologics, where we manufacture animal vaccines. And today I'll be doing a talk on brucellosis. And then this is part of the work that we did at Design Biologics in our R&D department. This is my first time talking to an audience of this magnitude, so please bear with me. The only presentation that I do is when I talk to myself in the mirror. So, so please, my talk today is going to be on vaccine route and dose-dependent variations of humoral and cellular responses to the Brucella abortus S19 vaccine in cattle. So, just a brief background. Brucellosis was first identified in the 18th century. The pathogen belongs to the genus Brucella and consists of 12 official species. The pathogen of concern in cattle is Brucella abortus. So brucellosis has a negative impact in the economy, resulting in economic loss due to loss in production, abortions, immunocompromised offsprings, and hampering the animal trade and threatening food security. So the disease is prevented by using live attenuated vaccines. So the vaccine of choice is Brucella abortus S19, which is a smooth strain vaccine. And another vaccine that is used is the RB51, which is a rough strain vaccine. So for the mode of action or pathogenesis, entry to the host is via interaction with mucosal surfaces, broken skin, and the gastrointestinal tract using extracellular proteins. So the virulence factors that are involved in this pathogenesis include the lipopolysaccharide, the two-component system, the heat shock protein 60, and cyclin beta-glycans. So immune evasion usually happens via the LPS interfering with the tumor necrosis factor alpha signaling, thereby preventing immune activation. Once inside the host, The pathogens survive intracellularly using the two-component regulatory system by regulating the outer membrane proteins, thereby blocking lysosome fusion and promoting intracellular replication. So smooth strains like the S19 have lower immunogenicity but higher persistence. So that means they stay longer in the immune system. Rough strains like the RB51 have higher immunogenicity but lower persistence. So they are short-lived in the immune system. So what farmers would do is when they miss the vaccination period of 14 to 8 months with the smooth strain, they would opt out to vaccinate with the rough strain, which is the RB51. This is just an image that explains the life cycle of brucellosis once inside the bovine host. So following entry through the mucosal surfaces, the bacteria is taken up by innate immune cells. And because brucella is an intracellular pathogen, it survives within these cells. And the dendritic cells then present the brucella to the CD4 cells, initiating a Th1 response. We can see there. Just there. So the activated Th cells produce interferon gamma, enhancing macrophage activity to clear the infection. B cells produce antibodies to also aid in pathogen clearance. However, some bacterial cells persist in your lymph nodes, the spleen, and the liver, and causing a chronic infection. So this bacteria is then shared into the environment by aborted fetuses through contaminated milk, feces, and urine, and then it's taken up by the animal. So the cycle repeats itself. So for the study background, the study entails the evaluation of brucellosis abortus S19 vaccine, which is a commonly used vaccine against bovine brucellosis. We looked at different routes of vaccination, which is the conjunctival route versus the subcutaneous route. We also looked at different vaccine dosages, which is the reduced dose versus the standard dose vaccine. The focus of the study was on humoral immunity by looking at antibody response and cellular immunity by looking at inflammatory mediators or cytokines. So the problem statement, why did we do this study? So current vaccination methods have several disadvantages. One, which is the high persistence of antibodies post-vaccination, and this might interfere with serological tests like your complement fixation test, Rose-Bengal test, and ELISA. The other problem could be that the challenges could be because of the vaccination method used or the mode of vaccination or the excessive dosage that is required to induce immunity in these animals. So for the study of objectives, we had to formulate an eye drop vaccine at a reduced dose. We had to look at immunogenicity related to the potential protection after vaccination with the S19 vaccine by looking at humoral and cellular responses, and to determine which vaccine method and dose yields superior immunity. So the study design, we had 38 animals. The animals were divided into 4 groups. The first group was the normal dose subcut group. The second group was the reduced dose subcut group. The third group, we had a reduced dose conjunctival group, which is the eye vaccine group. And then the fourth group, we had a control group. So the study ran for 121 days at interval sampling. After sampling, whole blood and serum samples were processed in the lab where we did IgA, ELISA, and IgG ELISA, RBT and CFT, the samples were taken to an accredited lab for processing. And then we did cytokine profiling in the lab ourselves. So for the results, the red dotted line there represents the cutoff of the positivity from the kit that we used. So the subcut groups had similar IgG profiles. The conjunctival group had no detection of IgG, so it means that the route of vaccination doesn't interfere with disease surveillance, while the control group remained negative. We can look at the plot there. At day 51, day 72, day 100, and day 121, we can see similarities there in the peaks of the IgG, despite the reduced dose vaccine being used and compared against the normal dose vaccine. So there's the similarities there in antibodies. And then as you look there, also the reduced dose conjunctiva, there was no IgG detected, or it was below the cutoff value. We also looked at IgG response because of the eye drop vaccine. So that means when we vaccinated, we assume that mucosal immunity will be stimulated because of the mucosal lining in the eye. So what we see here also, the normal dose subcut and the reduced dose subcut, there's similarities there also. And that is evident on day 37, where the peaks are almost the same day. So mucosal activity at day 37 for the conjunctival group was not as high as with the subcutaneous group. You can see it's just lying down there. And then at day 100, the reduced dose subcut remained high. And there was a significant drop in the normal dose subcut and a slight drop in the reduced dose conjunctiva. So you can see that the reduced dose is still lying there, while there's a drop in the normal dose subcut. And then the reduced dose conjunctiva dropped from there to there. At day 121, there was a drop in the reduced dose subcut and slightly elevation in mucosal immunity for the normal dose subcut, while the conjunctival group dropped slightly. So for the CFT and the RBT results, the subcut group show positivity from day 23 throughout day 21. So we can see there, and this might interfere with disease surveillance and serology. So these two groups were positive throughout the study. And then for the conjunctival group, only one animal tested positive at day 23 for RBT. This pattern can also be seen in the CFT plot, which is used as a follow-up test to the RBT to confirm positive cases of brucellosis. So there's you can see there, and then there's that peak there for the conjunctival group. I have to put a disclaimer, I'm not an immunologist, so the next following slides, there's a lot of immunology involved in cytokines. I read up a little bit on them, but I can't explain all of them. So please, when asking questions, please try to move away from that. Okay, so for the standard dose subcut vaccine, we can see here on day 37, what we did here was we sampled whole blood from vaccinated animals, and then we stimulated the whole blood with inactivated Brucella lysate for a recall study. So at day 37, which is that day there, early immune response is evident, and this is driven by interaction between immune cells. And key cytokines were expressed to fight off the infection. So you can see there's a lot of cytokines around those immune cells. All right, by day 51, a Th1, Th2 immune response was evident or was established. You can see there. This immune response promotes macrophage activation, antibody class switching to IgG1 and IgG2. And then by day 72, we see cytokine contraction. That means key cytokines are downregulated, and this is due to effector cells dying off and preventing hyperinflammation. So the results for the reduced dose subcut, the same procedure was followed as with the previous group. And then at day 37, we see early immune activation. In this group at day 51, you can see there, we see a much more aggressive cytokine expression as compared to the previous groups. By day 72, we see a persistent Th1, Th2 response and a bit of a Th17 response. At this stage, the immune response is still active in fighting off the infection. The reduced dose conjunctival group, in this group, we see a similar cytokine expression as with the reduced dose subcut. A Th1, Th2 immune response can also be seen in this group supporting pathogen clearance. You can see there on day 37, day 51, and day 72 as well. We also see cytokines involved in tissue repair mechanisms, such as the VEGFA and the IGF that was mentioned by Professor Joe yesterday. It's not only a growth hormone, but it also plays a role in tissue repair mechanisms. So those cytokines is there. There's a VGF A, BFG, AFGF. I'm looking for IGF somewhere. Yeah, but it's there somewhere. Where is it? There it is. There. Okay, so this is just a summary of the 3 slides that I just explained. This is a heat map that we did. And then the right side, on this side, it represents the cytokines that were expressed. And then the bottom axis here represents the vaccine groups as well as the sampling or the different time points. And this side here represents the type of immune pathway that was followed. So for the key findings, what do we take out from this research project? The subcut groups show strong and persistent IgG responses, thereby interfering with disease surveillance. We saw that with the high reactivity in ELISA, in the RBT, as well as the CFT test. So the reduced dose subcut showed similar humoral immune response as the normal dose subcut. So what does this mean? That we concluded that dose reduction doesn't necessarily eliminate diagnostic interference because we still had a high persistence of antibodies in the reduced dose subcut. So the reduced dose conjunctiva showed minimal transient IgG, and then the conjunctiva group elicited antigen-specific cellular response despite having low antibody levels. So the conjunctiva vaccine may maintain protection while improving diagnostic compatibility. So I'd like to take this moment to thank Ms. Karen Nell from Design Biologics for sponsoring this research project, to my supervisor, Dr. Kahinda, that's sitting there, and then to my supervisor at the University of Pretoria, Professor Henriette, and to the clinical trial team, Dr. Ewan, I think he's sitting here somewhere as well. Ashley, she's also here, and Nolo, that couldn't be here, and to the farm that we used for this study, which is Sylvestia Bonsmara. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Itumeleng. Very well done. If you said you've never done this before.
Thank you.
Are there any immunological questions for him? I'm joking. Any questions? We have a lot of time for questions. Not a lot. Yes.
Good morning and a really nice presentation. Just a quick one. How long after vaccination should we be able to test animals with the 3 different regimes?
Normally, they do test after 2 years, because with vaccination, you need to let the antibodies decline first. So after 2 years, yes. Is it 6 months?
7. I see hands, just first at the back and then Chris too. Kan nie lekker sien wie agter sit.
Is there any way that instead of using the eye drop application, we would be able to do it intravaginally, especially if you've got dairy cows on a rotary parlour? It's very easy to get them to stop, open the vagina, and then squirt stuff in.
We didn't thought of that. I mean, the purpose of the study for us was to see what kind of immune response we would get by inoculating the animals on the eye. So maybe it's something that we can look at in the future, and then if it's practical for the vets in the field, and then if it's easier for them to be able to vaccinate that way, because we looked at the practicality of the vaccination of the eye bottle as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
There was a question that side.
I just have a question on the normal route vaccination. What was the highest CFTs that you saw?
The high on the CFT value.
Yeah, CFT, just normal routine same dose vaccination.
I think it was about 102 ICT values. I think, yeah, and more than that, yeah.
What also would be interesting is to see how long that animal will test positive.
Well, the study is still continuing. We only represented the preliminary results for the MSc, for my MSc, but the study still continues, and we're still busy with surveillance in the lab and all the testing and everything. Yeah.
Any last questions? Okay, that side, Doc.
Thanks, Getsi. That was very good, and thanks for doing new work on the Brucella side. I'm sure the guys from the Brucella steering committee sitting here take notice. So the next steps is challenge studies in the field, as well as looking at the interval, because this make it possible that the application intervals can be quite short in a positive herd where you are busy eradicating it. So you just, what's in your mind the next steps?
For the challenge study using target animals is going to be difficult. So we're looking at doing a challenge study using mice, because a lot of Brucella vaccine work is done in murine animals. So that's the route that we're also looking at, just to look at vaccine efficacy. I don't know if I answered your question.
We actually have time for more questions, so if you have a burning one.
So,
Please stop.
so you see, the fact that we live in Africa and South Africa, I think we need to do the challenge study in the positive herd.
And positive.
You can't get worse than that. You know, there's a few nice herds there in the Eastern Cape and the Golden Valley that I saw the other day that is really the target.
I mean, with support, we can be able to do that. But you know, to get regulatory documentation to do that, it takes a while. But with the proper support, I think we'll be able to do that, and we are more than capable of doing it.
So when you apply for the Section 20 and you don't get it, then we'll come back to the vets and say, no, give us the support that we do the work in the field.
Okay, then we'll do that. Challenge accepted.
It's also my job to protect the speaker, so he asked me to please stop. So I will protect him from myself. So thank you very much, Itumeleng. It was really cool talk.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm saving us 10 minutes on the program, so you'll have a bit of a longer tea. I got a note. Anyone who's speaking before tea, will you just make or visit the audiovisual booth to get mic'd up to save time? Miladen. So this is an AfriVet sponsored event or a speech. What is wrong with me today? Miladen is the CEO of Eli LLC. He's originally Serbian, so if you hear his accent, it will be very obvious. And he's a Brucella diagnostic expert, and he's just going to share some insights. He's been in countries where they've actually been able to eradicate brucellosis, so it would be a good thing to listen to them and hear how we can approach it differently as South Africans. But yeah, thanks, Miladen.
Okay. Morning. First slide, guys. Second slide, guys. I can do that.
And then if you want to point, that's the pointer on the screen, then you put it.
Oh, yeah. So it's been 103 years since we had the first vaccine for Brucella. It was S19. It was isolated from a cow called Matilda in New Jersey by Dr. John Buck in newly minted USDA. USDA didn't really exist before that. It didn't have all the agency, but we had the vaccine. In 1940, we started to use it. And 100 years later, the biggest dairy company in the world is exiting China because of brucellosis. More, they exited Brazil and Uruguay because they couldn't handle brucellosis. So that picture is quite wrong. And in 2024, we got 2 million people sick of brucellosis, 450,000 only in China, 60,000 in Saudi, 15,000 in Turkey. I can go on. You will see the slide. So there is something wrong in our understanding on how to deal with it. And veterinarians generally are not taught how to deal with brucellosis in the schools. So we are applying our general knowledge when we face the problem on the farms, and that doesn't work. I'll try to fix a few things, but you have to keep learning. I'll start from a moonshot. Okay, we're looking at the entire world here, and obviously green ones are free of brucellosis, and you can see the orange and dark red are very severely affected. Now, in Africa, we don't really know if this is true. A lot of countries do not have any data, but generally speaking, here is the deal. In both North and South America, we have about 5,000 people sick of brucellosis every year, 5,000. And there is a little spot here in Mexico, around Monterrey region, where we have 2,500 of them. So why is that? There is Brucella melitensis there, and it's quite hot and warm in this region. So remember, hot, warm climate, Brucella melitensis, sheep and goats. This is where people have problems. This is a global view. You don't need science to actually conclude that. This is the real deal. Now, in northern territories, for example, Russia, now, we have outbreaks of brucellosis in the herds, but it's Brucella abortus. And Brucella is not really in human population. On my way over here, I read an article from South Africa, which says that you don't have a problem in human population with brucellosis. Now, we can argue about Brucella not being underdiagnosed, but how much underdiagnosed it can be. Let me give you another example. If I ask a chief epidemiologist in Colombia, do they have a problem with brucellosis? They're going to cry and say we have 16% of brucellosis in the herd, but they have 25 people sick of Brucella. So that's not important. We are only dealing with animal brucellosis. So globally looking at what is going on, Americas do not have Brucella melitensis. So the problem there is much less. In the hot regions, you have a huge problem with Brucella melitensis, a lot of brucellosis in people, and difficult problem with dealing with brucellosis in sheep, goats, and cattle. Just to go a little bit further with this slide, I want to say that there are some green areas in the Americas. Chile is almost, if not free of Brucella. And I'll tell you that they are using only RB51 solo. S19 is forbidden. Uruguay is almost free of brucellosis. They are also using RB51 exclusively, not S19. And there is only one state in Brazil which is free of brucellosis, 100%, and they are also using only RB51. In Mexico, which is a very smart government and farmers, badass veterinarians, really, I mean, they are really highly educated people. All the big farms are using solo RB51 in the Laguna area, which is about 1 million cows. And where you have S19, you still have problems with brucellosis. So that tells us something. In Africa, you are in a colder climate. And as far as I have seen from the papers, you don't have much problem with Brucella melitensis. But that's the first thing you need to understand. Brucella melitensis is vicious. It's far more potent than the Brucella abortus and much harder to deal with. It is going to go through the herd like a fire. Brucella abortus is not like that, much easier to deal with. There is really a script how you deal with it, and you're going to be successful every single time. Okay? So, Russia, again, as I said, Brucella abortus, and then when you go south, you see Brucella melitensis wreaking havoc. So you're lucky not to have it. So we are here dealing only with animal problems. But specifically for South Africa, you need not only to protect your herds, but you also have to protect your wildlife, because this is very important for you, which means you can't have and throw Brucella around, especially the field strains. This is the list of countries which are suffering the most of brucellosis in human population, and you are not on the list. There are only a couple of countries from Europe which are on the list. It's Bosnia, Macedonia is not there, but also Greece, Turkey as well. They're partly in Europe. What is the main point with these countries? They are using a wrong vaccine. They are using Rev1 vaccine to tackle brucellosis. Rev1 by itself is just a field strain. It's not at all attenuated, at all. S19 is also a field strain, non-attenuated. We'll go to that later. What are the reasons why we are still 100 years later struggling with brucella? First of all, it's ignorance, obviously. We don't know much about it and we are not ready to face it. We don't want to talk about it because the government gets involved. Veterinarians are applying practical knowledge, which is general type. First impulse for you is to use the vaccine. You think the vaccine is good. Quite opposite. Vaccine can cause a lot of problems. And you will see later that this big dairy company that left China caused brucellosis on their farms with the vaccine. That's it. And they had hundreds of people sick of brucellosis only due to the vaccination. S19 again. The disease is really not easy, right? It knows how to hide, and it stays dormant until it breaks out. For example, we had 3 farms just recently, in the last couple of years, that broke out with brucellosis 3 months after FMD. So FMD will do this to you. It will drop the immunity and brucella will come out. And some of those farms lost more cattle to brucella than to FMD. And then these guys get involved, the government, right? It's very regulated. So I divide the governments in really 3 categories. These who have money and throw all the money in the world on the problem by borrowing, seriously, with a credit card, like the US, like a lot of other. And they tackle the problem, but they tackle it right. And they get it done. And then there is a second type of government, which have all the regulations and high restrictions, so you can't do anything by yourself, but they don't have money, and they don't do anything. And that's a really big problem. And then there is governments like Mexico who are just keeping blind eye. They know what's going on. They know what the farmers are doing, but farmers are cleaning up themselves, everything. And that's probably one of the models that need to happen here. So the reality that we have today is farmers who are pretty much ignorant on how to tackle brucellosis, and the veterinarians who are happy to use the vaccine to tackle the problem, not knowing the vaccine really is not a solution. What we want to have is immunized cows, farmers who are ready to fight and who are ready to invest in that fight because they know what it can actually do to them, and Jedi veterinarians. That will be you guys. I'll just go through this very quickly. You buy brucellosis most of the time through replacement animals. If you are not buying replacement animals, and don't buy replacement animals even from the farms which are S19 vaccinated. That's it. If the animals are vaccinated with S19, they are field strain infected, period. But that doesn't happen all the time. A lot of farms are actually using their own stock. Over-vaccination is the second largest problem, especially if you don't understand that you can't touch the animal with S19 or Rev1 if it is beyond 6 months of age. Why is that? Uterus is not developed, mammary gland is not developed. This is where brucella is tropism to those tissues. So, under puberty, you can vaccinate. After that, high chance that you are actually going to infect the animal with S19. S19, again, field strain, and I will repeat this many times. Don't forget it. Then we have over the fence, which is very rare. Dogs and birds here in South Africa could be, and also wildlife, could be a big problem, carrying parts of the aborted fetuses around, then your cattle get infected. And hay is also a problem very often. You pick up hay from the field, you pick up aborted fetus, bring it to your farm, give it to the cows, and there it goes. That happens a lot. Within the farm, and this is the slide we have to really understand, Brucella is only transmitted by animals which are in reproduction. So animals which are not in the reproduction, they are not transmitting the disease. Animals which do not abort, animals which are not calving, they do not transmit the disease. It's not going to be in urine. It's not going to be in the feces. They will not cough it out. It's just there. So location on the farm where Brucella is located is going to be your dry pen, your close-up pen, your calving pen, your fresh pen. That's it. And you will see later that the only function of the vaccine is to shrink this territory only to calving pen. That's it. And then calving is also a big area where Brucella is transmitted because it's in discharges in a very large quantities. So this is where it happens, in those two. Colostrum, yes. It is very important to have a colostrum pasteurization on the farm and to check if the machine is working every time and not to use the colostrum from positive animals. And then we have congenital. This is not really a big deal. With the price of milk, if I heard yesterday the price of milk is 70 US cents, if this is correct, you don't want to kill a single cow because this is outrageous. I mean, the highest price I've ever heard. Normal is between 35 and 50 cents. So you need to keep your cows, and you can. Even if they are positive, you can still use them, but don't reproduce them. So milk them out. All right, so these are our tools for eradication. Farm management being the #1 tool, most important, always on the farm. Test and managing positives, that's the second one. And the vaccination is not that big of a deal, but it helps a lot. But I'm going to first talk about the vaccines. There are 3 of those. In 1953, Rev1 strain invented by Dr. Elberg in Berkeley. In 1956 is when he published the second paper. This vaccine is field strain, non-attenuated. Is a whole lot of lies in his paper. It's not at all what was described. It's just a simple melitensis. That's it. But guess what? You can still use it. You know Almarai, the company from Saudi? This is probably the best dairy company in the world. They're using Rev1 successfully. So even if the vaccine is really bad, you can still use it, and I'll show you how. S19, A19, these are 2 similar strains. It's a field strain, nothing else, but milder than the normal vicious Brucella abortus strains, like 2308. It's hard to clear from the herd, and if you want to go negative, you can't use it, no matter how you apply it. And it was isolated in 1923, as I said before. Gerhard Schurig created a strain in 1992 in Cornell, RB51, and that vaccine is the only really attenuated vaccine. It's mild, easy to clear, good protection, only to a certain extent. I call the RB51 a vaccine with erectile dysfunction. Sorry, Rian. But you can see clearly, it's a joke, really, because that vaccine is really good. S19 is also really good if you know how to use it. But you can see why. On this slide, now how do I use this? Here. Okay. This is the humoral response after vaccination with S19, RB51, some mutant strain from Iran, and a control group. You can see that only S19 is really raising antibody levels. The RB51 does not. So we are lacking humoral response when we apply RB51. But you can also see that if you measure the cellular immune response, RB51 is just as good. And that's what matters. The humoral response is going to wind down and is not going to be there 2 years later. But that cellular immune response is what matters, really. This is, somebody asked, what is the immune response in cattle? This is Holsteins, done in Argentina. This is how the humoral immune response goes with the S19 after applying S19 only in young animals. And you can see that out of 100 animals which are vaccinated, only 68 actually showed some response. And then 25 weeks later, almost all of them were negative, and then 2 of the animals popped up. Those animals were actually infected permanently with S19. You have to remember that. At least 2% of animals are going to get infected with S19. And if you don't find them, if you don't get them out, you're actually having brucellosis on your farm. So what is the function of the vaccine? Everybody is focused on infection prevention, but that doesn't happen no matter which vaccine you use. Brucella is too strong, too hard. You can't do it. Vaccines are only there to prevent abortions. So instead of having a problem in a dry pen, you have a problem in a calving pen. And that's how you reduce the brucellosis. So you make individual calving pens, you apply the vaccine, and you can deal with that any given day. Easy. It just becomes another day in the office. That's how you deal with brucella. Okay? So vaccine is really good. And if you don't have the problem with in human population, you don't need S19. S19 is much stronger, and it's like a shotgun. You go against the problem in a very, very broad way. You don't need to do that. You don't have the problem. You just have to lower the problems in the animal population. And RB51 is going to be quite good for that. This is how the vaccine works. I just described that, so I'm not going to stay on that slide. So why is it like this? I explained earlier, young animals really do not get infected when they are infected at a young age, 3 to 6 months of age. It's just brucella doesn't have anywhere to go. So your immune system clears it up. That happens in human population. Children get infected by drinking milk, but they don't really get a very hard disease. They clear it up, and later on they are immune. That's why we don't have explosive brucellosis in the human population. It all happens without our involvement. It's just the disease itself. Antibiotics. Everybody will tell you that they don't work, but they do work. However, they can't clear brucella. You can't really use them to heal the animal. But what you can do, and we had this situation in Qatar, in a very large dairy, which is called Baladna, we used antibiotics to reduce abortions so that animals can calve. They calve normally. We don't use the calves, but they can milk for another year. And Qatar, that's the only dairy company in Qatar, if they don't have milk, if they cannot operate the dairy, they have to import all the milk. And with your price of 70 cents, if that's right, obviously you want to save every animal. At least you can milk it out. I don't think that regulation allow for that, but anyway, you can contemplate. Diagnostics, just quickly about this. This is the LPS of brucella. All the diagnostics are focused on the LPS. And you have general diagnostics like rosy Bengal, like ELISA. ELISA will be indiscriminate. It will test positive on RB51. It will test positive on S19. It would be quite a disaster when you start testing, and everybody backs away from testing with ELISA. Rosy Bengal is a great test, but I would leave it to the government. What we use when we do eradication on large dairies, we use FPA, which is 100% DIVA with RB51, and we always and only use RB51, no matter what kind of situation do we have. FPA and OPS analyzer, you will hear later, are only testing for the sugar, this green sugar on top of the bacteria, which looks like a hair. So the whole bacteria looks like a sugar ball. And cotton candy, to be more precise. That's how she looks like. You know, and when she gets in, the immune system doesn't kick in because it's immunosuppressive, and it normally lodges into cells and hides there. That's what happens. So diagnostics like FPA are only testing for OPS. RB51 doesn't have OPS. So FPA and RB51 are full diva. You can test 1 month after vaccination and they will all be positive. In one of the dairies in Mexico, we test about 2 million times, 2 million samples every year, and they're all negative. And they're vaccinating every cow every year. So which test to use? As I said, you would need to know if you're dealing with Brucella melitensis or Brucella abortus. If it is Brucella melitensis, you have to dial up your program. You have to have bloody knuckles fighting it because you want it out of your herd as soon as possible. Brucella abortus, you can even live with it. You can suppress it with your vaccine and slowly get it out. OPS analyzer is your best friend. In South Africa, I don't think you have it, but you have MRT. Okay, so start MRT. Every month, every pen, start testing. It's going to be messy because a lot of times MRT is going to get positive, false positive, but you will have to use FPA to sort it out. You do have FPA in South Africa soon. FPA is tests on the serum. What does the program look like that we apply? We always implement both FPA and bulk milk ELISA. Every month, every pen, bulk milk ELISA. Every pen that is positive goes FPA testing. Depending on your problem, you dial your FPA testing. For example, Baladna, 23,000 cows, were testing every 3 weeks, every cow. But that was Brucella melitensis, and we got rid of it in 6 months. So that was probably the biggest outbreak I've ever participated in. And if you don't have a problem, FPA goes every 6 months or every year once. If you are in the area where Brucella is already tackled by the government, you don't have to do that very often. But you do need FPA. Why is that? FPA has approximately 6 to 15% more sensitivity than RBT, Rosy Bengal. What does that mean? You clean your herd, the government comes in, they can't see anything. That's the deal. That's how we should work. We help the government not to have to deal with us. No, seriously, they need help. In Russia, for example, their RBT have 15% less sensitivity than FPA. So we treat Miratorg, which is 860,000 cows. Okay? They clean it up. The government comes in, all negative, no program, but Brucella is still there. And they are testing already for 3 years. So from 5%, we got down to 0.01%. Everybody's happy. Brucella is going to stay there at 0.01% because this is a beef herd. They're going to be out in the field. They're going to get infected from the wildlife. They're going to get infected from each other going forward. But nobody cares about 0.1%. Not the government, not Miratorg. Actually, they wanted to close the operation 100%, to kill all the cows because of 5% Brucella. And now they're happy going forward. That's how you do it. I will not go into this because I don't have time. The largest farms that we work with are testing up to 9,000 samples per day. It's like a machine going forward. This is how the result of FPA looks like. RB51, On the x-axis, you see some titers from the FPA, which means the higher the number, the positive the animal is and more positive. And you can see that RB51 doesn't react at all. This is the positive farm. As you can see, very high titers, non-vaccinated. This farm is gone. They can't do anything about it. Owner and his son were sick of brucellosis. This is S19 vaccinated farm. Very important for you to understand. Those animals which have high titer, some of them will get permanently infected. If you don't deal with them, you're going to leave positive brucella animals on your farm, and it's going to start spreading. And this is an interesting case of this large dairy in China. They applied S19 multiple times to adult animals because they bought them as heifers, non-vaccinated from a free country. They applied once and a second time and a third time to tackle the problem. They caused the problem themselves. This is the farm of about 5,000 cows total. But you see here, have a lot of positives. That farm is gone already. And the company is gone already from the Chinese market, $180 million loss. And this is the country of Colombia. They would tell you, oh, we have a huge problem. Well, you don't have a problem. First of all those low positive animals are no problem. They just have a lot of good immune response as measured by FPA. This is about 400,000 animals in this slide. And if they remove just a few percentages, just 1%, they're practically negative country. And really, they don't have any problem with brucellosis. Farm management, this is who we deal with, guys. This is who's who in the world. This is about 3 million cows on these slides. Colanta, 450,000. Lala, Laguna area, 1 million. Alain Farms is about 20,000 cows in UAE. Australia, you probably know that. It's a very good farming operation, 70,000 cows. Greenfields, 23,000 cows. Now they're dealing with brucellosis. We are helping them. Almarai, Baladna, this is really big companies. This is who we deal with. And Miratorg is the biggest one of them all. First thing you do on the farm is create a herd plan. And if you don't know how, ask AfriVet. They have this little book published by my friend, Dr. Michael J. Gilsdorf. Mike used to run brucellosis program for USDA. And he wrote this book on my insistence. And this is where it is described how you make a herd plan. I'll just go through that very quickly. I just also wanted to say that tackling brucellosis is a box match. Depending on the severity, you're going to have bloody knuckles. Fighting TB is quite different. It's like pulling the rope. But with brucella, it's a short and very intensive program. Calving management, separate animals at calving. If you have individual calving pens, that's the best. That's actually helping the most to tackle brucellosis on the farm. If you cannot do it, observe them. Hire extra staff and put cameras and watch them over. As soon as you have something going on, go there, clean it up, disinfect. That's going to be your best friend. And sun is also your best friend. Remove placenta, disinfect discharges, and then let animals discharge fully. Heifer management. Pay attention to colostrum pasteurization. Don't feed colostrum from infected animals. Obviously, we went through this whole thing. Hygiene, clean pens and alleyways. Hygiene, you cannot have enough hygiene when you tackle brucella. And actually, you know what is going to happen there? You're going to have a better farming. Like when we started with Lala, there's 450,000 cows. They had to remove 33,000 cows. They put them in one farm. They milked them out. So they paid for their replacements. But their farming operation was so much better that they were making 1.5 liters of milk more per cow per day. So if you're thinking the program is going to get expensive, no, it's actually going to be very cheap. Lala is, in just 2 years, they became negative. And they're still continuing the program without stopping at all. Why? Because it's in their balance sheet. They don't care. They know if it comes back, it's going to be a big problem. They want to export to the United States, so they are staying with the program. Bedding can be a pretty big problem, especially we are facing now problem in green fields. They are using volcanic ash, really volcanic sand as a bedding for cows, and they have to disinfect that. So that's a tough call on this farm. Protect your staff. That's really important. Why? You can deal with the Department of Veterinary Services in the agricultural department, but don't let the medical come in. That becomes a show. They don't care about your farming. You know, they're going to go after you with all the guns and what they can, so you have to keep them out. Movement restrictions. Don't do commingling between pens while you are doing this. If you can locate the animals in the same pen for a while, that will be the best. Don't move them around. And quarantine heifers. Heifers are actually going to abort far more than adult cows. You're going to have abortion storm in heifers, but not in cows. Especially if they are vaccinated, it's going to be better. What is the eradication program? I have only 1 minute. So, 1940, American program, S19, test, call, pay. This pay is the most important part of the program. That's compensation, that's indemnity. If you don't pay that, nobody's going to participate. Your program depends on having money to do that. If you don't have the money to do that, I heard that somebody is from some brucellosis committee. If you don't have money for indemnity, you need to relax the regulation so that the farmers can do that themselves, which means do not make brucellosis reportable disease. Test it. It's your job. Once a year, come in and test and let the farmers do their thing. They will do it really much better than any state can. American program went like this. I don't have more time, but I'll just go quickly. They had 11% in 1936, then a few million cows died in the Dust Bowl. It was a severe situation in the US. They started the program in 1940 with 2.4%. They started with S19 and then jumped up to 5%. This is when they were thinking, how do we apply, do we reduce the virulence of S19? So what Design Biologics is doing now, they've done that in the 40s. There's no need for that. You have RB51. Just go with that. And it took them 60 years to get down to zero. I mean, this is global view, guys. This is looking from the bird eye view. You don't need science. It shows itself in a full-blown picture how to actually do that. Farmers need to do it differently. RB51, OPSL as an FPA, isolate animals, do not really remove them if you don't have to. If the price of milk is low, get them out. You're just feeding them for loss. If the price of the milk is high, keep them, milk them out, and then get them out. Treat the animals if you need them, and milk them out. That's it. That's the program. Very simple, and a lot of hygiene on the farm. Conclusion, you have good resources in your country. People are publishing great papers. They're publishing good manuals, so read them. And this is the recap. You can read it. Make a shot. Record time.
I stole some of Itu's 2 minutes of Itu's time. There's time for one question before I. Karen. Okay. There's someone on that side. Thanks.
Hi. My question is really just out of curiosity. With your slide where you showed S19 vaccination and said that some animals remain infected because of the vaccination. So I just want to know, considering the previous presentation that we had, what was the vaccination dose used? Because from that study, when you do the normal dose, you almost get an immunotolerance. And that to me might explain why some of those animals remain infected. because the immune response really, when you give that high dose, is doing nothing. So what was the dose used in those studies?
I mean, S19 and those were studied a million times. Mike Gilsdorf, the guy who wrote this book, he was studying that at USDA. Every time when you apply S19, it doesn't matter the dose. You're going to get some animals infected, depending on their immune status. And there is a prescribed dose, which was studied for decades. And that's what you do. And then reduce dose for adults. Never use S19 in adults. That's not going to be your friend. You're talking about intraocular S19. This is Jose Maria Blasco, a researcher and a salesman of Cese Veterinaria from Spain, who is promoting this. They do that in Bosnia, they do that in Macedonia, they do that in Turkey with the Rev1 vaccine. Whole bunch of veterinarians got sick. A bunch of them. With sheep and goats. Can you imagine restraining a cow to actually drop the vaccine in the eye? I don't think so. They're going to cancel that program really quickly. So attempt to reduce virulence of S19. Why would you even consider that? That means you're getting less protective effect. You're coming down to being the same as RB51. RB51 is safe. In Mexico, I told you that they are using RB51 every year on every cow. They vaccinate 1 month before calving, 1 month after calving, or all animals at once on all the farms. There are 3 scenarios on how they do it. They never have any problem. So less problem is your friend. S19 should be practically finished with in South Africa. The only reason why is because you don't have human population problem. So you can deal with that much easier with RB51. But you need to force a better price. There are many producers of RB51 now in the world, so get them all in.
Okay, so I'm going to cut this short. Miladen is at the AfriVet stand during tea break, so if you want to harass him, do it there.
Swimming pool.
And yeah, thank you very much, Miladen. It was quite a different perspective to our legislation. Cool. Next up, I want to introduce Okkert, but I feel like if you don't know Okkert, where have you been? So Okkert, we want to welcome you and we're looking forward to listening to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, everybody? Good morning. Right, so today the talk or the title of my slides are The Demise of the Rural Veterinarian. And at the bottom I said it's a parody, and by saying that I mean it's exaggerated. I'm not saying that whatever I'm going to be discussing with you today is based in fact and will definitively happen. In other words, I'm not saying that there won't be rural veterinarians around in 20 years. What I'm saying is that you as a rural veterinarian definitively has the right and obligation towards yourself to make a good life for yourself, to do whatever, to sell your time at the correct value, and to be able to, as you're doing your job, as you're enjoying your job, to actually also make a good living out of that. So in essence, we're going to be using cartoons to go through this lecture, not to make light of it, but because in many ways, a picture paints 1,000 words, and I don't really have enough time to go through everything verbatim. So if we look at the James Herriot phase of veterinary science, of rural veterinary science, and even when I qualified in the early 80s, essentially we had the inspect, inject, and collect type of scenario. And very, very importantly, we have had a scenario where the veterinarian himself was, the veterinarian himself was basically trusted by his client, by the farmer then. And that in itself made life a whole lot easier. Everything was slower, everything we did, we had more time to actually do and have this relationship, deep bonded relationship with our client. So basically we inspected, the veterinarian would inject, in other words, treat, and then basically as he left, he would dispense some medication. So for that specific cow, or maybe for a few cows, But in essence, he would also say to his client, visit my surgery the next day or tomorrow and come and get some more medicine to treat the flock. So we were basically making our living, or they were making their living from selling their professional time, but having the adjunct of the sales to boost their practice and to carry overheads and to make their life enjoyment far, far better than it is today. And why is that? Because we have Act 36 in our regulatory scenario. So Act 36 is an act that was started, or that was promulgated in 1947. And it was then specifically to make it possible for the farmer that couldn't get hold of medication, basic medication, and vitamins, dips, and dewormers type of stock remedies, to basically get that because there were few vets around. And in essence, unfortunately, this has actually been misused over time. So in essence, an Act 36 registered product means you can sell it anywhere. I always take it to the extreme and say when teasers were still there, they were completely at right to sell Act 36 products. And it's as bad as that. There is no regulation whatsoever on an Act 36 product. So then the co-ops started coming and they became bigger and mightier. And they started negotiating with the companies and the big pharma to reduce prices. So what is the advantage of the co-ops? They basically sell cheaper. They're easier to get to because the farmer's visiting the co-op in any case, so he's going to pick the product off the shelf. And then they still finance your purchase as well. So it really, really becomes very difficult for you as a farmer, as a veterinarian, to compete in that segment. Yes, certainly on Act 101, but we also have problems there, and I'll discuss that as we go forward. So then the magical era of the herd health management came about. We started realizing, and some visionary veterinarians like Clive Marwick started realizing, that we can't just sell our time, go out to a farm, visit one cow, because you can only visit so many cows per day. And the whole herd management system started. And what a relief, because now we were selling time on a more definitive basis. You visited that farm and you spent 8 hours or 6 hours there, and you made a really good living by doing that. But it's tedious. If you look at the older veterinarians, my age veterinarians, I can't stay ahead with selling them joint supplements. I mean, all of their shoulders are gone and their knees are gone and all the things. So essentially, it's just a case of it's another day. Well, you know, and essentially these guys started going back to their practices, sitting in their offices in the evening, sending out their accounts and thinking, why in heck am I selling time? Now we started as a herd health management guys trying to sell our product. So we want to sell the time. Yes, that's where we capture our audience. That's where we actually get your client to be able to engage with him and to sell him products. But that just was out of the window again, because what happened? Further threats started coming about. And with these, I'm just going to go through it again. Look at the picture, read at the picture. Fake vet, Dr. Bumblefoot with his moo care and his moo meds. So the fake vets started coming out. Complete people that had no training whatsoever started doing rectals, pregnancy diagnosis, de-warnings, everything that you on your farm visit and the herd health management program we're doing, they started encroaching upon that. So that was the first threat. Then we had the paraveterinary scientists or the paraveterinary profession. And please don't for a moment think that I don't think these people have a place in our society and in our profession. But there are, as there are unethical veterinarians, there are unethical paraveterinarians. It's just a fact of life. So these guys are now starting, they have the license to practice, but practice limited practice. They're starting to encroach again more and more and more on your field, doing things that they shouldn't be allowed to do or that they aren't allowed to do, but they do it in any case under the table. And oh my goodness, suddenly we also have the boot stock salesmen. Now these are the guys that basically you've got your client, and these really slick young guys come around. They're fairly well trained. And what have we got? We've also got a new generation of farmers. They're younger farmers. They basically engage well with these young compatriots of them. Basically, the trust scenario that we had with an older farmer, older, well-established veterinarian is becoming grayed. It's becoming less obvious. And the boot veterinarian is selling more and more. And then finally, and I think there'll be more threats as we go along, but finally in this talk, you have the veterinarian, even the older veterinarian, which has now learned how to use a computer, how to go onto the internet. And mine now at Takealot, I can buy any Act 36 product at far better price, far better than I as a veterinarian can actually deliver that product or sell to the client. Far easier because it's just put in your credit card and the product arrives on the farm. So that's the other threat for veterinarians. So a massive range of different things that's starting to encroach on your income stream and on what you are basically selling the client. And that's the end things of the problem. You'll have to go back to the credit provider and say, please help a little bit again this month. Just let me get through this bad patch. Things will be better in a few months' time. Yes, and definitively things will be better. So just very quickly looking at the big pharma scenario, and I'm doing this and saying this in the sense of I have no problem what the big pharma guys are doing because it's statutory allowed for them to do. But in the scenario of the David versus Goliath, there is no way that you as David, as a veterinarian, single veterinarian, can compete with the 86 billion big pharma budget that these guys are selling. They have the right to sell the Act 36 products. They have the right to discount those products to the co-op and to the big, massive associations out there and retail people. So you as a small single veterinarian, yes, you're important in their lives definitively because you're the veterinarian that actually advises the use of and the decision makers in your practice and what they should be selling. But the big pharma, unfortunately, against a single veterinarian, you have no chance whatsoever. So what is the options, or and I'm not saying that this that I'm giving you now, or this option that I'm giving you is the only and the definitive and the exclusive option. But I think it's time that we think very, very carefully again about what can we do in this scenario. How are we going to get to a place where we actually have two veterinarians that trust one another, the one veterinarian that gives you as a practicing veterinarian the absolute definitive guarantee that he will produce, manufacture, and supply to you alone. And that's the vet-only concept that I've been adhering to and that I've been preaching for the last 25 years. It is such an incredibly important concept. And remember that this does not hold only to Act 101, but it should hold to Act 36 as well. So what I'm suggesting is find a company, compounding company, that definitively promises you that they will be your partners for life ad infinitum. That's what we are saying. You need to find somebody that's got the reputation that will stick to the ad infinitum concept. So a VetScripts production animal division was started last year, established last year at RuVASA in 2025. And we've made that promise to you guys that on our vitamins, mineral products, electrolytes, supplements, every single one of those products that we compound will be for your use and your use only. There will not be a product that we've compounded with a specific formulation as a compounded VetScripts product that will go onto any co-op shelf, that will be sold by a bootstock scenario, that will go on the internet. It's yours. You own those products. So let's take hands together and keep to that vet-only promise. Now, we do know that there's some rumors that have gone around earlier that the crazy, greedy Dr. Orchid Botha is compounding products from his garage. And it may just be a rumor, and I'm absolutely sure it's just a rumor spread around by some malicious few. But that definitively came to my ears, and it was very, very specifically passed on to me. But yes, I can absolutely agree, guarantee you guys that I don't compound in my garage anymore. Okay. I'm currently compounding via NutriMed S South African Pharmacy Council A-grade compounding pharmacy. That's the company that compounds for us. It's within our group of companies. It's our own compounding pharmacy. And it's a very well-established, extremely expensive, high quality, high grade compounding pharmacy, full certification, and very, very importantly, is that the pointer? Sorry. Sorry. So high grade attained a A grade classification. That's the top possible classification that you can get in the SAPC. But over and above that, and I think this is very, very unique, we're one of the few that we know of companies that's had an inspection council compliment letter from the senior inspector, which used to be the registrar of the SAPC. He inspected our pharmacy, and all hail and all compliments to Ignik Prince, to our responsible, very responsible pharmacist. So we get a irresponsible responsible pharmacist or a very responsible pharmacist, and we've got a VRP. Well done, Igni. He got a letter of recommendation for basically what he's done with our pharmacy and established our pharmacy. So as we leave you now, what do we suggest? What do I suggest? First and foremost, I want to plead today for you as veterinarians sitting here to take hands with one another. And in that light, I am in the process of actually establishing, it's already registered, IFPA, which stands for the Independent Veterinary Practitioners Association. It's a concept that I got in America. In America, they have 4,000 veterinary practices in this association. And the presiding premise of the association is no corporates is allowed in there. It's an association for single practices or 2 or 3 practices together owned, but owned by one veterinarian, non-corporate. And that IFPA scenario will go and negotiate on your behalf with a major pharma. We will in time become as strong as the certain co-ops are. We will in time be able to go and negotiate with a company and say, if we use your tetracycline as a preferred tetracycline, we want 20% discount, and put that product back into your pocket where you can actually sell it at a profit. And I beg of you, take hands with one another as fellow veterinarians. If the guy in the town next to you is your competition, he'll never be as big a competition as Big Pharma is. Stand together, work together, and let's form an association in veterinarians where we can really support one another. And then think of the compounded products which we can compound as unique formulations for you yourself. So if a veterinarian, if a farmer on a farm has a particular problem, we can, in the compounding scenario, develop a specific, unique product for that farmer or for your group of farmers. So think of this compounding as the main thrust of what you're going to be supplying your clients in future, because they specific for that farmer. Number one, you're serving the patient, you're serving the farmer, you're serving yourself, your own pocket, and you know that that product will not go outside of your area of expertise. Okay, and then just very briefly, we're asking you tonight, 5 o'clock, in light of exactly what I've preached here, we have the estrus synchronization in small stock. Forgive the typo there. It's a small stock synchronization workshop. And Dr. Hendrik Hansen will be the moderator. It'll be in this hall. And basically just a 30-minute quick discussion on synchronization with specific emphasis on progesterone sponges. Okay, so please join us tonight for that. And then I please invite you also to come and join us for that 200,000 Rand bass fishing competition, easy television game where you just cast and you retrieve, and you have a chance of winning, along with Diag, which is partnered with us in this enterprise, this incredible oocyte detection machine where you don't have to do the flotations yourself. It's valued at just on 100,000 Rand, and it's been given away at this Congress. The guy that catches the biggest fish at this Congress on the fish out at the end of tomorrow afternoon will win this 100,000 Rand prize. So that's the spiel and that's the story. Thank you very much, guys. Truly appreciate you listening to me. And is there time for one question?
Sorry.
No. Okay.
You can harass him at the
stand. At the stand. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Karen Shacklock. She is also with AfriVet, like I am, that's the also. She works at our AfriVet laboratory. And why she's speaking to us today is she's also proudly South African, but part of the FAO Archaeocide Resistance Group. And they recently published new recommendations, and she's just going to share that with us. So thanks, Karen, for representing South Africa well.
Thanks, Didi. I hope my leaky gut isn't showing. Okay, I've got 10 minutes, so I'm going to run through this presentation the same way I drive my kids to school. So please make sure your seatbelts are fastened, your chair back is upright, and your tray table is stowed away. Okay, so I've presented before on the dire state of acaricide resistance in ticks in South Africa. So I'm not going to give you any more bad news today. I'm going to give you a glimmer of hope and tell you about what our global community is doing about this problem. So there's no doubt that the development of acaricides has changed the way that we're able to farm with cattle, particularly in Africa and Latin America. But as you can see from this timeline, that the development of resistance is inevitable. So from the first time arsenicals were used in the late 1800s to now, with the advent of isoxazolines, resistance has developed hot on the heels of the introduction of the acaricide. So if we look at amitraz, sorry, my pointer does not go where I put it. The development of amitraz in 1975, 5 years later, the first reports of resistance. So I think the takeaway from this slide is it doesn't matter what we do, resistance is coming. Okay, the ticks are beating us at our own game. Good news, we're not alone, if that gives you any comfort. This is the resistance reported on a global scale. And as you can see in South Africa, we have resistance reported in single and multi-host ticks and to more than one acaricide. And I reckon you guys that work in the area that's not shaded can tell me that we probably need to move our shading a little more inland. Am I right? It's a problem everywhere. So in 2022, the FAO convened a group of experts, which I stumbled into to my great fortune and privilege. And we had many meetings online and in person between October of 2022, and August last year. And we worked really hard and really intensively in different groups on a set of guidelines for the sustainable management of ticks and the management of acaricide resistance. And these guidelines were published in August of last year. Yay. You can go to the FAO website. It's available as a PDF download. It's a phenomenal document. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I'm going to give you some of the highlights. So in the document, in the guidelines, you will find a lot of information on integrated tick management systems, on acaricides, the chemistry, the regulatory frameworks that govern the use of these acaricides in different parts of the world, the development of resistance, a lot of information of biology and distribution of ticks. And then there's a separate technical documentation that does a deep dive into tick distribution and identification, which is really useful. A lot of our AfriVet photos are in there. And then in the technical documentation, there's also the full diagnostic SOPs. So the bioassays that are run in the different labs that test for acaricide resistance, those protocols are in the technical documentation, with the view that a lab that wants to start testing can pick up that document and run the test. Okay, and that's part of this big plan to make, to empower us with the knowledge on what's going on with the ticks in our areas. Okay, so I've just pulled out two really important points from this document that I hope you can take away. How do we manage ticks that are still susceptible to acaricides? How do we slow down the development of resistance? And then what do we do with ticks that have already developed resistance? So I've coined the 4 R's: refugia, rotation, reduce treatments, and read the label. Refugia refers to the portion of the population, the parasite population, that is not on the host. Okay, and obviously we want to treat when a large number of ticks are in refugia, so that we expose fewer ticks to the acaricide. This is easy to do with multi-host ticks, not so easy to do with single-host ticks that spend their whole life on the animal. but I'll show you in the next slide, we can be a little bit strategic with the single host ticks. Rotation, when we talk about rotating the active ingredient, we're not just rotating the product, we need to rotate the class of active ingredient because cross-resistance is a thing. The biggest driver of resistance is the frequency of treatment and the number of exposures that population of ticks has to a certain chemical. So if we can reduce the number of treatments that a tick is exposed to in its lifetime, we can slow down the development of resistance. This might be increasing the time between treatments or not treating every animal at every dipping. Yeah, there are some strategies that you have to work with your farmers. I could spend hours on this. I don't have hours. I have 4 minutes and 39 seconds, so we won't do that. And then read the label. Apply best practice to the acaricide that you're using. Make sure that you mix your dip to the correct concentration. Underdosing is a big problem and speeds up the development of resistance. Okay, so this is how we can be a little bit strategic with our blue ticks. They're not in refugia for long, but we do know that the tick populations peak at certain times of the season, and that's when we can be more intentional and more careful with the acaricide that we choose, and we can help set ourselves up for success in the next season. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Okay, now we have resistant ticks. What I should have put at the top of the slide, negative aura points for me. If anyone has teenagers and can tell me what that actually means, please do. Negative aura points. I should have put on the top of the slide, test, 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 test. How do we know what we don't know? We don't know, we can suspect resistance in the field, but if we don't know exactly what the status of resistance is in a population of ticks, we can't manage it. So please test, and you can talk to me about that. An easy solution to resistance, if we have resistance in a single class of acaricide, is we choose an alternative active. That's quite easy. But in a lot of the data that we have found from our lab, our dairy farmers along the garden route have used up all their options. There is nothing available to them within the milk withdrawal regulations that they can now use. There's resistance to all those active ingredients. So then we have to get creative with our tick management programs. Remember that acaricide use is just one tool in an integrated tick management system. Okay, so we get creative with things like synergism and combination products. There is a lot of evidence to show that in resistant ticks, using combination products has a really effective synergistic killing, boosted killing effect. In some cases, I need another 10 minutes to talk about reversion to susceptibility, but amitraz is the only active that we've shown resistant ticks can revert to susceptibility, but that's quite complicated and it depends on the mechanism of resistance in the first place. But there is the option that if we avoid amitraz for a couple of seasons, we may be able to reintroduce it. And then there's a whole host of host and environmental factors, vaccines, selective breeding, a whole lot of other management tools that we have to apply as well, so that we're not solely dependent on acaricides. All right, so after we published these guidelines, we all just didn't go home and back to our regular lives. The FAO has set this very lofty vision of a world where ticks no longer impact food safety and security, and some very ambitious goals. And the great news is, I'm not sure we're going to see this in my lifetime, but I'm really excited to be part of the team that is working towards this. So what I want to show you, they've set some objectives for the next couple of years, and the AfriVet lab is part of this first key objective, reinforcing diagnostic capacity and doing some more surveillance. So we're part of this awesome multi-center laboratory study that involves labs from all over the world. We're all going to run the same test with the same reagents on our unique ticks in our various regions of the world, and hopefully compare notes and come up with protocols that are standardized, so that the information we generate in our regions is useful, and we can collaborate and work together a bit more. We have also been nominated to become an FAO reference laboratory for acaricide resistance testing. That means that we will then be able to train other labs in these techniques. So my colleague Selena, who many of you may know over there, is heading off to Uganda at the end of the month. I hope she doesn't come back with Ebola. And she's going to do some more training. And then hopefully in the next few months, we'll set up a training facility at our lab. Sorry. Okay, last slide, what we can do for you. So our parasitology services are free services to our clients and our vets. We can do a caricide resistance testing, dip wash testing. We do a lot of fecal egg counts, especially in our small stock. And we're working with Maladen on the FPA test for brucellosis. Hopefully we'll be getting SANUS accreditation for that. And I'm really excited about that. So come and visit us at the stand. I can talk to you about tick collection and how we go about that. I don't only want your gnarly resistant ticks. I would quite like to do more surveillance of susceptible ticks so that we can paint a more realistic picture of what's going on out there. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Didi.
Thanks, Karen. There's no time for questions. You all have to go visit the AfriVet stand for Meladen and for Karen, and then Okker VetScript stand. Our next speaker is Jared Morris. If you guys read his CV, this is all I'm going to say, he's the most efficient person I know, because he's qualified in 10 years after me, and he's already finishing his PhD, and he has to call me Tannie. Anyway, according to Afrikaans culture. Good luck, Jared. Okay, so this side, there's your pointer. So if you point on the screen, it will show, and then forward and backwards.
Did everyone hear me? Morning, everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm Small Sean. Sound the same, look the same. My beard's going grey, and my eyes are also not so great. Guys, I don't have so much time, so let's just dive right in. The new normal, it really fits in with the theme for RuVASA, non-adapting feedlot lambs, an absolute crisis, in my opinion. And this pushed me towards the PhD study. So just a basic introduction, ladies and gents, about rumen development. Neonatal ruminants are born as essentially monogastric animals. The rumen, the reticulum, it actually serves no function when that animal is recently born. It does undergo massive volume expansion and will eventually become the fully functioning ruminant. But in the beginning, milk is deposited via the esophageal groove into the abomasum with a milk clot formation. But we've just got to understand these animals are severely limited in their early days. So what happens when things go wrong? And looking at this animal, I personally wouldn't be very happy if that animal arrived at my feedlot, not paying 61 Rand a kilo, excluding transport. But you've got to be a little bit sensitive with the feedlot operators. So this is what happened in a case I dealt with. This is 1 day post-arrival. I mean, you can see this animal's really taking strain. Looking there, the left paralumbar fossa is severely indented. If we're looking there, even on the right-hand side, these animals are really, really compromised, showing very poor feed intake, highly stressed. Yes, we could probably blame it on transport, but I could see something's on the cook here. Right, 2 days post-arrival, things are starting to progress. You look here on the top of the screen, that material there, the SH1T, is going to hit that at a rate of knots. But you've got to keep your cool. So the history and sequence of events. The feed intake was very low on these lambs, plus minus 250 grams per lamb. Yes, when they arrive, they're not going to eat as well as they should, not ad lib, but this is far lower than I would have expected. The left paralumbar fossa became severely indented and progressively so, and profuse watery diarrhea then began about 2 days post-arrival. Here's just some pictures of the manure in the pen, these types of splats, and this is not what we would normally expect to see. Right, so the next step. The automatic next step when you see diarrhea in the early adaptation period in a feedlot is maybe it's an acidosis. The animals are not adjusting to the high energy feed. It's a sierpens. So what are we going to do? We're going to reach for lucerne. We're going to reach for a buffer because these lambs just aren't adapting to the high energy diets that we're feeding them. Right, so I told the farmer, look, things are not going well, so let's just add some lucerne. It's a safety net. We're going to encourage rumination. So he bought more lucerne than he knew what to do with. Right, put that in, and the lucerne clearly didn't work. This photo was taken with my phone. I didn't use a wide angle lens where there was probably 40 lambs on the left and 50 lambs on the right. And while we were dealing with this, our peak mortalities per day in some of the feedlots were 150 lambs a day. Okay, and when the feedlot operator is telling you, what are you going to do? Start panicking a bit. But this is the scenario. the lucerne actually did nothing for us. And this is a very important step, guys. If there's anything you remember from my talk, you're going to quit, but always blame the nutritionist first before you leave the farm. Okay, it's his fault. So we did post-mortems on all of those lambs that died subsequently, and this is what I was hoping to see. Signs of a ruminitis, prefringens type A overgrowth, and a red gut. This is what I was hoping to see, because we can kind of manage this. And this is what we actually saw. Complete rumen hypoplasia, rumen underdevelopment, and this rumen looks like it would on the day of that animal's birth. Thin rumen wall. Okay, we've almost got two forms. We've got the weaver's nest form, that's a very nice scientific term. The weaver's nest, where it's dry and consolidated, or we get this watery form. And as the animals run past you, you can actually hear that sloshing going past, of waterpens. Right, so the results of the PM, complete rumen underdevelopment. And looking at this, I could say with confidence, this animal is essentially a monogastric. That rumen serving no purpose for me. The morbidity and the mortality rate seen with these lambs, guys, is extremely high, upwards of 6%. In a feedlot, anything less than 1% we find, but 6% is easily achievable when you're feeding these types of lambs. The sequels to rumen underdevelopment, poor vaccine response, and I'll discuss in the next slide why I say gastrointestinal dysbiosis can lead to a poor vaccine response. Secondary bacterial respiratory infections are very common, as well as secondary bacterial enteric infections. Excessive antimicrobial usage, I don't have to tell you, we need to stop using so many antibiotics in food-producing animals for antibiotic resistance and the consumer awareness around there. Okay, I don't want to focus too much on this slide. There we go. Just focus on the right-hand side of the slide where it says postnatal and bacteria. Not all bacteria are bad. Bacteria are actually very good things, certain species. And why these bacteria are so important, look at how the immune system is responding to the presence of these commensal microorganisms. If you look on the left here, we've got prenatal, a very immature immune system. Postnatal, with microbial inoculation, you need this for the immune system to develop. It learns from the bacteria. Think of it as a well-choreographed dance. The immune system is constantly sampling the lumen of the intestine, and whether it's pushing out more mucus, more IgA, more antimicrobial peptides to keep everything in balance. Secondary bronchopneumonias, often a sequel to rumen underdevelopment. I mean, there you can see, look at the chronicity of that lung. Miracle Marsin won't fix that. Not even God will fix that. But then the farmer wants you to make a difference. Enteric infections. Salmonella typhimurium is very, very commonly isolated from these lambs, purely as a result of the immunosuppression. Okay, let's see if this video will play. I don't think there's sound.
I don't know if we're missing something, but we've got 10 in ICU again, or 9, because that one just died. But they just keep on coming. In the morning, there's 3 or 4 every morning. Gets weak, and then they end up here. It comes from the lines.
Every day, guys, no matter what we did cultures, we did sensitivities, we were using autogenous vaccines, the animals were just ending up in the ICU, and they were buried shortly thereafter. The farmer said, right, I spent a fortune of money on the antibiotics, we've made a vaccine, what's the plan? Because it seriously, whatever we were doing was not working. So I said, let's go against the grain of thinking. You know the lucerne didn't work. So why don't we start feeding these animals a high energy diet, but I mean seriously hot, 70% maize, and almost no roughage. What's the worst that can happen? They're already dying like flies, so let's just give it a go. The consequences. How many cases of acidosis do you think I saw when we started doing this? The answer is 0. Not one case. You need to have a rumen microbial population to ferment the substrate to produce a lactic acidosis. There's no rumen microbes in that rumen. So I said, let's feed them as if they are monogastric, and it really, really worked well. Pulpy kidney. They always teach us when you move an animal from a low to a high energy diet, pulpy kidney is a massive risk. Those poor Clostridium perfringens type D, they're on crutches. They derive nutrition from the host starving, so is the Clostridia. Never saw one case of pulpy kidney in that massive shift to a high energy diet. That was probably the single best managerial intervention we could have done. This was just feedlot A mortality pattern, not a big feedlot, about 10,000, and there we were getting 631 animals dying on a monthly basis. Okay, we started using aggressive antimicrobial therapy. The mortalities came down nicely, but still we were having those animals in the ICU, the non-performers. There at the bottom, the 126, 133, that is where we instituted the high energy diet, and things were actually going very, very well. And I thought, right, we've cracked the code. Then what happened, that small spike there, the 264, the farmer's like, I need to make up the losses I've incurred. So he started buying excessively and he flooded the system. And if you're going to flood any feedlot system, the mortalities are naturally going to go up. Right, so I said, just calm down. Let's do this strategically. Came down there. That small spike there, the nutritionist thought he had a brainwave. He said, no, we cannot feed these animals a finished diet from the beginning. It is not natural. So I told him, you're not paid to think, rather sit on the sidelines, and then came back normal. At arrival, onto a finished diet, no adaptation. Feedlot B, you can see here, there is a refractory period in the beginning. It starts to spool up. We get our peak, high energy diet instituted, and we go back to baseline. And same for feedlot C. Okay, it takes about 5 to 6 days for the cuck to hit the fan. Before that, you can just see they're getting progressively worse, but we've got to get that high energy diet instituted as quick as possible. So here you can see the rate of rumen development. This was an animal placed onto finish a diet at arrival. It definitely came in with no rumen. And here you can see just how quickly that rumen villi starts to develop within 10 days. This is a very nice thing. I compared to that Penn State where they show you the milk and A, milk and grain, and milk only. But this, I say, is the rate of rumen development. On the left, feedlot entry, 6 days post-arrival, 2 weeks, you can see that rumen is basically fully developed. And the animal can therefore function as a fully developed ruminant. So what's the next step? Just to quickly talk about the PhD research that we did. We were wanting to identify the risk factors. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Why are these animals coming in with underdeveloped rumens? We were then looking at the diagnostics. How can I with surety say this animal doesn't have a rumen before he lands up on the post-mortem slab? And then the subsequent management of these lambs with direct-fed microbials or probiotics. Okay, so these are just some of the studies we did. We did farmer questionnaires across 80 farmers spread across South Africa. And the biggest risk factors that we found was a lack of creep feed supplementation on farm and extensive rearing on farm. Okay, creep feed, we know it's a readily fermentable carbohydrate and it is essential for rumen development. You need 2 things to develop the rumen. It even rhymes. You need physical weight and you need butyrate. And butyrate, the volatile fatty acid from starch fermentation, is the key. Don't worry about scratch factor. That does nothing to develop rumen papillae. Yes, it's going to help with smooth muscle development, but nothing for papillae. Okay, lack of creep feed supplementations. Why? Cost, the biggest reason of them all. The farmers are always going to say, I've got sufficient grazing. And also, where I fight with my feedlots, there's no incentives provided by them. They're going to give the same price to everyone, no matter what managerial interventions they put in. So we don't work on a premium-based system anymore. The moment you tell a farmer premium, he gets that glaze over his eye and he stops listening. So we work on a rebate system now. If the farmer does everything he's meant to do, the lambs are going to perform naturally well. Once we slaughter, we'll talk. That's the end of the story. Okay, creep feed on extensive conditions. Why this happens, I want you to think of it like an ebb and flow scenario. As there's butyrate, the rumen papillae start to develop, the rate of absorption is going to increase, then the creep feed is stopped, and they're going to regress. We need constant creep feed supplementation for constant butyrate production. All right, project 2, we have submitted this paper to Veterinary and Animal Science. I'll just briefly tell you what we found. We did a whole array of diagnostic tests from ultrasounding the rumen wall. We collected rumen fluid to prove that there was no rumen microflora. They were all dead or absent. But the biggest thing that we found was animals with an underdeveloped rumen had lower peripheral blood glucose. We just measured it with a glucometer and a test strip. And the reason for that is because they don't have microbes to ferment and there's no propionate production. Then my supervisors very quickly told me, yes, but you can make glucose other ways. But looking at those animals, they're in very poor body condition. So we don't have adipose tissue for beta oxidation. And there's also no rumen microbes for rumen microbial protein. So ultimately, a low peripheral blood glucose was the easiest way to determine underdeveloped rumen, normal rumen. Okay, and the third study with the direct-fed microbials, I do encourage you, if you would like, please go and read it. It was recently published in the South African Journal of Animal Science. I can tell you from this, probiotics most certainly do have a place, and I can tell you with certainty it is not for the entire feeding period. We need to start looking at phase-specific inclusions, and they do have benefit. I can say the animals in this study grew far better than the control in the early feeding period, but thereafter they went back to baseline. So we've got to try and find the sweet spot when to include probiotics, minimize our antimicrobial usage, and really make a difference for our clients. There we go, on time. Guys, thank you. There we go. You can find me at the Octavocene stand with me and Sean there.
Perfect. Sorry, guys, I'm sending you to trade on purpose. Thanks very much, Jared. Next up, I'm inviting Arina Shepherd. She's also one of our sheep legends, so I don't think she needs much introduction, but something that she told me recently when I was doing a survey on animal health forums was that, why do you want to do that? Natal has a functioning one. So may she be an inspiration for you guys to start up discussions or create your own animal health forums in your provinces again. Thanks, Arina.
Okay, thanks, Didi. Where is the wait, donkey? Okay, good. Goats. I don't know how many of you see goats. I don't know how many of you work with goats, but I think if you're in South Africa in a rural area, you're going to see a goat at some point in your life. So this is just a quick 101 about goats, why they're different and what to do with them and where to go. Up or down? 4 and 2. There we go. Okay, there's many types of goats in South Africa: meat, fiber, dairy. I'm going to talk mainly about meat goats because that's the most likely one you're going to see. Fiber goats is quite a specialized area and it's only in Goros, mainly Eastern Cape. And dairies, they're starting to get a bit more common in South Africa, but they're also quite a specialist field. So I'm going to stick basically to the meat goats. South Africa is famous. We got the boer goat. It was developed from the beginning. About 150 years ago, we started selecting for better meat in our goats. The boer goat has been exported to like 72 different countries. It's the most farmed meat goat in the world, okay? America actually have more than we do. So that's what it is. It's extremely adaptable. It can breed at any time of the year, and that's what makes it so useful. And just for those of you that don't get to see many goats, if you're not sure if it's a goat or a sheep, remember, tails up. Goats cannot sit on their bums because their tails are naturally facing upwards. Right, production systems. Like I said, we get the meat, milk, the fiber. You can do 2 things. You can be really intensive and farm them almost like in a feedlot type situation, or they can be completely extensive. And I think there's a range of that in South Africa from one end to the other, and some people do both. Some farm them with sheep. So there's many ways to do it. And goats can live anywhere in South Africa. Goats are super adaptable. They're not too keen on too much rain, but generally you can adapt them to where we want to be. That's just the most common ones in South Africa: the boer goats, the dapple goats, Kalahari reds, and our indigenous ones. Okay, nutrition. It's the number one thing. If you get vitamine K or S correct, everything else works. And this goes for every small stock, okay? And if you just put most of your effort into getting nutrition right on a farm, you'll solve most of your problems, okay? That's as simple as it is. Number one in goats, don't ever feed on the ground, ever. They are coccidia taxis. I mean, they produce it in large amounts. So if you feed them on the ground, coccidia will kill them. That's as simple as that. So make it impossible to get into a feed trough. They would love to do that. Goats love to climb on things, jump over things, walk in things, pull things down. It's their inherent nature, okay? So you need to make it impossible for them to walk into a feed trough and to eat on the floor. That's the one thing you have to remember about all this, okay? Be very careful of supplements.
Goats don't like change, and especially not quickly. So do it slowly if you want to do it, but just be careful about what you are doing. The only really useful one in goats is thiaminase. It has a lot of benefits for us. I'll explain it a bit more later. They are browsers, so they prefer to feed up, okay? And they like to chew on things. So if you don't provide something for them to chew on, they will chew on alternative things, okay? The doors, the pens, other goats, your gumboots, whatever else. So if you are going to keep goats in a confined space, you got to provide some entertainment, okay? Make something available that they can actually chew on. In goats, they like browsing. They have a special binding protein in their saliva, and that's why they can handle such high tannin content feed, because it binds it before it goes into the rumen. Something else is body condition scoring. It's a very simple tool to use. In goats, it's slightly different. I'll show you the pictures just now. Protein is by far more important than energy, okay? Get your proteins right. The energy will work itself out most of the time, all right? They store their fat intra-abdominally, so it's not like sheep where you have this big bum at the back. You're never going to have a big bum on a goat. The goat almost always looks like a dairy cow, right? The Boer goats are not so bad, but generally that's what you're going to see. And then creep feed, like Jared just said now, creep feed is a have-to-have in any small stock system. It's super important, and if you get it right, your animals will develop really nicely, grow nicely, and you'll have very little problems later on. Okay, so those are goats. They will climb trees. They love it. Like I say, they'll do whatever they can to entertain themselves. And also just look at the bottom. When they're little, they like to lie down in little groups. So that's why the coccidia often spread so easily. Okay, as you see, if you don't make a plan, they will do it for you. Okay, so this is completely the wrong way to feed goats. Please don't ever do this. That's condition scoring on goats. So it's actually done in the front on the chest. Okay, so if you feel the chest of a goat, that's where the muscle is sitting, and that's where you'll be able to tell whether that goat is in good condition or not. You can't do it on the rump area like in the back, a little bit, but generally it's easier on the front. Okay, vitamins, vitamin A, generalized for everybody, same in goats. B1. B1 is the important one in goats. If you have a B1 deficiency, you can get polioencephalomalacia. It's like a serious neurological symptom. These oaks just knuckle over, fall over, paddle. It looks like a hot water case, but it's not, okay? So if you're not in a hot water area and you're suddenly confronted with a goat that looks like it's got hot water, just ring a bell, vitamin B1. Okay, that's a very important one. And you have to give a lot of it, okay? So we do 20 milligrams per kg 3 times, every 3 hours for about 3 times. Then we put it orally and we put it also in the food. Okay, so you have to give a lot of it once you have the problem. Any high concentrate diet will do it. Coccidiostats, high sulfurs, lucerne is a big problem. So any changes in diet as well. So they can all lead to thiaminase in goats, one to remember. And then we also get white muscle disease like we do in sheep. The minerals, iodine is very, very important. Iodine is the one in goats that generally give us trouble, but in South Africa, a lot of the salts contain iodine anything. So generally just use an iodized salt and it shouldn't be a problem. Zinc is important because goats get dermatophylosis and other skin problems and anything like that. So it's good to have it in your food. Phosphate is almost never a problem, but it can become more of a problem. Unlike in sheep, they don't recycle it nearly as efficiently. So just sort of keep it in the back. Copper, they need more than sheep. Definitely more than sheep. That's why they do so well in the Karoo where there's high copper levels in the plants. I've never seen copper poisoning in a goat, so don't know. Okay, selenium's the same as in sheep. Cobalt is another one to remember. I don't know of any labs that can test for cobalt. It's not easy to test for cobalt, but sheep, they seem to never have a problem with it, and goats get a huge problem. So what you must remember is if you see a young goat, anything from 3 to 6 months, and it's just standing like this, and it's white as a sheet, okay, and it's had like 5 different dewormers and everything else, it's still white. Let the bell ring. Cobalt deficiency, okay, so that's the one to remember. And they definitely need salt because of the fact that they have this saliva tannin binding proteins and everything else. Salt is quite an important element for them. Internal parasites. Okay, macrocytic lactones in goats. Be very, very careful, okay? Make sure you got the right dosage at the right weight. Please be careful where you inject it, how you inject it. Okay, they are very prone to having toxicity from macrocytic lactones. And people overestimate goats. And also because there's such a huge variation in sizes, they decide, okay, 1 ml is good. If you only weighing 35, 1 mil is deadly. Okay, so that's very important to remember. And don't inject anything else. So if you inject ivermectins and vitamin A on the same day, it seems like the vitamin A enhances the effect of the macrocytic lactones and you will kill them. Okay, so be careful with that. And nitroxamol, don't go there with goats. Okay, unless you weigh each one almost individually and make sure you get it exactly the right dose, you will kill a lot of goats. Okay, I know somebody, Harry Smith, where's your need? Killed like 80 something a few years back. Yeah, a few years back. So that's how dangerous it is. Please be careful. All right. Levamisole, we generally use it at 1.5 because they metabolize it too quickly, but still, you must be very careful with the dosage. Get it right. Sheep are paler. Goats are paler than sheep. So when you use Famacha, you got to be a bit more careful. What you think might only be a 3 might already be a 4, or 4 might already be a 5. So just be careful when using Famacha on goats. You got to sort of dial your eye in that it's a little bit different. Wyvax is effective in goats. If you're going to do the intensive system and you are only using pastures, that might be the way to go for you. Genetic selection works just the same it works in sheep. It's very effective. If you want to do long-term goat farming, that's the way to go. Be careful of flukes. They can cause acute death. Goats seem to not really develop nice resistance against flukes. So in high rainfall areas, they can give us trouble. And like I say, they're prone to coccidia. Coccidia is not a drug disease, okay? It's a management disease. Sunlight is your friend, okay? Good feeding practice is your friend. Drugs help, but they should not be your main management tool when you're dealing with coccidia. Reproduction, they are light dependent. They're early maturity, but they can lead to huge problems because they breed too early. They never develop. It's like we heard the story about the heifer development yesterday. Goats are the same, okay? They naturally come on heat already at 5-6 months, and then they get pregnant. That's what I see in the rural areas. These little goats come on heat. They get pregnant. You have huge problems with the stokia. The other never develops, and it's just a huge cycle. Mess. So it's best to keep them away and try and breed them a little bit later, and that will help because they often will have multiples even in the first time. Okay, so just remember that. Also, much smaller pelvis. Please be careful when you do a dystocia on a goat. Remember, the angle is straight down, not straight in front of you. The buck effect is excellent in doing synchronization, but you can use your drugs and everything else. Flush feeding works really, really well. And there's large seasonal variation in sperm. Sometimes if you test bucks in the off season, you'll be amazed. You have like a little testes like this with like 25 centimeter. That's okay. Once the season starts, it will sort itself out. Pregnancy, it's totally corpus luteum dependent. Remember that. Goats will abort for anything. If you want to abort a goat, put it on the back of your bucky and drive once around the block. It will abort. Simple as that. Any change, anything that changes, they will abort. Okay? Abortions is therefore very common. It's not always disease. Okay, so get a good history if that's where you're going to go. Pregnancy toxemia is the same as in sheep, except for one thing. Test the glucose first. You get hyperglycemia in pregnancy toxemia cases in goats, which I've never seen in sheep. So just be careful. Before you start pumping that thing full of glucose, just do a test, okay, and make sure. Oral propylene glycol, by far the better treatment. Milk production can be quite high in goats. Mastitis is common, but they recover quite well from it. We use florfenicol, works really nice in goats. It can be subclinical, so check your goats before you start breeding and make sure there's no lesions in the udders. Vaccinations, Clostridium every 6 months. Pneumonia is generally not a problem. Abscessus can be. Anthrax is still the law. Rift Valley, we are hoping to get some vaccine, but please do them. If you do them sort of 8-9 months with the live vaccine, they generally have good immunity. Brucellosis, do them young. Has to be before 3-4 months. Otherwise, like we've heard, you're going to have huge problems with it. And the abortion vaccines, they help. But like I say, generally abortions is not so much disease dependent. Remember, a few interesting thing about goats, Polt intersex syndrome has to have horns, people. Okay, one parent at least. And if you don't have a parent with horns, have them tested. So if you breed non-horns to non-horns, you get interesting goats. All right, some look like girls, but they're boys. Some look like boys, but they're girls. So you get all different variations. Then floppy kid syndrome, that's what they look like. There's this little goat and it's just hanging like this, okay? We don't know the exact causes of them. You see them normally in the first sort of from 7-8 days to about 20 days, but it can be a little bit over. It's a total gut dysbiosis, similar to what we've just had a talk about. There's many factors involved. I can't tell you exactly how to prevent it. It just happens every now and again. The way to treat it is the 50-gram glucose, 1 gram sodium bicarbonate, dissolve it in a little bit of warm water and dose it and inject with amikacin. That's generally the best solution out there, the best protocol, and it's used basically worldwide. The other one is pituitary abscessation. You see this goat that sort of hangs its ear down, walks in little circles, act a bit strange, very lethargic, don't want to eat. Also, nobody's really sure why it happens, but you get an abscessation in the pituitary gland. It's usually males, it's usually animals with horns, and it's usually after trauma. But you could also have an abscess somewhere else or something like that, and you treat them with anti-inflammatories, Dexa or non-steroidal, doesn't really matter. We also use fluorophenical because it can get into the brain, can crosses the brain barrier, and then an ivermectin, and that generally solves most of our problems. Tuberculosis and Jones. TB, there's more of it in goats than we know. And people, I've seen it from our animal health forum. We have discussions about this, where TB goes to the people, and then the TB comes back to the goat, and it goes backwards and forwards. It's a huge problem in South Africa. We don't talk about it. We don't test for it, but we should. Okay, there is a manual out for testing for TB in goats. It's similar to how you do it in cattle with an intradermal skin test. Please familiar yourself with it, and don't forget about TB in goats, and especially for the people thing. Jones, I don't know. I've never seen one. I don't hear much about them. I don't know. But goats and Jones, it's a huge problem in other countries, but in ours, I've never really seen scouring, skinny, emaciated goats. I don't know if they die long before they get there, but yeah, never been a big problem. And that is it. That's my story.
Okay, they didn't give us any time for questions and answers in this session, so I'm very sorry. RuVASA at the coffee station.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks, guys. So I just have a couple of announcements before I release you for tea. Basically, tonight's the gala dinner. It's ticket access only, so if you don't have a ticket, they are going to be rude to you at the door. And unfortunately, there are no seats available or any left. Maybe try your luck and go on a waiting list if you really want to be there. But it's going to be in the Monks and Cowl Hall, just behind the trade area. So there's this little passage, just go down it to your left, will be the gala dinner. Then Todd asked me to just ask if anyone has seen his books. It was set out on a table in the trade hall, and it's gone missing. So if anyone has seen Todd's books, just find him and let him know where it is. And then lastly, just remember those of us who joined us for the braai last night with our tickets, just find Madeleine and settle your bill. We're going to be going out for tea now, and I don't have my program with me. Just be back on time. Dave will be ringing a bell. So if you hear the bell, don't think food, think lecture chair. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, you all. Yes, it's still morning. While people are dribbling in from the outside, we're going to start so long and stick to the program. So it's my privilege now to introduce Shanery Fichard. I pronounced that right? Yes, she's a microbiologist. She's with Design Biologics. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Pretoria, where she focuses on improving animal health through vaccine development. Her work centers on the understanding of the genetics and antimicrobial resistance of Haemophilus somni, a key pathogen in BRD, with the goal of developing next generation vaccines for the use in South African livestock systems. And she's particularly interested in applying molecular and bioinformatics tools to real world challenges in veterinary medicine. And she's going to share some research insights on BRD and specifically Haemophilus somni with us. Shanery, the floor is yours. Thanks. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my first time attending RuVASA, let alone speaking here. So I think it's safe to say that if you were to test my LPS levels, they'd be through the roof right now. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. As mentioned, I'll be talking a bit about BRD and specifically Haemophilus somni. All right, most of you may know Haemophilus somni by its previous name, Haemophilus somnus. And before 2003, strains of Haemophilus somni that cause thrombotic meningoencephalitis and BRD were specifically named Haemophilus somnus. And these were identified in cattle in the US. Strains causing septicemia in sheep in the US were known as Haemophilus ovis, and similar strains in Australia were known as Haemophilus agni. But later, through genetic sequencing, taxonomists realized that these three species are not so different after all, and so they got merged into a single species known as Haemophilus somni. This bacteria is recognized as a commensal pathogen, so it's part of the normal flora of cattle and sheep. And it's also recognized as an opportunistic pathogen, which means that under the right circumstances, this organism can cause mild to severe disease. In addition to BRD, Haemophilus somni has been known to cause cases of pericarditis and myocarditis, thrombotic meningoencephalitis, polyarthritis, mastitis, vaginitis and endometritis in cows and ewes, as well as orchitis and epididymitis in bulls and rams. And last but not least, it's also been associated with abortions and stillbirths. So the key features of Haemophilus somni pathogenesis is that this organism adheres to the vascular endothelial and epithelial cells. This triggers vasculitis. This often leads to clot formation or thrombosis, and when this blocks blood flow, this could lead to infarction, ischemic necrosis, hemorrhage, and tissue damage. Many strains of Haemophilus somni also produce and release cytotoxins and histamine. This causes further damage and also increases the vascular permeability, allowing these cells access to the bloodstream of the animal. Other challenges also associated with Haemophilus somni is this organism is pretty fastidious. So it's a challenge to culture and isolate in the lab, especially from mixed samples. And so that remains a challenge to this day. Haemophilus also has various mechanisms by which it evades and manipulates the immune system of the infected animal. And last but not least, Derek Harvey also touched on bioforms yesterday during his talk. And Haemophilus somni's natural mode of growth is within a bioform. And bioforms are essentially organized communities of bacteria that adhere to a surface, and they are encased in a protective layer of proteins and sugars. Bioforms are clinically relevant because they often protect the encased bacteria from immune responses from the animal, antimicrobial penetration, and it also causes these bacterial cells to persist at the site of infection. In 2017, researchers have shown that Histophilus somni grows in bioforms, particularly in systemic sites of infection, so in the myocardium, cardiovascular tissue, and neurological tissues. And these bioforms are more prevalent in these sites, or prominent in these sites, compared to mucosal sites of commensal sites in the mucosa of these animals. Before presenting my own data, I wanted to provide some local context. Unfortunately, very little data has been published about the Histophilus somni epidemiology and prevalence in South Africa. And so this data was kindly provided to us by Dr. Marika Henton from Vet Diagnostics. It's important to note that these data reflect the annual detection rates of Histophilus somni, and it's not a true reflection of the national prevalence of this organism because no formal study was conducted to investigate the prevalence. And so this graph represents the period from 2011 to 2015, as you can see. And across the 4,063 BRD submissions between 2011 and 2025, Histophilus somni was detected in 603 cases. And this equated to an overall detection rate of approximately 14.8%. The annual detection rate, as you can see, fluctuated quite a lot. And this is likely due to fluctuations in outbreak dynamics and BRD submissions from year to year. However, what's important to take away from this graph is that Histophilus somni is not an occasional pathogen. It's a consistently isolated BRD pathogen present in South Africa, and it remains undercharacterized locally. The next two graphs give insight into the broader clinical context in which Histophilus somni has been isolated in South Africa between 2016 and 2024 by Vet Diagnostics as well. And across these non-BRD cases, cattle isolates were mainly reproductive associated, and sheep isolates were mainly associated with cases of pneumonia. And these two graphs support the idea that Histophilus somni should not only be regarded as a respiratory pathogen in cattle, and that it has a broader clinical relevance, including reproductive and systemic disease presentations. And so we had a look at the literature, and we've identified several research gaps. So we know that Histophilus somni is associated with multiple disease syndromes. And the literature specifically indicates that distinct genomic differences exist between virulent and non-virulent strains. However, we see virulent strains have an organ preference. For example, strains that cause orchitis do not readily cause pneumonia, and vice versa. And so the question remains, are these differences due to genetically distinct strains? As discussed, we also know that Histophilus somni causes, or it grows in bioforms. However, we do not know to what degree these bioforms contribute to antimicrobial resistance and tolerance. And we also want to look at these bioforms as functional vaccine targets. Lastly, no standardized typing scheme has been developed for this organism, so we have no way of comparing strains. And we also do not know where South African strains fit globally, because none of these strains have been molecularly characterized. And we also want to have a look at whether vaccine-relevant targets are conserved amongst these circulating strains in our country. And so as part of my research, I would like to fill these gaps. And we started off with some whole genome sequencing, which I'll touch on later. And we looked at comparative genomics in order to answer the questions of whether the different disease syndromes are due to genetically distinct strains. And also we'll use this data to see whether vaccine relevant targets are conserved amongst locally circulating strains. I've also developed a typing scheme for Histophilus somni, which I'll touch on later as well. And what we still need to investigate and what forms part of the study is we'll be looking at or testing the bioform antimicrobial tolerance of this organism. And we'll also be testing the effects of antibodies against the bioform formation of Histophilus somni using a small animal model. So the broader importance of this work is vaccinovigilance. At the moment, local strain diversity of Histophilus somni has been poorly defined. And this makes it difficult to assess how well current vaccine components match strains that are circulating in the field. As you all may know, bacterial populations are dynamic and they continuously shift over time in response to management practices, antimicrobial use, animal movement, and vaccination pressure. And for this reason, surveillance is essential. And this project therefore aims to generate locally relevant genomic and phenotypic data to support evidence-based vaccine refinement and future product development. When we type bacteria, what we are trying to do is we're essentially grouping these bacteria into meaningful categories so that we can compare them. This helps us to understand whether cases are caused by similar or different strains. And it also allows us to compare local strains to those described internationally. In many gram-negative bacteria, such as Histophilus somni, strains are typed according to structures found on the surface of the bacterial cell, such as the O antigen of the lipopolysaccharide. However, the challenge is Histophilus somni lacks this O antigen, and it's left with a lipo-oligosaccharide, which is essentially a shorter version of the LPS. Some other bacteria are usually typed according to a capsule, if this is a differentiating factor. However, Histophilus somni also lacks a capsule. And so I think it's safe to say that classical surface typing methods are very limited for this organism. And therefore, we need to use molecular or genomic methods in order to differentiate these strains from one another. Before we carry on, I just want to do a quick recap on the structure of bacterial genomes. The pan-genome refers to the total set of genes found in a bacterial species, and it's made up of the core genome and the accessory genome. The core genome encodes genes essential for the survival of the bacteria, such as those that are involved in metabolic processes and housekeeping functions. And the accessory genes are usually the genes that encode for products necessary for infection, as well as antimicrobial resistance, for example. And so here I've depicted the workflow that I used to develop a typing scheme for Histophilus somni. Some of you may have heard of a multi-locus sequence typing scheme, which is what I have done here, a short form, or MLST in short. And so the first step was selecting 7 housekeeping genes. And these genes were chosen because they are core genes found in all of the strains of Histophilus, but they have just enough variation in order to differentiate these strains from one another. We then targeted these genes and sequenced them. And once all of these genes were sequenced, the unique gene variants were assigned allele numbers, as you can see in the table. And these allele numbers were combined into an allelic profile, which defined the sequence type for that specific strain or isolate. Once we assigned all the sequence types to the isolates in the collection that we have, we then concatenated these 7 gene sequences for each isolate. And essentially what that is, we just combined all 7 gene sequences into one long sequence and used that to construct a phylogenetic tree which is a fancy family tree, in order to assess the genetic relatedness of these strains. And so I applied this MLST scheme to a collection of 39 South African Histophilus somni isolates, as well as 15 international reference isolates. And the isolates that are more genetically related to one another cluster more closely together, and those that are more distinct separate into separate branches. And what was interesting that you can see on the screen was that the isolates in this collection separated into two broad clusters. Cluster 1 was mostly dominated by bovine respiratory disease isolates. And cluster 2 was a bit more mixed. However, it did contain more isolates associated with the reproductive tract. And what we can conclude from this is that not all of the strains circulating in South Africa are the same. There may be genetically distinct groups, and that these groups of strains or lineages may differ in the types of diseases that they can cause. However, further tests are necessary to confirm this. The red arrows indicate the isolates that came from animals for which we had a vaccination history. And all of these animals were vaccinated with a vaccine that contained an inactivated whole cell component of Histophilus somni. However, it's important to interpret this carefully because we didn't have that information for all of these isolates. And breakthrough cases can occur for many reasons and do not automatically mean vaccine failure. Some of these reasons include host factors, animal management, vaccination timing, and as well as bacterial strain differences. And also, let's not forget about the biofilm formation. It has been shown to protect these bacteria from immune responses from animals. However, what this information also highlights is that it is important to understand which strains are circulating locally, and so that we could look at what components are in the vaccine and if they are well matched against these circulating strains. And another point is that this molecular typing allows us to move beyond just detecting Histophilus somni. It allows us to ask the questions whether respiratory, reproductive, and systemic cases are caused by related or different strains. And this is really important for outbreak investigations as well. I just repeated the process with a smaller collection of isolates from the previous tree. I applied the 7-gene MLST scheme, and to validate it, I compared the tree to another phylogenetic tree, which I constructed using whole genome sequencing data of the same isolates. And what we saw was that the broad groupings between the two trees remained relatively the same. And this suggests that the MLST scheme does reflect the broader population structure of these isolates, and it can be used as a practical typing tool for this organism. We then used the whole genome sequencing data that we had, and we investigated the virulence factors of these 14 isolates, or 14 isolates from South Africa, and there were also 5 from international strains. But virulence factors, they're essentially products that encode, virulence factors are genes that encode products that are essential for host infection. And what we observed was that in clinical isolates in the study, those from bovine respiratory disease, vaginitis cases, and pericarditis cases, showed a higher proportion of virulence genes associated or from different categories compared to non-clinical isolates from bovine semen samples and preputial washes. The most notable difference was in the immune modulation factors. And this is relevant because we know that Histophilus somni has mechanisms by which it evades and manipulates the immune system, which allows it to persist in the host animal. Another notable difference that we saw was in the adherence factors. And this is also important because adherence is one of the first important steps in the colonization and bioform formation process. And the nutritional and metabolic factors likely also assist this organism with persistence and nutrient acquisition within the host. And these results show that clinical isolates may carry a broader or a more enriched set of genes to cause more severe infection in the animal. We also had a look at antimicrobial resistance genes. And what we saw was in all the South African isolates that were sequenced, all of them carried genes encoding tetracycline resistance. Approximately 64% of them carried genes encoding resistance to aminoglycosides and sulfonamides, and one of them carried a gene for beta-lactam resistance. However, it's important to note, in order to confer resistance, these genes need to be expressed. So their presence does not automatically mean resistance. However, their presence does indicate that these isolates have a higher potential for antimicrobial resistance. Some bacteria carry mobile genetic elements known as integrative conjugative elements. And what these are elements that are capable of self-excising from the bacterial genome, being transported or shared to another bacterial cell via a process known as conjugation, and integrating into the new bacterial host cell's chromosome. And what makes ICE elements unique is it carries very large segments of DNA that encodes virulence genes and antimicrobial resistance genes. And this is significant because multiple adaptive traits can be shared between two bacterial cells within a single transfer event. And this allows the bacteria to rapidly increase its virulence potential. And so far in our study, we saw 3 out of the 14 sequenced isolates carried ICE elements which encoded aminoglycoside and sulfonamide resistance genes on the same mobile genetic element. So far, we've looked at Histophilus somni as a pathogen on its own. However, in the case of bovine respiratory disease, it's a single piece in a much larger puzzle. Many of you may know that bovine respiratory disease is a multifactorial disease complex, which involves the dynamic interplay between viruses and bacteria, host-specific factors, as well as environmental and management stresses. And it's one of the costliest diseases affecting local and global cattle industries, and it's especially seen in feedlots. I've included a list of all of the pathogens commonly involved in this disease complex, and I also just want us to take a moment to notice how complex it could be to develop a single product that protects against all of these pathogens. And Prof. Joe Leroy spoke about abiotic and biotic stresses yesterday. It was a very interesting talk, which I enjoyed a lot. And similarly, there are several stresses that challenges the animal's body and its immune system and compromises it. And in BRD, we see this with transport, and that is why it's often referred to as shipping fever. An animal's susceptibility to BRD is also heavily influenced by its immune status. And what we see is young calves are particularly vulnerable to developing this disease due to the immature immune systems. And some other animals are also usually genetically more predisposed to developing BRD, which makes the individual response to challenge more severe. Cattle also possess a relatively small lung volume in relation to its body size and oxygen requirements, already putting some stress on the lungs. The lungs also contain a high proportion of elastic tissue or connective tissue, thereby limiting the elasticity and gas exchange capacity of the lungs, furthermore making it more of a challenge to respond to pathological processes. The respiratory and reproductive tract is also home to a complex community of microbes known as the microbiome. And lately we've seen more and more research being published about this. And often in healthy animals, you have a balanced microbiome that is in a state of equilibrium. However, stress and viral infections often leads to disequilibrium or dysbiosis. And so we see a pathogen dominance in the lower respiratory tract and a loss of protective commensals, which is the normal flora in the upper respiratory tract. And these include a Staphylococcus species, and in the lower respiratory tract, Lactobacilliae. And so BRD is a very complex disease, and the control of this disease is never a single solution. It involves good management practices, animal nutrition and supplementation, stress reduction, as well as vaccination. And it's always great if you can implement prevention strategies that support the prudent use of antibiotics, because we are living in an age where we're seeing more and more antimicrobial resistance. Overall, vaccines are great for preventing disease, reducing losses, improving consistency and animal performance across groups. And this translates to better average daily gain, fewer treatment costs, and less labor. And the main message that I'd like to leave with you is that BRD prevention is a system. Vaccinations is good, but it's not a standalone solution. Secondly, Haemophilus somni is clinically relevant in South Africa. In this study, we've seen that virulent strains have enriched profiles of virulence genes. Antimicrobial resistance genes were detected, and especially those that are linked to the ICE elements that we discussed. And that also highlights why it's so important to understand the circulating strains that we have, and that we cannot just assume that the strains that are circulating locally are the same as those described internationally. Finally, genomic tools are also not just limited for academic settings. They're great for supporting surveillance, informing antimicrobial stewardship, and helping to detect emerging strains and new under-recognized pathogens. This research is still ongoing, so watch this space. The next steps will be to determine which unique genetic characteristics are associated with strains of Haemophilus from septicemic cases, BRD, reproductive illness, and as well as those strains isolated from sheep. I'll also be investigating the effects of the bioform or the antimicrobial tolerance profiles of the bioform, as well as the effects of antibodies from vaccinated animals on the bioform formation of Haemophilus somni. And so I also just want to end off my talk with a special case that illustrates why collaboration and curiosity-driven investigation are so valuable. In the words of Dr. Collins from yesterday, I'd like to tread boldly. An isolate from an outbreak in lambs that was originally suspected to be Haemophilus somni was sent to us. And the affected lambs were around 2 months old, in good condition, and they were kept under extensive conditions. And they showed respiratory signs of illness, followed by per-acute death. The mortalities was around 10%. Because we are already investigating Haemophilus somni as part of this project, we also decided to include this isolate in
a sequencing run that we did using our in-house sequencer that we have at Design Biologics. And unexpectedly, the sequencing data indicated that this organism was in fact not Histophilus somni, and that it belonged to a species known as Francisella tularensis. And what made this surprising was that we did not expect this type of organism in a case like this. And this Francisella is predominantly found in the Northern Hemisphere, sporadically in parts of North Africa, as well as the US, Europe, and Asia. And the key point of the story is not the organism itself. Dr. Collins yesterday mentioned the importance of the field work that veterinarians do and seeing these cases firsthand. And he also mentioned that thorough research demands a lot of your time and resources. And that is why collaboration is so important. Similarly, in this case, without the collaboration between the veterinarian, the diagnostic laboratory, and our company, this case could have been dismissed as a regular Histophilus somni case. However, even though this finding is the product of research serendipity, it also highlights the broader value of investigating strains more deeply. We do not only improve our ability to understand these organisms, but we also improve our ability to detect emerging or under-recognized pathogens in our country. And what I want to emphasize is Design Biologics is not only a vaccine manufacturer. We are at the forefront of cutting-edge research that supports evidence-based, locally relevant vaccine refinement and product development. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Ida Glover from Octavocene and Dr. Marika Hinton from Vet Diagnostics for their collaboration on this case. And also want to end off with acknowledging Coronel, our CEO, and Design Biologics, and thanking them for sponsoring me in this project. My supervisors, Dr. Angela Bass, Dr. Peter Kutsia, and Prof. Corin Keddy, for their continued support and guidance. I'm learning so much. Our R&D team at Design Biologics, it's really a special group of people that I get to work with. Dr. Evan Duprier, thank you so much for your help with samples and all your knowledge that you share with me. And as well as Dr. Marika Hinton and the staff of Vet Diagnostics and the staff at the Department of UP's Veterinary Tropical Diseases, their diagnostic labs for the isolates that they've sent me. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions, Bhushanari? I've one while everybody is thinking. You said commensals in the lower respiratory tract, lactobacillus or lacto something, right? Like is that like into the lungs? We get commensals in the lungs?
Not in the lungs, it's just the lower respiratory tract, yes.
Okay. There was another question.
Yeah, this is very hypothetical because I don't expect you were around 180 million years ago when we all know Gondwana land broke up. But it just is worth wondering whether these organisms like Histophilus somni were there and they developed into the different genotypes and what have you, or if it's just been since mankind was stranded on the different parts of Gondwana land, the different continents now, that these developments have occurred. Do you get my drift?
Yes, thank you very much, Doc, for the question. I think it's these changes that we see in these bacteria and organisms in general, it's usually in response to selective pressures. So you have natural variation in a species and certain strains with traits that help them to survive in a specific environment, they survive and proliferate. So it's the whole process of natural selection, I would say. I don't know if that answers your question. I think that
Yeah, it does. It just gives me a chance to boast. My great uncle was with Robert Falcon Scott in his first expedition to Antarctica. He was the geologist there, and his findings proved once and for all that Gondwana land did exist.
okay.
I'll give my signature afterwards, Jenny.
I'll definitely make a turn by you afterwards, Doc. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Starbuck?
Yes.
Chandri, just wait a moment there. Just to end off, yeah, we have design that have developed over the last 30 years, local solutions for problems in the field. One of the reasons I said last night at the AGM, why we do the disease reporting is to understand disease patterns. But I would really, any vet that have problems with Histophilis, and I was trying to get samples out there. Chandri were happy with me because the vets didn't react. We only got samples from the feedlots and intensive units. So just remember that work is going on.
Yeah.
I will, any vet that have reproductive problems, respiratory, cardio, what type, and you think it's that, they're not a diagnostic lab, but they will take it a lot further in all of the factors that they support investigating. So just remember that this work is going on. There is the potential for you to send samples into that.
Thank you very much, Doc. Yes, yeah, I'm definitely still available for samples. Thank you.
Now's the time. Oom Eben het my geleer as dit koud en nat is. Kyk vir Histophilis.
I just want to make a comment. When you do pregnancy tests, you seldom get 100% on a herd basis. So why does the 10%, if you get 90%, why does 10% not conceive? Isn't it possible that Histophilis is in there and it kills off the semen, or the conditions are not right for becoming pregnant?
Thank you, Doc. Yes, Histophilis has also been shown to, or it's associated with cases of infertility. They have reported that in the literature. However, I think that's more related to the bulls in their in the semen samples, especially where Histophilis was isolated. But it's definitely something to look into for the females. I think because Histophilis adheres to the endothelial and epithelial cells, it definitely could create a hostile environment for conception. Yes, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, nou kan jy gaan.
Dankie.
Kate Meyer, where are you? So Kate's going to introduce our next speaker. She's from Verbeck, and they are one of the platinum sponsors. Thank you, Kate.
Hi, everybody. Just adjust this. Before I do my intro, I just want to announce that the winner of the Eco Cooler Box is Dr. Janina van Platberg Dieregesondheid. So if you can come and collect your cooler box at the Verbeck stand at lunchtime. Thanks very much. So good morning, delegates. So recognizing the importance of trace mineral optimization in fertility, it was certainly very fitting for Verbeck to sponsor our next speaker. And we would like to thank the RuVASA Congress Committee for giving us this opportunity. Before I introduce the next speaker, I'd like to make you aware of an article, which will be, there we go, an article which is CPD accredited and entitled The Effect of Multimin on Bovine Andrology and Embryology. So you can access the questionnaires related to this article by scanning the QR code visible on the screen. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Peter Satowski, who earned his degree, his PhD degree from the Czech Academy of Sciences in 1994. He was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and a staff scientist at the Oregon Health Science University, Portland, Oregon. Before his 2001 faculty appointment at the University of Missouri-Columbia, where he currently holds a professorship of animal science, obstetrics, gynecology, and women's health. He is recognized for his studies of mammalian gametogenesis, fertilization, and embryo development, with emphasis on the gametic and zygotic ubiquitin proteasome system, or UPS. He was first to describe the UPS, the role of UPS in the regulation of mitochondrial inheritance, and introduced the concept of extracellular UPS in its role in sperm maturation and fertilization. In his career, Peter received numerous national and international awards and honors, including an honorary doctoral degree, 7 honorary professorships, and membership in the National Academy of Inventors. He is an elected fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and distinguished fellow for the Society for the Study of Reproduction. He has an extensive record of publications, citations, patents, grants awards, and senior level editorial appointments. His most recent work focuses on biomarker-based flow cytometric semen analysis, semen nanopurification, sperm genome to phenome research, and sperm capacitation studies aimed at improving conception rates in livestock and assistance reproductive therapy in humans. Can we welcome Professor Sutovsky?
Thank you very much, very kindly. Good morning. I think I can say that because where I come from, it's just past 4 a.m. So is there a clicker here? Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. Let me make sure it works. Yes, it does. So thank you all for being here. And it's truly a pleasure and an honor. And I have many thanks to give in addition to Kate for that wonderful introduction and Verbac for sponsoring my talk, as well as to all other sponsors. Thank you, RuVASA, for this privilege to speak at your terrific conference. Thank you, Professor Dietmar Holm, for nominating me as a speaker. Thanks to VetLink team, Kayleen and all others, Madeline, Kaylee, and whole VetLink team for organizing such a beautiful conference, thinking of literally every little detail. Thank you all for being here, and also it's an honor to share the stage with a number of distinguished speakers. And speaking of that, I have a message. If you see Joe Leroy, please let him know that oocyte is only number 2 most beautiful cell. That the most beautiful cell has a sperm tail. Thank you, thank you. And of course, I want to acknowledge the founders of my research, my lab, and literally an army of collaborators, including Dietmar, as well as John Solly and Lisa Duplessis at the University of Pretoria, who have been doing wonderful, wonderful work. And my lab has been established at the University of Missouri 25 years ago. We work mainly on livestock species, bull and boar, but also work on human male infertility. And the motto of the lab is, if it makes sperm, we will look at it. So we've done everything from Drosophila all the way to humans. And during my first visit to your beautiful country in 2019, I know this coincided with your new normal, but I had nothing to do with that, I promise. And so we actually started working on ostrich. That work has been published. And at that time, we actually also learned that the device used to collect ostrich semen is so big that 2 beautiful ladies can actually hitch a ride on it. And so my first talk will basically set up the premises for what I will talk about tomorrow. So I'm going to essentially start by by an overview of andrology, talk about spermatogenesis, sperm structure, fertilization, and spend maybe one slide talking about the impacts of sperm defects. And then I will review specific types of sperm defects and their origin. So as you know, andrology is the science of male health, and in our understanding, it's more focused on male reproductive health. So the fertility is defined as ability to reproduce, and I guess I don't need to define infertility. The slide is actually inspired by a joke about males of advanced reproductive age. In those cases, when the spermatozoa get an opportunity to leave the body, the joke is that they leave it single file. So that basically is called a sperm count, and of course we low sperm count, and of course we encounter that in livestock species as well, and essentially among many factors affecting fertility in livestock is reproductive management, as we already heard a lot about it, and also more and more genomic selection, which does not necessarily put emphasis on reproductive trait and might even in some cases be counterproductive. And that's because we are really disseminating, no pun intended, a really small number of genomes from those few elite sires that are then used to inseminate thousands of females. So we are really narrowing down in the gene pool to some extent because we want to obtain as much sperm as possible from those sires of desirable genotypes with high production value traits. And that brings up plenty of problems. And basically, our belief is that we can improve on herd fertility, improve on the quality of artificial insemination dose through the use of advanced technologies. And what I work on specifically is the new technologies for semen analysis, semen processing, and even semen purification and semen storage. Also, I want to bring up to our attention a trend that has been set a few years ago, essentially in human infertility. And the idea is that essentially sperm analysis, the spermogram can serve sort of as a reflection of general somatic health. And there is already evidence for that in the human infertility field, but I believe that also is relevant to this audience, is relevant to ruminants and other food animal species. So the spermatozoa are made in the testes, and the daily output is enormous. So of course, there's a lot of room for defects, and the defects do happen. Furthermore, after being released from the testis through spermiation, the spermatozoa then have to pass through the epididymis. That it takes about 10 days in bull. And at this time, spermatozoa mature and actually acquire the potential, not yet the ability, but the potential to be able to fertilize an egg. So at ejaculation, another important event happens, and that's essentially intermixing of spermatozoa with seminal plasma. And seminal plasma contains many important components that are energy sources, also sources of useful ions and proteins. And I want to emphasize that some of these proteins actually bind to the sperm surface at ejaculation and stay there. Most of the seminal plasma is eventually washed off during passage or before or during passage through the cervix, but these proteins called binder of sperm proteins actually stay on, and they are helpful, essentially helping spermatozoa interact with the oviduct as well as interact with the egg if the spermatozoon does reach the egg. Also, the seminal plasma has immunosuppressive properties and also can neutralize alkaline pH at the site of semen deposition. So once the semen is deposited, it essentially has to climb its way to the top, to the fertilization site, and that's sort of similar to the conquest of a mountain by mountaineers. So they have to go through a number of camps, and at each camp there is very significant attrition. the same happens to spermatozoa. They have to go through cervix, uterus, uterotubal junction, and then finally get near the oviductal isthmus, the site of fertilization. Here, those few lucky ones kind of settle down. That's the summit camp, if you will, of fertilization process. They settle down here for a while. They bind by their heads to the surface of the oviductal epithelium, and they establish what we call oviductal sperm reservoir. They slow down their metabolism and their motility, and they essentially wait for ovulation signal. And at that time, they become capacitated and hyperactivated, increase their motility, and they essentially try to reach the egg and fertilize the egg. So let me now review the sperm structure. You all know that it's made of the head and tail, and they are connected together by what we do not want to call neck, but connecting piece. On the head, we have three parts. We have the acrosomal region, equatorial segment, and postacrosomal sheet. On the tail, we have midpiece with spermitochondria, principal piece that is covered by a structure called fibrous sheet, and a small end piece. Spermatozoa are produced from spermatogenic stem cells that differentiate into spermatogonia, undergo 2 rounds of meiosis as spermatocytes, and then become haploid spermatids that then undergo the final differentiation process. There are 12 stages of this process recognized in the bovine species, depicted briefly here. And important for my talk today is the spermiogenesis part of spermatogenesis. This is the postmeiotic phase, haploid phase, and this is when the sperm structures are actually formed. They first start forming the acrosome. That's called the Golgi phase. Formation of the acrosomal cap. Manchette, that I will talk about a little bit more, helps then shaping the sperm head, making it small and compact, conducive to progressive motility. And then the axoneme, the base of the tail or flagellum, is formed, and finally elongation ends when the flagellum is fully formed. So this process has 14 distinct, morphologically distinct steps in a domestic bull. And here it is again broken down. So what essentially that round cell needs to accomplish is to become a spermatozoon. A round spermatid is still very much somatic cell-like. It is haploid, yes, but its DNA is still packed by histone proteins, histones, and its nucleus is large, mitochondria are scattered, and therefore, essentially, this cell has to differentiate. It has to form new accessory structures such as acrosome, perinucleotica, compact nucleus, and then flagellum with the axoneme inside it. There are also remodeling events. So mitochondria have to be reorganized, remodeled into mitochondrial sheet, and the centrosome, the microtubule cytoskeleton organizing center that is commonly found in somatic cells and is still present in the round spermatid, has to be reduced actually to a single small structure called the centriole. This will become so-called proximal centriole of the fully differentiated spermatozoon. So in this process, many proteins and structures have to be removed. So the process requires the participation of Golgi producing new proteins, but also lysosomes and proteasomal system, ubiquitin proteasome system that essentially recycles the proteins that are no longer needed by the spermatid. And this is how we essentially turn a spermatid into a spermatozoon. So let me now review the sperm structure in more detail. We're gonna play a little game. So I'm gonna build a sperm cell. And we'll start from the inside with the nucleus, which is compact and hypercondensed. and it has nuclear envelope on it, albeit a reduced one. And it is surrounded by a strong, rigid capsule of highly amalgamated and cross-linked protein called the perinuclear theca. And just like the sperm head itself, perinuclear theca has the subacrosomal region, the equatorial segment region, and then the postacrosomal sheet. I will talk about that later. Then sitting on it is the acrosome, which has matrix that is sandwiched between the inner and outer acrosomal membrane. And of course, there is very little cytoplasm, so the plasma membrane of the cell literally sits on top of the acrosome and the top of the perinuclear theca in the distal part of the sperm head. So the sperm tail is attached to implantation fossa where the basal plate is located. I already mentioned the single centriole there, the proximal centriole. So this is now inactive. This will have a role in fertilization later on. And this is surrounded by sort of a cage called striated columns, and this is firm, but this can be disassembled quickly after fertilization to release the centriole. Now, distally, we have the axone made of microtubules that are paralleled by outer dense fibers that run the length of the flagellum. And then, there you go, there is the outer dense fibers, or ODF. And then we have a helix of mitochondria organized into mitochondrial sheet, and it's held together by sort of a protein cement. Sometimes the structure is referred to as mitochondrial capsule. That's in the mid piece of the tail. The principal piece is then surrounded by fibrous sheet, which has two columns that are then sort of cross-linked by these distinct ribs on both sides, if you can imagine this in 3 dimensions. So what happens during fertilization? The spermatozoa are attracted to the egg by chemoattractants, progesterone being a favorite right now, favorite candidate. The spermatozoa binds to zona pellucida through its acrosomal surface, undergoes acrosomal exocytosis. Essentially, this activates the enzymes that help to digest fertilization slit in the zona pellucida in the egg coat. And upon passing through the egg coat, there you go, upon passing the egg coat, now the spermatozoa without the outer part of the acrosome reaches the perivitellin space, binds to the oolemma, which is the egg plasma membrane. Now the two of them fuse. Initially, this fusion occurs at the equatorial segment and then kind of spills further down to postacrosomal sheet. And at this time, the perinuclear theca starts to dissolve and release proteins that we call the SOFs, the sperm-borne oocyte activating factors. And this activates essentially oocyte meiosis. Oocyte is arrested in most mammals at the metaphase of second meiosis. And so this will also induce exocytosis of cortical granule and zona hardening. Those are mechanisms that assure that there is no polyspermic fertilization, which in mammals would be embryolethal. So that's anti-polyspermy defense. Now, the oocyte being activated, the spermatozoa being incorporated. Now the tail is excised from the head, and the oocyte will finish its meiosis. Now we have two truly haploid genomes, the maternal one and the paternal one, and they become the respective pronuclei, maternal and paternal pronuclei. The sperm tail now releases that centriole, which becomes functional, becomes a zygotic centrosome, which organizes microtubules into a star-shaped arrangement called the spermaster, and that then reaches out for the maternal pronucleus and brings those two pronuclei into pronuclear position. And at this time, the other parts of the sperm tail are no longer needed, so they are degraded, and the zygotic centrosome duplicates, and this will give rise eventually to the first mitotic spindle, which is then necessary for embryo cleavage. So what could go wrong? What are the origins of sperm defects? Again, going back to my cartoon, we start with the sperm nucleus. Of course, if the removal of histones and their replacement is not completed, we talk about abnormal predomination, and that can result in in a very large nuclei that are not conducive to motility, but also other type of defect that can appear is nuclear vacuoles, in which the histones might actually be retained, and that may have an impact on the development of paternal pronucleus. Acrosome, once again, important for sperm oviduct and sperm egg interactions, as well as for sperm egg coat penetration. So the acrosome can be malformed and can therefore hinder all of these interactions with the oviduct and with the egg with the egg coat. Also going to perinuclear theca, particularly in the postacrosomal sheet and equatorial segment. Defects in perinuclear theca, such as craters or diadem defects, might affect the quality of oocyte activating factors that are to be released, and might actually also have an effect on their presence and their release. So that may affect fertilization down the road. Now, with the mitochondria, we can have abnormal assembly, incomplete assembly of the mitochondrial sheet, and that, of course, will have an effect on energy production, ATP being produced here by the mitochondria is, of course, necessary for sperm motility. And then going distally, defects in the centriolar part may actually lead to extreme types of sperm defects, such as defects that have either incompletely assembled tail or even absent tail, the stump tail defect, as well as abnormal alignment of the head with the tail, which can actually affect motility. And then defects in the fibrous sheet. This is another source of ATP instead of oxidative phosphorylation that occurs in mitochondria. Here, the fibrous sheet produces ATP by glycolysis, so that can then result, defects there can result in abnormally short tails. Sometimes even the tails are normal, but there is a lack of motility, astenospermia. And so here is the illustration of the stump tail defect. So beyond their direct effect on conception rate, on fertilization conception rate in artificial insemination programs, we are also looking at paternal effects on pregnancy sustenance, pregnancy retention. And that work is possible because of my collaboration with Ericles Nogueira in Brazil. They have a very large cattle herd nationally, and they have just tremendously large and detailed database records of artificial insemination services. So in addition to recognizing sires used in AI as having acceptable or low conception rates, we are now able to actually recognize sires that make contributions to either pregnancy retention or pregnancy loss. And that, of course, is a major problem. The loss during the first month of pregnancy accounts for the majority of losses in cattle industry. Now, talking about sperm morphology, I'm going to focus on the defects that we call non-compensable defects. And these are often heritable. So sires can actually carry alleles that are deleterious and can result in these types of defects. And these defects cannot be compensated by adding more spermatozoa to insemination dose. That's why they're called non-compensable. So using 2 million of sperm instead of 1 or whatnot, well, sorry, I'm talking about IVF, but using, let's say, 20 million doses or 30 million doses instead of 20 million doses would not help a bull with non-compensable abnormalities. So if anyone wants to know more about sperm abnormalities, this is the best resource. Wonderful book from 1989 written by Albert Barth and Richard Ocko. I'm honored to be their collaborator for many years. And of course, this book went out of print a long time ago and became sort of a cult item and collector item. It has been offered on eBay for as much as $800. Fortunately, this gentleman invited me to make a minor contribution to a new edition. It only took 35 years, but the book is back and better than ever with a lot of new updates. So we now have the new edition, and I highly recommend that. I do not get any royalties. So, and so this book now provides a lot of detail on various types of sperm abnormalities and on their origins, and I will use some of that information here. So, of course, the worst case scenario is teratospermia, very poor sperm morphology. This is the proverbial perfect storm where you have low motility, you have often low counts, and you have very few spermatozoa with normal morphology. It almost looks like some jokester sent a human sperm sample to veterinary clinic. And I know there are some people in this audience who are prone to pulling those kind of pranks. So anyway, let's look at specific defects. And when we want to start talking about sperm head defects, we should briefly revisit spermiogenesis. So what happens during spermiogenesis is that that round nucleus with nuclear envelope that still communicates with the cytoplasm through nuclear pores essentially has to be reduced to that tiny compact sperm nucleus. And so nuclear envelope stays, but the nuclear pore complexes are being removed. The cytoplasm starts to polarize, forming the cytoplasmic lobe, and then the sperm nucleus also is essentially supplied with proteins called prudamines. This happens when the histones are removed, supplanted by transition proteins, and finally prudamines come in. And we call this event sperm pertamination. So it can be complete or incomplete, and that can have effect on the size of the nucleus, packaging of the DNA, and of course, if it's not complete, it is associated with reduced fertility. So the acrosome is derived from Golgi complex. It starts as a small granule, and it is, of course, important for sperm interactions with oviductal sperm reservoir and sperm interactions with the egg codes on the pellucida. And it goes hand in hand with perinuclear theca. The acrosome on top starts as a granule that originates from Golgi, and initially it is not attached to the nucleus. That only happens when the subacrosomal perinuclear theca starts to be deposited. So that's where the attachment occurs, and then the granule then starts to stretch, forming essentially acrosomal cap, and finally the acrosome. Now, important function, once again, is attributed to the microtubules, which are the largest in diameter cytoskeletal element. Among the three cytoskeletal elements, microtubules, intermediate filaments, and microfilaments are the thinnest one. So at a specific point during spermatid elongation, these microtubules organize what we call a cord, a manchette, that is attached to the nucleus, to the equatorial segment of the future sperm nucleus. And this sort of provides sort of like tracks on a railroad to shuttle proteins that are being still synthesized here in the cytoplasmic lobe towards the sperm head. This helps with shaping of the head and also with the deposition of the perinuclear theca. So here you can see it. This is actually a mouse. We don't shy away from rodents either. And microtubules of the manchette are shown here in red color, so you can appreciate how microtubules organize into this transient structure that actually depolymerizes, essentially disappears before the spermiogenesis is completed. So prominent defects of the acrosome include ruffled acrosome. Sometimes that can actually result even from sperm handling, particularly cryopreservation. So it's not necessarily non-compensable. That this could be compensable defect, but more serious is the knobbed acrosome, either inward or protruding knobbed acrosome, and this is considered to be non-compensable. Going to equatorial segment and perinuclear theca, the crater defect, as I already mentioned, may have an effect on the sperm ability to activate the egg at the final steps of fertilization. Also, we can have abnormally large or abnormally small sperm head micro and macrocephalic defects, and we can also have tapered or pariform pear-shaped defect. Here they are. And there's some discussion whether or not this can be compensated for. It probably depends on what the percentage of cells in a sample is. So here are the small and large heads. And another type of non-compensable defect is the nuclear crest. Essentially, the nucleus is, if you imagine it being flat, is folded over. And here are the nuclear vacuoles. Tomorrow I will talk about some mutations that we have identified in bulls with a high percentage of nuclear vacuoles that once again can have a bearing on sperm movement, and then also bearing on the formation of the paternal pernucleus if the spermatozoa fertilize. An extreme type of defect is the round-headed sperm syndrome or globosomia. This is more common in humans, but you can see bull spermatozoa with very tiny sperm heads, and this typically is associated with the absence of acrosome and with the absence of pernucleotheca. So this is completely sterilized in effect if it's 100%. And the only remedy for that is intracytoplasmic sperm injection and artificial oocyte activation. So let's move on to tail. I think I still have 11 minutes. So hopefully enough for the tail end of my tale of my story. So the tail has a specific programming. The tail essentially starts to form from that centriole, and then the axoneme forms. The problems with formation of the connecting piece. Pardon me. Let me get back. The problems with the head-tail connection include the accessory tails when you have actually two tails formed, and the abaxial eccentric tail attachment. These spermatozoa with abaxial tails can be motile, but their motility may not be normal. Moving distally towards principal piece of the tail and fibrous sheet, one of the well-described defects already described in 1968 by a Swedish scientist and named after a Swedish bull named Dag, is the Dag defect, and this is essentially curled principal piece. And that, of course, means there is asthenospermia, there is no motility, and again, that's a non-compensable and sterilizing defect. Then there is a class of sperm defects that are essentially associated with the axoneme. So once again, microtubules are important here, and the axoneme on a cross section is essentially made of nine doublets of microtubules in a central pair. We call this arrangement 9+2. 9 doublets and a central pair of microtubules, and they are interconnected by motor proteins called the dyneins, forming two dynein arms. And these adjacent interconnected pairs of microtubules actually kind of walk on each other or slide on each other. In the digital era, I still use some analog props in my classes, so I brought one with me. And so if you can imagine what that walking or what that sliding does, if you imagine this being two doublets next to each other, interconnected by dynein, essentially it does this. It slides, moves the tail. So that's simply put how that works, and that of course is also prone to defects, and one that has been well characterized in humans and has also some relevant mutations in bulls is called the dyskinesia, and that essentially causes immotility. It's heritable. It's associated with mutations in genes that are encoding those dynein proteins, those motor proteins that essentially allow the microtubules to slide. And then sometimes this may also be associated with the absence of or abnormality of fibrous sheet, which is called the fibrous sheet dysplasia. And moving on, let's take a look at the mitochondrial sheet. Once again, it produces ATP as a source of energy, and it is organized into a helix. Initially, the spermatid mitochondria are just scattered in the spermatid cytoplasm in the lobe. So the manchet helps to bring them to the developing flagellum and organize them into that tightly packed helix. When this process failed, we observe the mitochondrial sheet aplasia. You see essentially absence of entire segments of the mitochondrial helix. Once again, this is not compensable, and this will essentially contribute to reduced sperm motility and possibly can be sterilizing. So we have been working on specific mutations in bulls that are associated with the mitochondrial defects. So we have just a couple of examples. I may talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Being an enophile, this is my favorite defect. It's the corkscrew defect. So it's a sort of extreme defect in the mitochondrial sheet, and the whole flagellum is essentially malformed, I should say. And so going distally again, fibrous sheet defects may affect sperm motility. Even if the fibrous sheet is there, it may not be able to produce ATP through glycolysis properly. One extreme type of defect is already mentioned dysplasia of the fibrous sheet, and that has been associated with mutations in genes that encode protein kinase binding proteins that essentially keep protein kinases in the fibrous sheet called ACAP, A kinase associated proteins. And there's more work on that in humans than in bulls, but there's some genomic work being done on bull defects too. So here we have the stump tail syndrome in bulls, and that again is possibly heritable and definitely not compensable defect. And we've been working also on mutations in specific genes that are associated with this extreme type of defects. So basically just a summary of various types of defects and how they can arise during spermatid differentiation: acrosome nucleus, connecting piece, mitochondrial sheet, fibrous sheet, axonal microtubules, all those are sources of sperm defect. I just very briefly towards the end want to mention the defects that arise from the epididymis. Epididymis is important for sperm maturation, which is a complete structural and molecular remodeling of the sperm structures that were generated during spermiogenesis. And one hallmark of this process is the removal of the last remnant of the cytoplasm, called the cytoplasmic droplet, that essentially slides down the tail and then pinches off during epididymal passage. And this is what that looks like on a cross-section in electron microscope. And this modification essentially may fail, and it does affect fertility in bulls, boars, and other species. And the one that is more harmful appears to be the proximal droplet, which did not even slide down to distal position on the midpiece. So that's the PCD. The DCD is the distal droplet, and that might be compensable. Proximal droplet may be more of a problem, but even the distal droplet can become a major problem, causing a lack of motility, because sometimes the tail will just flex around that distal droplet, forming the distal reflex, and that, of course, interferes with any potential for motility. So, in conclusion of this part one of my talk, I want to emphasize that the defects in bull spermatozoa can be of testicular origin, epidermal origin, also seminal plasma origin if we don't have proper composition of seminal plasma. And they can be genetic mutations. They can also be epigenetic. There are nutritional and environmental contributions to sperm defects. And they have direct effect on all events of gamete transport in the female reproductive tract and also fertilization, but also they have long-term effects. They may have, some of them may have long-term effects actually after even successful fertilization. They may lead to abnormal prenuclear development, even abnormal activation of the zygotic genome, embryonic genome activation, and that essentially after successful fertilization may lead to pregnancy loss. So we have to pay attention to those paternal contributions. So tomorrow I will talk some more about these defects, and we will look at specific biomarkers that are associated with various types of defects. So I hope I did not discourage you too much, and I will still see you tomorrow morning. Don't party too hard, please. And I'm definitely looking forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
We might have time for one or two questions if there's a burning question from the audience. There's one, there's two. Now we're moving on to three.
Okay.
Yeah,
Please,
thanks.
go ahead.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's always just confusing what the distal tail, a DAG-like or cold shock or coiled, distal piece. How do you differentiate, between that? And also, in the middle, sometimes they say a DAG must go through the head and the other one doesn't, or
Yeah, basically, hypoosmotic test would be an easy way to differentiate. The spermatozoa that have straight tails will coil if you expose them to hypoosmotic environment. So that might be the easiest way to essentially distinguish that. So the DAG spermatozoa already would be curled and would not react to it. I think typically the DAG defect will have close to 100% of that abnormality. That's by itself is good indication. But as you mentioned, cold shock may contribute to it, various things, yeah. Also, some environmental impacts, like with heat stress, you might see coiled tails that are not the genetic DAG defect. They are caused by increased scrotal temperature, and this typically goes away after the environmental temperatures are normal. So it takes a couple months, of course, because of the length of the spermatogenic cycle. Thank you.
Where's the microphones? We've got two questions here in the front. And then we're only going to take those two, and then we have to carry on.
Peter, for clarification, I think you, if I understood you correctly, you said that any mitochondrial defect, and I mean, there are different kinds that you showed us there, but all of them are non-compensable. Did I understand that correctly?
I think in terms of mitochondrial defects that are morphologically visible, of course, there are mitochondrial defects that are not visible. That's where the biomarkers come in. So I don't know if those are compensable or not. That may be, case specific. But if you have a high percentage of spermatozoa with aplasias, that may not be compensable. If you have maybe less than 20%, probably is. Yeah.
Okay, so it depends on how many you can see.
Yes,
Let's say we
yes.
just have light microscopy as
Yeah.
a tool. If you see a small percentage, then that could still be compensable.
Yes, it could still be compensable. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I want to get your comment on the membrane damage and the percentage of viability for that sperm cell, because where I come from, we pretty much do the using negrosin stain in the field to get the viability, but it get a bit confusing if the average motility is still fine, but then the percentage damage on the membrane is quite high. And I've seen with the cytometer that you can actually differentiate between the dead and the metabolically active cells. So what is your comment, just as a general practical view as a vet in the field? Thank you.
Well, the plasma membrane, I think the most obvious defect caused by that will be to the acrosome. So you might see ruffling damage to the acrosome, and there are flow cytometric technique, of course, to examine acrosomal damage, but also there are fluorescent dyes that we can use for plasma membrane integrity. So we can actually check that by flow cytometry. I don't know. Did I answer the question? Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much.
Professor Peter is having, there's more talks tomorrow. So if you've got questions that you think of in the meantime, ask them tomorrow and give another session chair trouble with their time instead of me. I'm going to introduce our next speaker immediately. Caitlin de Vos. She's an animal scientist with a master's degree in animal nutrition from the University of Pretoria. As ruminant and silage development manager at Vitam International, she supports livestock producers across sub-Saharan Africa with practical science-based nutrition solutions. Her expertise includes rumen efficiency, silage quality, mycotoxin management, and gut health. As a respected industry speaker and contributor to agricultural media, Caitlin is passionate about helping producers improve the sustainability and profitability of their operations through applied nutritional science. And today she's going to talk to us about mycotoxin-driven immunosuppression. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. And I just want to thank the RuVASA Program Committee for inviting me to come and speak about a topic that I'm very passionate about. So I realized in the purpose of trying to save time, because I only have 10 minutes, I assumed that the audience knows what mycotoxins are. And you know what they say about assumptions. So just to clarify, mycotoxins are toxic secondary metabolites that are produced by certain fungal species or, oh, I haven't even, sorry, let's just move ahead here. There we go. Certain fungal species called fungi imperfecti or molds. And a lot of these fungi commonly colonize our agricultural crops and commodities. So our animals are actually exposed to these toxic metabolites. And I'm very passionate about this subject. I could spend hours unpacking, but today I'm going straight into the reality with what we're dealing with in field. And I think more and more we're all seeing herds where illness just doesn't behave as we expect. Protocols are correct, vaccines are correct, we're treating them as we've been taught how to, but the outcomes aren't what we expect. And what the research is now showing us is that subclinical mycotoxin exposure actually quietly compromises the immunity and the disease resilience of our cattle. And that's what I want to unpack a little bit more today. So what are we dealing with when we deal with mycotoxins? And I always like to use the iceberg analogy. The tip of the iceberg is acute visible mycotoxicosis. So this is when you have high contamination, clinical symptoms, but it's rare under farm conditions, but it's easy to spot, it's easy to diagnose. The big challenge is what lies hidden under the water, which is subacute mycotoxicosis. So this is what we get with chronic exposure to multiple mycotoxins. And the challenge is the symptoms are vague, non-specific, and multi-systemic. Often what we see is recurrent disease with no obvious pathogen or explanation. And the problem is that this subclinical mycotoxicosis is costing our industry millions, but we don't even realize it. We underestimate it. So very briefly, I just wanted to highlight the risk that our animals are actually facing. So this is just some of the research that has been done, mycotoxin surveys across different countries, but a huge challenge that we are facing is co-exposure, co-contamination. So that is when we are feeding a feed that is contaminated with multiple mycotoxins. The problem with this is that we now know that when you have multiple mycotoxins present, they actually have often an additive or synergistic effect, having a more toxic effect than what one mycotoxin on its own would actually bring about in our animal. And if you have a look at the data, and I don't know where my pointer is, I'm hoping this, there we go. There's the pointer. You can see in the global multi-country survey, 64% of animal feed was co-contaminated. In South Africa, 66% of our dairy, cattle feed and forages are co-contaminated. And across all our compound feeds for livestock in South Africa, 98.9%. So this is the reality of what we're dealing with. We then also see combinations of certain mycotoxins. Globally, most commonly, we see deoxynivalenol, fumonisin, and Zea being present together. And we see quite a similar pattern in South Africa. In the dairy cattle, we see donfumonisin and a new emerging mycotoxin, anitin B, frequently together. And then just to show you the other challenge, and this is from our database, is that when these mycotoxins are present, particularly DON and Zea, they are actually present at high risk levels. So we have a real challenge here. So the diet's contaminated with mycotoxins, so what? The rumen protects the rumen of cattle protects them from mycotoxins, right? Who believes this or has heard this? Raise your hand. No one. Okay, well that's good. One, I think. So yes, there is partial detoxification by the rumen, but one thing that's important to remember is different mycotoxins are going to be dealt with by the rumen differently. Some, like fumonisins, pass through relatively untransformed or degraded. Others, like Zea, actually become more toxic. The other thing is the rumen capacity is saturable. It's highly dependent on the diet, and challenges like subacute ruminal acidosis will actually increase mycotoxin toxicity and impair that ability for ruminants to degrade mycotoxins. Higher feed intakes, higher or faster passage rates are all factors that reduce the ruminant's ability to deal with mycotoxins. So the rumen is a conditional and limited defense. So it's important to realize that mycotoxins don't target one system, they hit multiple organ systems simultaneously. But the unifying target is the immune system, with mycotoxins being one of the most immunosuppressive factors coming from your feed. They all lead, or most of them lead, to immune depression, with deoxynivalenol and aflatoxins having the most immunotoxic effect. And the impact is going to depend on the toxins, the concentration, how long the animals are exposed, what's their baseline immunity. But what we are now seeing in ruminants is that mycotoxins induce oxidative stress, they modulate the immune response, they cause inflammation, and they increase susceptibility to disease. And what I just highlighted here in this table was, again, the science is showing us that it's an additive and synergistic way as well. And even short term, in finishing steers, for example, we're seeing immunotoxicity, liver dysfunction, systemic inflammation. So as you can see, there's a few ways that mycotoxins actually cause immune dysregulation. One is that they actually act on the whole immune defense system. So they act on our natural or innate immunity, but also on our acquired and adaptive immunity. So if we look on our innate immunity, they actually disrupt physical barriers, like the gut barrier, which I'll discuss in my next slide. But they also have a negative impact on your macrophages, on phagocytosis. So our first action against a pathogen is reduced. We see a disruption in your chemokines, your cytokines. So now our immune system isn't communicating as efficiently either. And then when we move to our acquired or adaptive immunity, we actually impair the ability of our animals to recognize a challenge that they have been exposed to previously and mount that immune response. And again, a lot of science coming out over the last few years just supporting the negative impact of mycotoxins on immunity. Now, one thing that's quite interesting that came out just a few years back was the concept of bidirectional immunotoxicity. So in this particular study, they looked at the impact of deoxynivalenol, aflatoxin B1, and ochratoxin A. And what they found is that mycotoxins can, yes, inhibit immunity, but they can also actually overstimulate your immune response and cause inflammation depending on the time of exposure. So typically when we have low dose or short-term exposure, we actually see inflammation. But when we have high dose or long-term exposure, you have immunosuppression in your animals. And I'm sorry I'm flying, but this clock is going very fast. Okay, so the gastrointestinal tract represents the primary interface between ingested mycotoxins and the animal. It plays a central role in immune regulation, with up to 70% of our immunity lying in our gut-associated lymphoid tissue. And really, the situation we have is, and we all know, the gut is just a single layer of cells. It's very susceptible to the negative impacts of mycotoxins, particularly your trichothecenes, so DON, valinol, T2, HT2, but also fumonisin, actually directly damage your epithelial cells. And as depicted here, you can see that that causes poor tight junctions, increased intestinal permeability, so leaky gut. And unfortunately, if we have leaky gut, what happens? Luminal antigens, endotoxins, pathogens can enter systemic circulation. And then we get a lot of low-grade inflammation and an immune system that is activated, sometimes unnecessarily as well, which has a huge energy drain. The other challenge is we have less cell proliferation, so the damage is not repaired. Less mucus production, so that makes it a lot easier for pathogens to actually colonize the gut. And it also makes it a little bit more tricky for us to have a nice commensal bacteria population in the gut. Alters cytokine production. It can even influence your IgA production in the gut. And then not depicted here is your microbiome. So mycotoxins can actually impact the microbiome in the gut. And we know that the microbiome in the gut can actually communicate with the microbiome in the lungs, in the mammary gland, in the brain. So we can actually have an impact on other organ systems. We are now realizing that, and I'm just going to go 2 minutes over time, sorry, but that mycotoxin-induced immunodysregulation has direct consequences on vaccination. What does effective vaccination need? It needs coordinated antigen presentation, lymphocyte activation, and antibody production, as depicted here. Mycotoxins can interfere with each one of those processes. And I'm going to be honest, the research in ruminants is still limited, as it often is when it comes to mycotoxins. But what we are seeing is inconsistent vaccine efficacy, breakthrough infections, reduced duration of immunity, lower titers. And one bit of research I could find was that aflatoxin exposure was correlated with higher mastitis and poor vaccine-induced antibody responses to Brucella abortus. There's also some interesting work coming out in swine, but this is an emerging field, but it's quite interesting. And then disease susceptibility. Mycotoxins will lower your threshold for disease. That's what it boils down to. An immune impairment is going to increase susceptibility to a broad range of infectious agents and reduces the ability of the animals to actually control any pathogens. So what we see, higher treatment rates, increased antimicrobial use, prolonged disease, and often just animals not responding well to veterinary treatments. In calves, they found that aflatoxin increased susceptibility to sugar toxin producing E. coli. And in work with cattle, they found that exposing cattle to multiple mycotoxins also led to increased colonization by 2 STECs, suggesting co-infection. The research is pointing that it makes animals more susceptible to viral infections, decreasing antibody titers, increasing viral replication, bacterial infections, and that's got a lot to do with altering our gut microbiota and giving a chance to those opportunistic pathogens, your E. coli, your salmonellas, your coccidiosis. In fact, in poultry, they've got work showing that mycotoxins increase coccidiosis. So how do you as veterinarians diagnose mycotoxin-driven problems? And the one thing is you need to use multi-factor diagnosis. In the field, look for patterns, not individual animals. Mycotoxins are going to influence your whole herd. Monitor immune-related indicators. So that is recurrent mastitis or elevated somatic cell counts without infection pressure, poor fertility, very early embryo losses, those resorptions, variable dry matter intakes, inconsistent manure. Those are the types of things you can look at. Then include mycotoxin risk assessment in herd investigations. Observe feedstuffs. Are they moldy? Are they spoiled in any way? Analyze feed for mycotoxins. And then you can also test for animal level markers, such as acute phase proteins, liver enzymes, white blood cell profiles, and your immunoglobulin A and G. And then just to wrap it up, the key thing I really want you to all take away from today is that mycotoxins modulate our immunity and our immune response. Co-contamination is the norm, so don't be surprised if you analyze feed and you don't think the levels of mycotoxins are that high. They are working together, often synergistically, to have a more toxic impact on that animal. Mycotoxins are going to reduce an animal's resistance to infectious diseases. They're going to reduce vaccine efficacy, and they are going to slow down the recovery process. Always take a risk-based approach. Like I just said, use or get involved with regular feed quality assessment, call on nutritionists, animal scientists, companies like Vitam to assist with monitoring mycotoxins in feed and interpreting what you do actually find in that feed. And then effective protection is non-negotiable. We are in high-pressure modern production systems. Our animals are constantly exposed to a cocktail of mycotoxins, and it's really important that you work with your clients to have risk management protocols in place, and then also encourage the proactive use of a mycotoxin binder. These mycotoxins aren't going anywhere. They're in our feed, our animals have to deal with them, let's protect them. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, the point I just really want you to all walk away with is mycotoxins don't need to cause acute mycotoxicosis to be a problem. They just need to reduce the immunity and the resilience of our herds. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. I'll give time for one question if there's a question. No questions? Okay. Thanks, Caitlin.
Thank you.
I asked ChatGPT now, I'm in dire straits. The audience is dipping, quarter of them are sleeping. We need a joke now. And it said, what's harder than pulling a calf? Pulling the farmer away from his own diagnosis. Professor Henson is our next speaker. Prof. Ande Henson is a registered herd health and production specialist and senior lecturer in production animal science at the University of Pretoria. Since joining the faculty in 2019, he has served as a clinician and line manager of the production animal clinic at the academic hospital, while contributing to undergraduate and postgraduate teaching. With more than 20 years experience in the feedlot industry, Dr. Henson has held leadership roles in veterinary practice, feedlot management, and the animal health and pharmaceutical sector. He's passionate about animal health and production and efficiency. Most of you know him, Dr. Henson. Without further ado, sorry, Professor Henson for you guys.
Thank you, Scott. And good afternoon to all the delegates. Thank you for attending this talk, where I will try to emphasize or put a new norm towards you that you can think about. I always come to congresses to get a new idea or to challenge my paradigm. And I try to get that today. So I'll be talking about antibiotic treatment with the end in mind. So when we think, what is that end? What is that end that we're thinking about? Then I would like to put it to you that we're thinking about treatment response. So when you designing or thinking about an antibiotic, the treatment response that you allow, I want to discuss durable cure. That's something that I personally like. And what does durable cure mean? That we only treat them once, so we don't want to get back. We don't want the client to phone us again. Yes, we treated, it looks better, but you need to come back. I don't want in the feedlot, they are cross with me if we have too many animals to get them back through the chute again. Time is the limiting factor. So I use the term pathogen-free. So surely that is not very scientific, but I think practically in your mind, think about that there's very limited or no pathogens left in that lungs. Is it possible? That is, and I think it's something that we need to keep in mind if we're talking about treatment response. I need to have the word resistance in there. That must be part of our thinking process of what we want to achieve. The way I'm tackling it today and what I put to you today is maybe something that we don't think about so much, but I think is very relevant. And then the post-treatment production. So we're all production veterinarians. And as in my introduction that Skarbot said, I'm very passionate about that because that's usually what pays my fees. That's what makes me valuable to a client, is the production that I give him back. Then in my last slide, you will see also that is relevant to that. I need to disclaim something before we start here. Those like me that's losing hair over years, very many years ago, Mike Apley was here at the LHPG Congress still those days. So he used a model for treatment, and with his permission, I'm allowed to use it today because I think it's very good. So that's my first disclaimer. My second one is I'm going to use at the end because I'm going to start off with the idea and thinking about antibiotic treatment. Then I'm going to give you some scientific to back that up. And then thirdly, there is some practical field experience. So where I want to show you that all that I'm talking through and that I'm putting to you, that you hopefully have something new norm to take home, that it actually works in the field. So for that, I need to use some drug names, and that's what's happened. That is what happened in the field, and that's what I'm not saying that the one is better than the other one. I'm not saying it's poor or whatever. I'm just saying that this is a difference that we're seeing, and it supports what I talked here with the end in mind. Right. To start off with, when we are challenged with a patient or a client phoning us, is what he sees or what we see in the feedlot, that's not what's representing what's happening in the lung. Okay, so there's a lot of research done with that as well, where they talk that actually only 30%, we can rely only 30% on what we see with our eyes of what's actually happening underneath the hood here. And I'm talking lungs specifically today. So we need to think more about this, and to support that, here's a lung. Hopefully you can have a look at it and see if you can see any pathology on there. Maybe Prof. Leon, he can maybe have a look and he sees something, but to me that looked quite normal. So when you took that lung, and that lung was an animal that was in a feedlot study, where we, in the pen, where it was outside there, it was identified as not being so sick. So it was only mildly sick. Even some question, do we need to treat it? Do we not need to treat it? Can we wait till tomorrow? And that's actually a lot of times what's happening in the field. Before the client phones you, or the people in the feedlots, they argue, should I take it? Should I not take it out? It's maybe a Friday or a Sunday. Well, let's not take it today. We only pull it tomorrow and we're going to treat it. But hopefully you can see here in the consolidated areas, there is none. There were no consolidated areas, so there was no pathogens involved there. But in those areas which I thought were quite normal, so we could still, Pasteurella multicida and Hemolytica could be identified. So in a lung that looks so clean, relative, there's still pathogens there. And that's where my term from pathogen-free comes from, and why we need to consider how the lungs look like, and that we actually behind the animal. So by the time we have a look at those animals, or we are called, or we treat them, there's way more pathogens in the lung than we think. So here's an obvious one. So here we can see there's a consolidated area. Otherwise, it looks quite fine, and it's the same lung from a different perspective. So here we can see, and we can appreciate that in the consolidated area, there's a lot of organisms. Once again, we have both Pasteurella multicida and Mannheimia in this lung. But the other areas which were not consolidated and grossly normal, we can see that there's a lot of microorganisms in there. So we have a problem. So definitely every time, and I want to say that we get called out or that we treat an animal in the feedlot, although we're doing the best educated people with a lot of experience, we roughly 3 days behind. Now that 3 days behind has been researched quite well. So because we are so behind in these cattle, because we never on the day when they get infected, that we on them and that we can use a certain antibiotic. So there was a lot of technology in this, and there's a lot of research done using technology. Kevin yesterday talked about what they do in the dairies, so in the feedlots, in the intensive beef area, they did the same. And there's multiple things, and all of them tell us that we're about 3 to 4 days behind. Okay, those lung infection, their cattle already have some problem, showing some symptoms which we struggle to see with our eyes, but they can actually identify. I'm just quickly going to refer to a few. So they started off with biometric ear tags. There's still commercially software that you can use to help with that. Infrared thermography, the rumen boluses with all their temperature and so forth. So it's all valid. All of them showing us that we're actually behind. Then computer vision, where they actually look at the posture of these animals. And then algorithms that are written according to that. So even to acoustic monitoring, where they monitor the sounds of these animals in the chute as they go to be processed and so forth. So all of them telling us, and we trying to get to that point of infection as close as possible. So there's a lot of research done in that, where the people look at that and that we improve getting there. So I want to keep that in mind, so that the bugs, whatever, and speakers before me has shown you how many bugs can be there in that lung, so that they actually have an advantage and that they are actually quicker than we are. So with that in mind, and choosing an antibiotic, we need to consider some of the attributes of these products that we're using. So this is just there that we just think a little bit on how quickly we're going to get out of the blocks. Time is of importance here. Time is of the essence. You are all aware that how bacteria grow, they grow logarithmically. So a half an hour, a day, 2 days plays an important role. So we already accomplished that we're behind those bacteria. They're already before us, meaning there's a lot of them in the lung. So which makes the next thing is our killing effect. How quickly are we killing them? And then obviously, once we have that animal in the chute and we injecting it with something, how quickly are we getting out of the blocks here? So just normal pharmacokinetics and dynamics, we are taught IV, subcut, IM. So all that stuff is important, and how quickly. So the next thing is, once we get up, we get over our minimum inhibitory concentration, how much of the product are we actually getting into the lung? So we're talking lung here. So there's different antibiotics, time dependent, concentration dependent. New antibiotics have the combination of that. So that's all things that we need to think of. How much are we getting there? And then for how long does it work? Because how long does it work? We need to come back. And you will see why I have this pharmacokinetic basic graph here, because that goes hand in hand with a treatment response. If you're looking about the treatment response, and that's the first new norm that we need to think about. So these things all play a role, and then we have also the detail. The pharmaceuticals should be able to give that to us, and then you can actually make a decision keeping that in mind. So here I come now to my basic treatment response, and this is just something that you can think about, and that's just a nice way, I think, to think about what's happening in that lung. So just to start off with, this is just a pathogen load, and it could be just one pathogen, could be multiple pathogens, so just as you like it. And then obviously as time goes by, and then there's a minimum level where we detect that disease. So I think I've established that we are 3 days behind, and obviously if we can detect it like the research is saying with new technology, it's a bit different, then that model is not so applicable. But let's say we don't have access to these modern, newer technologies. So when are we detecting this disease? When is that farmer calling us? Did he try something before? Is he actually calling you, or are you intervening at what stage? at what disease detection threshold. And so that definitely plays a role. So let's say it's a certain level and acceptable level. You've done the training. They know when an animal is sick. Okay. So I'm using this histogram. And let's take each of these ones is a day. So here we 3 days. So we're 4 days behind, 4 days behind. So we should have detected it at day 3. We missed it. So we're at day 4. This is our pathogen load. Those organisms have grown. So it is here where we make a decision. So here is what antibiotic we're going to use based on that pharmacokinetics and dynamics, time dependent, concentration dependent, time of action, time over MSC, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. So this is where this comes into play. So what happens after this? So what is our mental mode? Is it just a treatment response like in that animal is clinically looking better? Personally, I don't like that so much because I think I've shown you already that even though an animal looks quite normal, there's quite a lot of pathogens in there. So also research where they compare clinical signs or how the animals look like after treatment is not really such an accurate way, and that is supported by literature as well. So, well, we need to see what does it mean. And that's where I come from, and I say, let's look at durable cure. Durable cure is that pathogen-free in inverted comma. So if we treat in the treatment that we've chosen, so leads us to a destruction or minimizing or killing some of these bacteria, that's exactly what we want. But if you now, after 3 days, look at that 1, 2, 3 days, that animal looks better, that animal starts eating, that's it, end of story, we're in good shape, I've been successful, so, and we leave it. It might actually be that we still have some of the organisms that stay behind that are not totally killed. So depending on who is back here, if it's a combination of an infection, if it's a Pasteurella together with the Staphylococcus, are some resistance, others not. Whatever population is left here behind, can it come back or actually going to stay like that? And obviously this is not as straightforward as I'm trying to elect here. So there's environment. We see a lot of times in the summer, this is fine, the same treatment in the winter, or when you have a cold front, all of a sudden, these bugs, the immune system have eaten some mycotoxins, as we heard just now. Then all of a sudden, the immune system is down and this can flare up. So we need to take that into consideration. So what is the pathogen load left after our treatment? And again, what we see with the eye is not always a true reflection. So it's advised to have something in place to measure that. Are we actually getting free of these pathogens? And in our treatment responses, like in intakes, like in weight, and so forth. So that has been established to give us more help in making that decision if we need to follow up, and with what do we need to follow up if we follow up. So this is hopefully the pathogen loads that we manage to minimize. And this is pretty much hopefully how our drug that we used handled in that period in that organ. So here where it breaks through, now just think of this as a MIC. So here where it breaks through, that's most probably a time where we need to reload, where we can retreat or we don't. But keep in mind, and this is what I suggest, that the new norm, that if you treat here, you don't treat the healthy animal, even though clinically, depending on your disease detection threshold, this looks like a healthy animal, but it's not. There's still some organisms down here. So this is what happens with a retreat. So this is an animal that we have treated. And then there's a lot of reasons, not the right dose, wrong timing, wrong antibiotic, and so forth. But what we're seeing is we have not a pathogen-free lung, and these bugs actually regrow. So if we have resistance, then these columns that we show here will not be in green, but they will be in red. So that's relapse. So that's something that we need to treat again. And this is where I base my model on from. Is it a durable cure? What is my treatment response? How many of the animals have I treated once and I don't need to treat them again? Because this one I need to treat again. So after I've treated it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days roughly, is we're seeing clinical symptoms again, and we back to square one. And now we actually caused some damage. And the damage that we caused here is consolidation, as you've seen in that lung. More damage is that we have permanent structural damage in the lungs. There might be some adhesions, and that's what we can see then, and I'm talk about it just a little bit just now, where we see on the slaughter floor where we see adhesions and lung scores. So that's also a treatment response measurement at the abattoir, where you can actually see how well did your treatment work. So the one, as far as resistance is concerned, something that we need to keep in mind is the drugs that we're choosing, the antibiotic that we're choosing, is how quickly does it actually come down. So as you're aware, there's a window, which they call the mutant selection window, where the drug is actually coming down. And in that period, it's not inhibiting the organism anymore. So the concentration of the drug present in that environment is of such nature that some of the organisms that are there have a higher MIC, or they are not inhibited anymore. So if it takes quite a long time to go through that mutant selection window, and I don't have enough time to take you through all the science behind this, but that's where we can actually create some of a resistance as well. And that's something that I think is not always considered. So the going up, we've established that's very important, but the coming down as well, because here it can actually, we as veterinarians, the choice that we make as far as the antibiotic is concerned, can actually further enhance resistance. And that is over and above all the other ones, dosage wrong, the wrong and repeated usage, and so forth and so forth. So this is more about the pharmacokinetics, how quickly we go up and how quickly we go down. So that's the point that I want to make here. So taking that into consideration, here is, for example, just as an illustration, 2 drugs that you can choose. So if we choose one drug, for example, drug B, so you can see how quickly is he up. So they're same between A and B, it's the same. But how much is the area under the curve over MIC versus drug versus drug A. So when we look at the end in time, treatment response-wise, so there will be definitely a difference, and that's why I had to use and have to give you some examples at the end of my presentation, that we see that difference. This is actually, it matters. It actually matters how high these concentration. It actually matters how much product we have over that MIC to prevent these reoccurring growth of microorganisms in the lungs. So this comes from the Bariatric Congress in Cancun. So it's the same product, the same molecule, but different products. So in here you can just see all the different pharmacokinetics. And if you have an MIC that's somewhere around here, you can see that not all the molecule or all the products are above that. So that's just something that we need to keep in mind. So I'm the stage here where I just give you some evidence. Hans Kutzier, you all most probably know him. So he's an OP graduate now in the States. So it's work that he's done. It's a retrospective study where they looked at if you use sidle on sidle, sidle on static, static on sidle, static on static, what is the chance to have a repull? What is the chance, and I've just pulled out a few things. So what is the chance to actually treat a BRD more than 4 times? So here it's exactly what matters. So it's exactly why I've shown you all the other things. So in this study, if you used a sidle on a sidle, think back on my treatment model that I showed you. If you use a sidle on a sidle, you had a 50% chance that the animal had to be treated more than 4 times. So if you used aesthetic on aesthetic, you increase that to 71%. So it's a big difference. So of his findings, he said developing BRD treatment protocols that address post-treatment production and antimicrobial resistance concern. It's exactly what I hopefully can convey to you now what the new norm should be. So that's for real. That's what they took in. So here you can actually see the production as well. So that these sidles on sidles, because they actually clear up the lungs better. There's less pathogens left over and my pathogen free. So this is closer to a durable cure. And these animals grow better. So if we look at the end, they grow better and it's been highly significant. So closer to home, I don't know if Willem is here. I haven't seen him this morning. So Willem Schultheis, Professor Peter Thompson had a trial or study in South Africa, which is cited a lot internationally. So where they also came to the same conclusion, where they say the presence of bronchopneumonia lesions and pleural adhesion at slaughter, exactly what I was talking about. If we clean those lungs, if we clean them, have them pathogen free, we have less of this permanent damage. And here they also say both associated with reduction in overall ADG. Further, they came to the conclusion that treatment was generally successful in reducing economic loss. So my time is running out, but I just quickly want to show you that in South Africa, it's the same story. So here's two different drugs, two different drug regimes. So here you can see the total amount of carcass that one produces differs. The ADG post-treatment differs. Other products that were used between these, and there's some reasons why there's a difference. I cannot go into that. That's why I'm saying the one is not better than the other ones. But if you look at post-treatment ADG, there's a difference in antibiotics that you are choosing. It's quite evident here as well. Here's is ancillary therapy, which I could not go into, further helps to reduce our repulse, supports the durable cure. Here we are in a 10% repul, so 11%, which is still a very good treatment response. Nothing wrong with that. But using an anti-inflammatory, and Joe yesterday talked to us about that, what difference we can make. Just that difference makes, look at the carcass gain, 17 kilograms more carcass that we can sell. So there's nothing about, so it's an easy choice there, I think. Furthermore, I just put this in so that bronchopneumonia or adhesions, there's difference between products and then the cost of gain of these animals afterwards. So a lot of times we are called in a situation and to rescue a situation. Here you can see the fifth quarter just by making use of these antibiotics and the choices along the lines that I showed you with that end in line. We have way less fifth quarter condemnations on the slaughter floor. So that's a lot of money. So I'm going to leave you with the last sentence that minimum cost is not cost control. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Any questions for Prof. Henson? Okay, let's go eat. One thing from my side, they did ask, thank you, Prof. One thing from our side, they said only 40, I think 40 of us sent in what we need to send in for the CPD points. So on your program, there's a QR code there. You just scan that. I think you put in your name and your SAVC registration number, and that's it, and you send it. So it's not a big deal, but if you don't have a program, you can just scan anyone's program. You can even ask for mine. Just remember to do that and enjoy lunch. Thank you. Say on. Hello. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. While some of you guys are still coming in from the back, I'm going to start introducing our next speaker so long. Our session chair is actually our CEO, Dr. Dave, but he's missing. So I'm taking the liberty and the privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Rian Pitter. Dr. Pitter graduated with a veterinary degree from the University of Pretoria in 1994. He has dedicated his career to bovine herd health, reproduction, and nutrition. His expertise spanned private veterinary practice, research at the ARC, cattle embryo transfer work in South Africa and the UK, and dairy farm management in Dubai. Since 2004, Dr. Rian has operated a bovine herd health practice in George, providing reproductive, other health and general health services to dairy and beef producers. His practical hands-on experience across research, production, and veterinary practice gives him a unique perspective on sustainable and profitable cattle farming. Thank you, Dr. Pitter. I know we, as the scientific committee at RuVASA, we always have to ask you very nicely to come and address us, but we really appreciate you sharing your knowledge. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Yes, I don't understand the mechanism completely, but I am now officially the person with the worst leaky gut in the hall. So I'd rather be prepared. So if I need to run for the door, I'm just going to leave that there for now. Yeah, Skabo did refer to the lighting and refer to himself as the bull in the headlights, no less. And I hope with people of trade and industry being in the audience, I'm not the bull in the china shop this afternoon. But then there were others before me. You could still hear the clattering of glass strain 19 vials in the background. But anyway, let's get on with it. Sorry. Is this working? Okay, the question is, or we're going to talk about this briefly. Trace mineral supplementation. Do we go oral? Do we go injectable, inorganic, organic? And the short answer is all of the above. And we can actually just stop this talk here right now. But I suppose you wanted a little bit more detail. I can only speak from a practitioner's point of view, obviously involved in dairy side and a bit of beef. But there is a lot of application in poultry and pigs and so on, which is a really specialized field. But I can just share a bit of my experience. And I think the idea is that I speak to the general vet out there that's involved in a bit of everything, and that you may not always be aware of everything that's going into feed additives. And just to give you a brief overview and the sort of current situation, especially with regards to dairies. Okay, so first of all, why are trace mineral supplementation important? Obviously, we've heard a lot of the arguments for it and against it. We heard a lot about immune function, antioxidant defense, where it's really important. We know the role of selenium in glutathione peroxidase, the superoxide dismutase, where copper and zinc play a vital role. And it's a worldwide thing that comes up more and more, the whole reactive oxygen species and antioxidant effects. Also immune function directly on neutrophil function and so on. And we know of the benefits to hoof health, especially with zinc and all of that. So there's a lot of processes where trace minerals are important. The challenges with providing trace minerals to our animals is that the source is actually from the forages that they take in. And that is very soil dependent on where these forages are grown. And that varies a lot also by the plant's ability to absorb those microminerals. Typically, the absorption of microminerals is really low from the gut, and it's very variable. It is quite typical to have copper from a plant only being absorbed at less than 5% of the total copper content, even as low as 1%.
and things like zinc between 10 and 20%, selenium slightly higher, maybe 30%. And then the presence of antagonists. There's a lot of antagonists. We've all seen this diagram. It's also one of those that we built from a cave painting somewhere. They've been known to the industry so long. And antagonists work in different ways. They can actually bind with the trace mineral that we want to absorb, so making them inabsorbable, but they also compete for absorption sites in the intestines. And then there are times when there's a serious elevation of requirements at critical times. The ideal would be to provide an animal through the diet, orally, what it needs every day. But there are huge variations, and especially during times of sickness, the intake is actually so much lower. And now when the animal really needs it, it cannot get enough through its diet. We know things like copper can, even from just a vaccination with a live BVD vaccine, the demand for copper can, for the short period, increase with 300%, and for zinc up to 400%. So we cannot do those adaptations in the diet. So we need some store somewhere where we can take minerals from. So supplementing trace minerals, either orally or parenterally. Just a breakdown. Traditionally, your inorganic minerals or organic minerals, and we'll speak about those a little bit. And then the inorganic minerals, again, we can divide into your traditional inorganic minerals and the hydroxy minerals. And obviously the injectables fall under the parenterally administered minerals. If we look at the traditional inorganic minerals, they've been around since about the 1940s. It was already realized that animals can develop deficiencies and show clinical signs. And by adding these things to their diet, we can take away the clinical signs. We know now that there's, long before we develop clinical signs of deficiency, there's an effect on production, reproduction, and performance. So your traditional inorganic minerals of sulfites, oxides, chlorides, and those are the typical examples. Advantages, they're really cheap, they're widely available, and they're well studied over many years, almost 80 plus years. Disadvantages, very low bioavailability, especially things like the oxides, and there's a huge variability in their absorption. They also have reactions in feed. So if they're included in mineral prepacks, for instance, they may attack the lipids and cause lipid degeneration, and then also all the fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A and E. And there's a high mineral excretion because of the low absorption rate. A lot of this gets excreted into the environment. And we already see in some of our pasture areas that we get a very high level of zinc on our pastures and in our soil without really getting the zinc levels high enough in our animals. And that is a concern for plant production and optimum production from the soil and from the pastures itself. There's also reactivity in the rumen. We all know copper sulfate as a football, for instance, and its effect that it has on bacteria and for killing bacteria. So the same thing happens in the rumen. It actually is detrimental to some of our protozoa and the good bacteria in the rumen, and that can actually lower fiber digestion and production directly. It also binds with antagonists, especially sulfides and molybdenates. So thiomolybdenum complexes is formed, and it again makes it less absorbable. And yeah, that's basically what we're trying to say there. If we talk about the hydroxy trace minerals, sorry, I'm going fast, yeah. Hydroxy trace minerals, they're not organic, but they differ significantly from our traditional sources. They're bound by very strong covalent bonds, so they're not really soluble in the rumen, so they don't react with all these other antagonists as much. And a lot of them go through to a very acidic environment like the abomasum or the small intestine, and then they're only released and absorbed. So we have a much higher absorption rate. They also have far reduced reactivity in the rumen, and again, they don't, and even in feed. So they do not catalyze the oxidation reactions in feed, like I explained about the fats and the fat-soluble vitamins. And they are more bioavailable, and it's more consistent compared to the traditional trace minerals. So they typically hydroxychloride forms of these microminerals. Copper chloride is an example. Advantages: improved absorption and liver storage, feed stability, and environmental benefits, because there's obviously less that need to be included in the rations, and they cost effective. Disadvantages: they're not as extensively researched. They've been around since the late 1990s only, so it's just, well, not 30 years yet. And they still require proper balancing, obviously. If we look at the organic minerals, they're typically chelated or complex minerals, where they are chelated or bound to an amino acid or a peptide. And zinc methionine is an example. There are many of them. The advantages are that they've got improved absorption. They don't only need to be absorbed through the normal pathway for the mineral, but they get absorbed through the amino acid or peptide pathways. And again, you can get away with far lower inclusion rates, so you have far lower environmental excretion. Disadvantages is cost. They are very pricey, and their quality can vary a lot. And I think this is an important point that we don't all realize. Not all of these organic minerals are equal. You know, they get a registration as an organic mineral, but it's only a certain percentage of those minerals that are actually bound organically. So there will be a huge difference between a 10% and a 70% organic compound, and obviously with all the advantages and disadvantages. So keep this in mind, especially if you compare price, and you'll see that as well. There's a huge difference in price for organic minerals, and this is basically the reason why. So with these minerals, you usually get what you pay for. If we just do a comparative summary quickly, benefits and negative facts, and the red shows positive or negative things that we don't want, and the green is the more ideal situation. We can see we tend to move more towards the organic chelates and the hydroxy minerals. And then obviously the injectable ones, where do they fit in? There's several examples, you all know them well. They've got excellent bioavailability, maybe mostly because they bypass the whole absorption restriction that we've got in the gut, and they also don't have all these interactions with the antagonists. And they really replenish the liver stores quite fast. We know that we typically, after an injection of some of these trace minerals, we can get a 50 parts per million increase in liver levels for copper and even selenium. And they tend to be very cost effective. Disadvantages: it's a high single dose administration, so you get quite a peak, and then it lasts for a while, and it's got to be repeated from time to time. There are ones that have got a slow release, but then they're limited in the minerals that's actually contained within those products. So basically the question is, where do we use them? The idea is to have your daily maintenance from an oral source, and then parenterally, we will just top up in critical periods. They also asked me to just mention liver biopsies quickly. Why do we do them? Blood levels are very well controlled and within range for all of these minerals. So if we try and diagnose low storage levels of copper or whatever on a blood sample, that won't really be successful. The animal will try and maintain those levels until it's really depleted all its stores. So the whole idea of a liver biopsy is to see what the body has got in store, what is saved up for periods of high demand. The liver is an important storage organ, especially for copper. It is quite directly related for selenium in the blood. So blood you can do on full blood selenium, but for copper, the liver is a really good sample. It's not ideal for zinc and manganese, but it does give us an indication. It's a relatively easy procedure, and it handles biopsy quite well compared to a kidney, for instance. I'm not going to go into the procedure itself, but it is quite simple. We usually take the biopsy around there, and it's a simple procedure, like I said. And more importantly, is the selection of animals for biopsy. Which ones do we take? We target groups for age, stage of lactation, and pregnancy to get a meaningful picture. In dairy cows, we typically pull animals because of expense, and we will target a group. I usually take animals between 80 and 120 days in milk because of those reasons mentioned there, and that gives us a good indication. That's usually the area or the time in the lactation that there's the highest demand, And if we know our animals have enough in store there, they should be more or less okay for the rest of the lactation. We look at different production levels. First lactation animals always have much lower copper levels, and there's lots of reasons for that. But I usually do first lactation animals as a separate group compared to second and third or older lactations. But you can at any stage look at a dry cow group or a heifer group or a mating group or 2 months before calving or whatever you need to, but just do them as a group and don't combine all of those in one single sample, because the average won't mean anything to you at all. The same with beef herds. We typically pull 5 or 6 animals. You can have a little bit more. The statisticians will probably be on us for what is actually representative, but still. First calvers, again, a separate sample to second and third and older calvers. And in beef animals, I prefer to do at the same time of the year to compare year on year, either at the start of the breeding season or at pregnancy check. Some people like to trace the same animals throughout the herd, but there's so much variation in the different stages of production that I don't find that as helpful as you want a herd overview. Just don't want a picture of what's going on in the herd. So the key point really is that trace mineral supplementation is essential. That is established. Inorganic minerals are cheap, but they're less effective and more reactive, and they're used less and less nowadays, but they're still better than nothing. Organic and hydroxy minerals and combinations are very bioavailable, less reactive, slightly more expensive. Well, definitely more expensive. Top-up treatments with injectables at critical times have been proven to be beneficial, and there's more than 50 peer-reviewed publications on the benefits of injectable trace minerals at critical times. So there's, in my mind, no uncertainty that they definitely provide us with a lot of benefit. And then the optimal cost versus performance will be a combination of all of the above. All that I can say in a typically well-managed, well-fed dairy herd, it could range, a usual thing would be something like a 70-30% split between hydroxy minerals and organic minerals, and then with injectable top-ups, maybe 3 times dairy lactation, but that may differ a lot. There may be herds that's exclusively on organic minerals, and there may be herds that's even exclusively on hydroxy minerals plus injectables. It is also something that the nutritionists discuss and they decided with the farmer. I think it's just good to be aware as a veterinarian of these options and what is happening, and maybe just be involved in their final decisions, or just ask them to inform you what is happening. Because there's also a lot of politics between these feeding companies. You know, some only work with some of the others because the additive suppliers, they've got some political issues, so they're not always willing to buy each other's products. And that's sometimes to the detriment of the farmer. Yeah, so that's basically my 10 minutes gone, 15 minutes gone. Thank you very much. I'm glad I didn't need this. Yeah, I don't think there's time for any questions. I think you can come and see me afterwards, and it's much easier to just dismiss you privately.
If you look at the program, questions will, or if there is time, we'll take it at the end. Our next speaker is Prof. Leon Brzezinski. While he's coming here, for the people that don't know him, and there are new members and there are people from overseas, I get this thing and I've got to present it. And the first thing says that Prof. Leon has extensive experience. It's an understatement. He is next level in veterinary diagnostic pathology, livestock disease investigation, animal health management, and academic training. They talk about advisory work to the agricultural sector. Prof has got his own beef cattle, his own sheep. He's in the agricultural sector, and that puts him into a different level. Spent lots of time at the Onderstepoort Veterinary Institute, at the faculty. He's running his own private veterinary pathology consulting and diagnostic practice called Path Diagnostic Africa. Prof, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When they ask you for your CV, I often wonder myself, whoever looks at it, but it reminds me of the song, I wish I could be the person my dog thinks I am. So yeah, that's very difficult, but it's a pleasure to be here today. And what I would like to do is just thank people, because I just got a passion for diagnostics, but it's a team effort. There's also always a number of people involved, and I've listed some of the people here, but there are many more. So the slides that I'm using, everything is contributed to this because of the collaboration of these people, and I want to thank them for their inputs. It's impossible in these few minutes to discuss all the possible causes of acute mortalities in calves. So, and this is not a pathology oral exam where you just memorize and you regurgitate the stuff again. It's just not that. What I would like to do is to more or less said what Todd Collins said yesterday, is that just to exchange some ideas of cases that we've seen over the last year or so, practical cases, new cases that came up, and to make you aware of that. What I'm saying is often my personal opinion. It's not scientifically proven, but in diagnostics, it's like a puzzle. Very seldom got all the pieces together, but let's try and do some of them. I'm going to discuss basically 4 conditions. The first one is the myocarditis associated with foot and mouth disease. Then we'll talk about the clostridial diseases, Pasteurella multisada, and then the hemorrhagic syndrome in calves. We're just going to go quickly through them. This tiger heart syndrome, it is because of the typical macroscopical appearance of the heart. And a lot of us has been working with farmers that experienced outbreaks of foot and mouth lately. And that it always amazes me the financial implications of what we've seen. And I'm sure a lot of you can add to what I'm going to say today. This was in one dairy herd. They lost 160 bull calves, 20 heifers, 80 adult cows, 50% mastitis. This is just on one farm. And on this farm, the second one, a stud breeder, he lost 60 stud calves, a few stud bulls, and then the best bull that he said he had ever bred was, the value is more or less 2.3 million. That animal also died. And then if you look at the piggeries, 1,200 sow unit, mortalities in piglets 1 to 21 days is 95%. He lost the entire breeding cycle. And mainly this is all because there was not vaccine. So I just leave that there. Otherwise, I get a bit upset. Okay, if you look at the tiger heart, it refers to the macroscopical appearance of the heart. You can see there the stripes that you see there because of the necrosis of the tissue. And what we know about it, it affects mainly young calves, but adult cattle can also develop the myocarditis. I received from one of the colleagues 12 histological cases. 7 was from calves, 5 was from adult animals that died acutely in a dairy. And in 100% of those cases, I could see the myocardial lesions. You can see the slide there, but I don't show slides anymore because I gave a talk one day and my colleague just stood up in the audience and he said, "Can you say something?" And I thought he's going to ask an intelligent question. And he said, "As far as he's concerned, if you've seen one slide, you've seen them all." That hurt me deeply as a pathologist. And then I realized in the Bible it says, "Don't cast your pearls before the swine." So now I understand what's meant by that. But I thought I refrained from telling the guy that. But since then, I'm not showing any slides anymore. We leave that for the pathologist. But what worries me is that very few people know the pathogenesis of this lesion. Because why will an epitheliotropic virus have an affinity for the heart? And what worries me most of all is that in how many herds that we've had foot and mouth will there be animals with underlying myocardial conditions? And those animals can die at any stage. So this is something that we don't know, but it's very common nowadays. Some of my colleagues, our colleagues, said that initially when we had foot and mouth, the virus was less virulent. It's more virulent at the moment. We see more cases of the myocarditis. But again, it's not confined to calves. We've seen it in feedlots with acute mortalities, the adult animals. And again, the pathogenesis of this lesion is not known. This is a calf. It was 4 days old. He'd had severe congestive heart failure. You can see there the lesions in the lung edema there. You can see the necrosis in the heart here, and that's a histological section. As far as I'm concerned, that calf must have been infected in utero. There's no ways that this lesions could have developed within 4 days. So again, that is just part of the pathogenesis that's unknown to us. And that's what I want to say, the take-home messages, how many animals that survived a foot-and-mouth disease outbreak as myocardial lesions. Why is the heart the target organ? What's the pathogenesis? And then the whole thing about in utero infection. If you talk about the clostridial diseases, obviously this is always on the list as a cause of acute mortalities. Now, we've got the clostridial diseases, those associated with black quarter, gas gangrene. I never understand why they separate black quarter and gas gangrene. To me, it's the same thing. And then those associated with GIT lesions, the red gut, the enterotoxemia, the leaky gut. That's basically the clostridial diseases, and they're always very important as causes of acute mortalities. If you look at the group that causes the black leg, gasgangrene, whatever that is, it's the Shoviais, Septicum, Noviae, Sordelli, and Perfringens type A mainly. If you look at the macro lesions, as we've mentioned last year, very important, acute mortalities, you must identify the strain. If you look at the organisms that's associated with gastro lesions, gastrointestinal lesions, it's a Perfringens, Septicum, Sordelli, and Diffusili. But what, for me, was interesting is that there are at least these 3 that can cause both GIT lesions and can cause soft tissue lesions. And this is what makes it a bit complicated if you deal with different conditions. I want to illustrate what a few people have mentioned earlier today is that we must look at organ systems, how one organ system affects another organ system instead of looking at individual diseases per se. And this is a case, I'm not going to mention where it occurred, but we are busy with this case, and it illustrates beautifully the effect one organ system has on another and the importance of nutritionists versus the vets. So this is a high mortality in a feedlot. There was a high incidence of red gut, leaky gut, which clearly indicates a disturbance of the gut biome. Then there's a high incidence of respiratory diseases that not respond adequately to treatment. Now we're talking about lots of money. If a feedlot manager says to you, I don't even count anymore the mortalities, I've lost count, then you know that's serious. I mean, we're talking of large numbers of money. So what we do as part of this Octavacine whole group, we coordinate the residuary program for the red meat research, red meat industry, and we collect samples at abattoirs on a monthly basis. We travel 3,000 plus kilometers a month to do that. And while we are collecting the samples at the abattoir, it's fresh samples, it's liver, muscle, and kidney samples. We also do benchmarking. Now, benchmarking is basically we evaluate the disease stuff, the health status of the animals. And we've been doing this now for about 5 years. We look at lung lesions. We do a scoring. There's a specific way that we do the scoring. And we looked at this scoring results that we had. And we said as a group that there's been at a certain stage in this feedlot that something suddenly went wrong. The problem is, if you do benchmarking, you see the end result after 4 to 5 months in a feedlot. But we could go back and say, listen, 5 months ago, and that was October 2025, there was a major change in your feeding program because there was a fighting contest between veterinarians and nutritionists, and the ego is at stake as far as I'm concerned. I looked up what's the definition of ego. It says it's a person's conscious sense of self-esteem, self-importance, or dignity in identity, whatever that means. Okay. It reminds me of the toddler that was having a bath and mother was overlooking him to make sure he doesn't drown. And he pointed to his testicles and he asked his mother, are those my brains? And his mother said, not yet. Okay. So this is to say, instead of arguing, we must use science to prove what is wrong and what is right. And we proved to these people and said, if you look at the gastrointestinal tract, there's a high incidence of rumen lesions, too high. And I'll show you these charts now. And if that's not corrected, we're not going to correct the respiratory problems. We were accused of not doing a proper job with controlling the respiratory diseases. There was a change in the vaccination program, nothing helped. So Prof. Bonsma said a blunt pencil is better than a good memory, and I always remember that. So in this case, this is the lung scoring that we did when everything was going well. So just look at that. If you look at the lung score there, you'll see that approximately 87% of the lungs were normal, no lesions, and 70% of rumens were normal. Okay. The next month, look there, 54% of lungs normal, 43% has got severe lesions, only 40% of rumens are normal. Immediately it happened within a month. That has continued for 5-6 months because people, a friend of mine, he's in the audience here, he said, if you don't want to admit you're wrong, you become part of the problem. So if people don't want to admit, if they can't read, you're not going to solve the problem. And we said, listen, there's a problem in your nutrition. It happened at that time, and this is what's causing the problems. We're not going to solve the problem. And in any case, it's been admitted now. At that time, there was a major change in how they prepared the energy source, left the detail out. They've gone back to the normal way, and it's improved immediately to be successful. So I think what we've done here is to prove that benchmarking information collected over a period of time is important. It's a bit of donkey work. You do it every month. But whenever I do this and I phone the feedlot and I say, this is the results for this month, they always feel better. I say, you're above average or you're below average. And that for them is very important. A colleague of mine said once, we must, ons moet selfvertroue of aan mense verkoop. Met ander woorde, we just put them at ease and say, listen, I've looked at the results, you are doing fine. And that's all they want to know. So we're going to have a workshop in the near future, a very practical workshop on benchmarking for feedlots, the way we do it. It's part of an international program. Those that are interested, you can either contact me or Megan Hilton. She's just somewhere. She's a very nice lady to talk to. But, I mean, there's a lot in the family that are kickboxers, and she comes from the East Rand, so don't mess with her. Okay. If she tells you must join, you just say, yes, where must I sign? Then you get along with her. Okay. So you can either contact Megan or you can contact me if you want to be part of this program. As I say, hopefully that will help you. And the big thing is, what I've learned out of this whole thing about the benchmarking is see the big picture. Don't get bogged down to unimportant detail. Look at the big picture, and there's no place for egos. Okay. Okay, we've done that there. The multi-sider, just a few things there. We've got the A and D that causes pneumonia. The septicemia is B and E. I don't know what happened to C, because it's A and D and B and E. C is not in the picture. I don't know what happened to it. The whole thing about it occurs in various species. We've got pigs there, buffalo are very carriers. And this is a picture that Jared Morris gave me. This is a farmer losing, I think, 45 or 60 newborn, young calves because of Pastorella multisada. And if you're a cattle farmer, that's not the picture you want to see. Okay. Important here, a few things is, first of all, you've got carrier animals all the time. So what you need is a stress factor for those animals to secrete the viruses and infect susceptible animals. The clinical signs is basically an animal that doesn't enjoy the day. You know, his sudden death, lethargy. He's worried about his best friend died the previous day. He's not sure he's going to live until tomorrow. He's got a headache. He's got a sore throat. He's lost his appetite. And life is just not worth it. That's the clinical signs that you see with cases. And then this is just an example of a blood smear of a buffalo. Those little dots between the red blood cells, those are the Pastorella multisada organism. Perague deaths in game, you get it there. That's another example there. Widespread hemorrhages all over the carcass, typical septicemic carcass. I can get up to 100% mortality unless animals are treated. Often you can get it as a secondary complication with other diseases. We've had cases of foot and mouth disease. We've done that. We haven't got time for that. This is just an outbreak in Memel that we had. In that case, they had a lot of rams in one small environment there. The rams died 4 or 5 per day. The ewes not far from them, 100% normal. The stress factor in this case was too much testosterone, too many animals in a small environment, and obviously they picked up something. Diagnosis is bacteriology, PCR that you can do there. That's the result there. Differential diagnosis, other Clostridial associated diseases that we've got there. Treatment is usually effective with long-acting penicillins, and then you must vaccinate them with this autogenous vaccine that contains the strain. Okay, that's very important there. And remove stressors. Spoke to Jared again this morning. He said I've had cases where these animals with the underdeveloped rumens developed the Pasteurella multisada septicemia, or where they've had underlying mycotoxin problems. So it's the underlying problem, and then this presents itself amongst other as a case of Pasteurella multisada septicemia. The last one, 2 minutes. There's always something new in South Africa. There was a hemorrhagic syndrome in calves in the Senekal-Valier area there. 3 or 4 herds affected. High mortality in calves when they are born. It started in 2025 in March. Calves are born healthy, they suckle well, and within 24 hours they are found dead. They submitted a case to me that was also a stillborn calf that showed these lesions. And the main thing is this massive hemorrhages, just massive hemorrhages all over the carcass. There you can see then the thoracic cavity, it's a hemothorax there. In the gut, they had enteroragia there. They're just one massive hemorrhagic clinical presentation. We couldn't isolate anything. And then Sari Kotsia, I call her Sarki, I found her, and she said what they found is that it's most likely associated with the Clostridium septicum. She did immunofluorescent stains. They came back positive. And other possibilities that we've looked into, Fossi is here somewhere. He coordinated this. We looked at leptoclostridium diseases, other causes of septicemia, endotoxins. And eventually it seems to me the Clostridium septicum is the most likely candidate. How an animal gets infected in utero with Clostridium septicum, I can't understand that. Sarki thinks they become infected from the environment. Must be a massive infestation of the environment. They reacted well to treatment with long-acting penicillins. And animals that were vaccinated with a Clostridium strain that contains septicum, if those calves that got the colostrum, they survived. So the whole way to control this is basically, I'm not going to go into the details, differential diagnosis. The main thing is to get the herd vaccinated against Clostridium septicum, make sure the calves get colostrum with antibodies present in there. And if they're not vaccinated, the herd, you've got to vaccinate those calves at 2 to 3 weeks of age after they've been treated with penicillin, and then give it 3 or 4 months later again. But that's how she controlled it. We've never seen it before. It's quiet at the moment, but and I've tried to find in the literature anything, and there's no way that we can find an outbreak of this nature that has ever occurred in the world. So we're the first again. Happy South Africa. Thank you. Okay.
Right. The next speaker is Carl Hageman. Now, he qualified at Onderstepoort in 1994. He's the owner of the Aloe Veterinary Clinic in East London. 2 or 3 special interests: dairy cattle, liver health, mycotoxins, and he's busy with his master's degree at this stage in polymycotoxicosis. What I like here is that he's committed to bridging research and practical on-farm solutions. That's what we like. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a real honor for me to be here to speak to you this afternoon. Presenting at a conference is really something that I didn't think would ever happen in my wildest aspirations. As stated, my name is Carl Hoggeman and I'm a general practitioner in East London, as well as the surrounding areas of Amatola and Border. I am also a master's student at the University of Fort Hare in the Department of Agriculture under Professor Georgia. And so I have the unique opportunity of being able to claim student discount and pensioners discount at my SPARD Wednesdays. Formix has asked me to speak to you this afternoon on liver health in dairy cattle. And to do that, I really would like to share with you the story of my people. Hardworking, tough, honest dairy men and women, very much like the people that you deal with every day. The area that I serve is bordered to the west by the Kaskama River. It is bordered to the north by the Amatola mountain range, and it is hemmed in to the east by the Kai River. It is an area of immense beauty and contrast, with subtropical conditions along the coastal belt around East London, then extending into rolling midlands around Berlin, and then there are temperate pastures and montane forests under the Amatolas. It is an area of the rainfall that we experience is about 800 to 900 mils along the coast, and about 1,000 to 1,100 mils under the Amatolas. It is an area that is accustomed to drought, but in the years 2022 to 2025, it began to rain and dairy began to suffer. And really, it was a classic case of poverty amidst plenty. There were three things that were immediately obvious about the syndrome, and those were the animals showed poor condition, poor milk production, and poor conception. If we broke it down, there were four obvious things. The one is that it was a regional problem. If you introduced animals from outside the region, they were the worst affected. It affected higher rainfall areas worse than others. And so the areas along the coast were bad, the areas under the Amatolas were terrible, and the areas of the Midlands were to a large extent spared. Although it seemed to be a new challenge, experienced dairymen on established farms had made evolutionary changes to mitigate the risks. And then there was a different seasonal trend to the problem. Cattle began to show signs in early summer, around November. It got worse during summer, and then thankfully began to dissipate in April and May, and was blissfully absent in the winter months. And what we started to do with this problem is that we started by just a clinical examination of affected animals in the various herds. And there were three categories that you could pick out. The one was cows in stages of advanced emaciation. There were others that were in condition score of 1 to 2.5, and those animals were either busy recovering or they were treading the slippery slope to disaster. And then we had sort of a category of unthrifty cows, dull hair coats, lower production, that sort of thing. So if you looked at the clinical symptoms that we found in those groups, group 1 was very much characterized by dry, scaly skin, poor coat, alopecias. There was a lot of photosensitivity and sort of facial eczema lesions. But those facial eczema lesions were not just limited to the face, but extended to the back, to the rump, and to the sides. Often there were elevated heart rates and increased respiratory effort, especially if you stress those animals. And intestinal abnormalities occurred fairly frequently. There was a lot of diarrhea, and the rumen motility stayed pretty much normal and constant. Group 2 were much the same. Animals showed dull demeanors, intestinal disturbances, lots of black diarrhea, and the appetites were fairly suppressed. Unfortunately, group 3 animals were frustratingly free of symptoms. We then did chemistry and hematology on those animals, and we basically took a tops and tails approach. So we took the 3 worst affected herds, and we took 10 animals from those farms, 4 that were in group 1, 4 that were in group 2, and 4 that were in group 3, and we kind of hoped that the 2 in the group 3 would act as internal controls. Oh dear. So the symptoms in the pathological changes in their group 1 and 2 were much the same. They showed signs of anemia, often with the presence of tick-borne parasites. Inflammatory leucograms were common. There was increase in liver enzymes. A lot of those animals, especially as they deteriorated, became very hyperalbuminemic, and the BUN levels began to decline. Group 3 often showed mild inflammatory leucograms, and there was increased ALP, AST, and GGT. It became obvious that we were dealing with disease processes that affected the liver, and the accompanying symptoms and changes associated with chronic damage to that organ. It was also at this stage that we realized this was a bigger problem than what one practice could handle. There were lots of guys that were beginning to talk about shutting up shop. A lot of the herds, the milk production had fallen to 6 to 9 liters, and a lot of the times we had average condition scores of 1 to 1.5. And so what we did is we got the players into one room, and we got veterinarians, farmers, nutritionists, and experts to sit together on a quarterly basis in an informal setting in support groups. And it was really this that helped people to be able to just, in an informal setting, throw ideas around, offer insights into the problem, and people then began to become less desperate. The mood lifted as really people began to be aware that they could find solutions if they work together. And I think the act which really gave us trends to the problem was when we conducted multiple histopathological examinations of liver samples collected from multiple farms. The first thing was that we found that there was pasture-associated mycotoxicosis. Anthony Davis has done some really excellent work on sporodesmin toxicity in Humansdorp and St. Francis. And fortunately, he was still collecting data when we had all our troubles. And so we were able to include our data into those trials. And in Stutterheim and in Berlin and in Haga, we found signs of sporodesmin toxicity in those livers. We went then back and had a look at pasture samples, and for the first time, we were able to find Pithomyces sitarum spores in pasture samples in the border region. The problem was that there were indications on some of those livers by the pathologists that we were dealing with a mycotoxin problem, but we couldn't identify the Pithomyces spores on non-ryegrass pastures. When you do the spore counts, there are myriads of spores in that fluid. And so we thought, well, are these not perhaps microconidia and macroconidia that are associated with other fungi? And so what we did is we went and had a look at mycotoxin levels in feed samples, in grass samples, and in silage. And in there, we found that we had varying levels of fumonisin, zearalenone, and deoxynivalenol. And so what we did then is we set up sentinel herds across the district, and we took samples on a regular basis, and hey presto, we found that those mycotoxin levels began to increase during November. They remained relatively high during summer, and they then began to decline come April, May, and then were really absent in winter. Plant poisonings were another contributing factor. In one of the herds, Senecio inaquidens has been incorporated into hay and silage. It's not usually a plant that we associated with toxicity, but because it had been incorporated into the complete ration, the animals were forced to eat it. Lantana occurs throughout the region, and that must be playing a contributing factor because its toxicity seems to vary depending on climatic conditions. Liver fluke became an explosive problem. we were able to, especially in farms where there were dips in the soil, snails accumulated to huge volumes in those dips. And we were able to demonstrate not just the damage that the liver fluke had caused, but the actual liver flukes themselves. Tick-borne diseases exploded. There were huge outbreaks of gall sickness, red water, and we also suspected cases of hemophagocytic lymphocytic histiocytosis, or HLR for short, or HLH for short, due to the persistence of parasites like Anaplasma phagocytophilium. Iron and aluminium levels were tested in with surface water, borehole water, and plants, and this is something that we really still have to look at. We're not too sure what contribution that made. And then we also did find that there was a bacterial hepatitis in one of the herds that is Brucella positive. We now had the what of the problem, that was the liver damage. We had the how, with the probable causes based on the studies of the histopathology. And we could establish then plans to mitigate the risks. The problem is that milk production was still down. Condition was still poor, and fertility or conceptions were less than exciting. One of the advantages of being in, the take-home message really from these studies is that multiple etiologies were responsible for the same clinical picture, which was liver failure, or more correctly, hepatic insufficiency. So one of the advantages of being in mixed animal practice is that you can extrapolate what you see on one species to what you see in another. And we have a small warm blood stud, and our journey with pasture mycotoxins had preceded the dairy situation by about 3 years. It took 3 to 4 years for our mares to recover from the signs, or from the liver damage. And that was with constant supplementation with mycotoxins in their feed. This was a luxury that we were prepared to afford mares and foals that we had bred and pampered and raised, but there was no ways that that favor would be extended to a non-performing dairy cow. And so we had to find a way to short-circuit this problem and return production. Some of the farmers used rumen buffered choline, and it worked pretty well, especially on the Senecio herd. My farmers tend to be a little bit more maverick, and I'm always links van die regering. And so we turned to a little-known product called Zigba from the Indian company Natural Remedies for Our Savior. Zigba is a herbal product. It consists of 4 herbs: Andrographilus paniculata, Bohavia diffusa, Androphilus amarus, and Solanum nigrum. Those are herbs that have been used in Indian and Chinese medicine for centuries. They're not just a list from Harry Potter. And the main active ingredient in a Zigba is something called andrographilide. Andrographilide is a substance which regulates and modulates cellular and metabolic functions. And it does that because it acts as an antioxidant. It's a free oxygen radical scavenger, and it also regulates the release of radical oxygen species. It acts as an anti-inflammatory by reducing and modulating inflammatory pathways and modulating the damage that inflammation will cause. It increases the activity of microsomal enzymes, and it stabilizes enzymes. The end result is that cellular homeostasis is improved and apoptosis is reduced. Problem solved? Not really. And the problem is that Zigba had been used extensively in the chicken industry in South Africa. It had been used in beef and dairy abroad. But we could find one study in India where it had been used in dairy cattle to promote postpartum performance, but nothing locally. And so my bravest farmer decided he would include the Zigba in his dairy ration, provided we could prove its efficacy. And so Formix graciously and kindly sponsored a trial where we set out to redeem the reputation of the Zigba. What we did in that trial is we, being good German conservative dairymen, we cherry-picked the 5 worst animals in the herd. All those animals were in condition score 1 to 2. 3 of them were really dreadful and 2 of them weren't as bad. They were all in mid-lactation, were all producing about 6 to 9 liters. And we took heparinized blood samples from those animals. We ran them through our in-house vet scan machine using the large animal profile. Our budget was fairly limited, and so we kind of used the albumin levels and the urea levels to give us an indication of liver function, and then we would use the liver enzymes included in that profile to determine ongoing liver damage. We took samples at day 0, day 30, and day 60. Unfortunately, one of the cows couldn't be found on day 60. And we included the Zigba into the dairy ration at 20 grams per animal per day. We kept everything else as constant as you can keep things on a dairy farm, and the results were really interesting. BUN, I had postulated, would probably give us the best idea of really bad end-stage liver damage. If the liver couldn't put 2 ammonia molecules together to form urea, things must be pretty dreadful. And if you look at those first three animals on that graph, you'll see that the urea levels started out really, really low. But within a month, they had returned to normal levels and remained like that for the rest of the trial. The albumin, I'd also postulated, would probably be less impressive than it was. I've sort of worked on the basis that if you still had some muscle, a functional intestine, and a reasonably good dairy ration, things would probably remain pretty well preserved. And that was very much the case. The albumin levels did increase over the trial. We had 2 animals that had elevated CK levels, so it would tend to go along with the breakdown of muscles, and calcium, phosphate, and magnesium throughout the trial were normal. As could be expected, the liver enzymes were pretty normal. Some of them were elevated, and those improved during the course of the trial. GGT was very interesting. It was corroborated by the Indian trial, and so you can see that the levels were all normal in all of the cows, and they, to a large extent, were maintained or increased over the trial level. And the theory of that is that Zigba seems to reduce or increase the glutathione levels, and GGT is involved in the metabolism of glutathione. It also is a fairly good indication of metabolic function. So, over the length of that trial, condition score of that herd increased to 2.5, and the milk production increased to 9 to 12 liters. So we had a substantial improvement. It's been a year since that trial was conducted, and the beginning of April, we randomly selected 3 animals. We did the same chemistry on them, and we now are sitting with a milk production of about 12 to 16 liters, depending on pasture conditions. Condition score is still 2.5, and the conceptions in that herd remain pretty good. I've used Zigba on horses and on dogs. In horses, treating dermatitis, especially if it's accompanied by photosensitivity, works really well. I run it at 20 grams per horse per day. It's relatively well tolerated as a top dressing. And if you combine that with a mycotoxin binder, the mycotoxin binder basically prevents further damage and binds the mycotoxins, and the Zigba repairs the damage that the mycotoxins are inducing. Dogs, it's not so great. They don't like the taste. You get a bit of vomiting, but I have had a border collie that survived about 8 months beyond its sell-by date with a good quality of life, with really bad liver failure. So, in conclusion, Zigba is a cost-effective and successful solution to chronic liver damage and insufficiencies in herbivores. What you can do is once the condition has stabilized, you can reduce the dosage to 10 grams a day, and you can then increase it if the challenge intensifies. Going above 20 grams per day, it really doesn't do anything. It really means very little. Thank you very much for lending me your time. And if there are any questions, I don't know if there's any time left. Okay. Thank you very much.
Carl has caught up a little bit of time, and there is time for one or two questions. Any questions for Carl specifically?
If I could just have if I have got a bit of time, if I could have a postscript. The way that Western medicine works is we need to get a diagnosis, we need to get a treatment, we need to fix the problem. Indian and Eastern medicine works a little different. It works on a holistic basis. You look at everything, and then you use a treatment which is synergistic. The advantage of natural remedies products is that they are really well researched. They are really well produced. They are really well refined. So what is in one bag is in the next bag. And what they've tried to do as a company is bridge this divide between Eastern and Western. You can prescribe a drug the same way as you can prescribe one of their medications the same way as you prescribe Western medicine. And it's a really quite incredible company. When you start using the products, you just see the benefit of synergy. Cool.
If there are no questions, any questions for Prof. Leon?
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof, for the nice presentation. I have a question regarding the biochemistry profile, which is quite interesting, but I wanted to know if from now the treatment and seeing the results, can you say certain levels in the biochemistry profile can be used to prognosticate before the treatment in terms of the outcome? And also, I'm not sure how what can be done in South Africa, but is there a chance that, let's say at the beginning, you can measure the bioacids? I mean, it's very variable in cattle, but if it's too low, then is this something that you thought of, or is there any prognostic indicators from the beginning? Thank you.
We didn't have the budget. So it really was as simple as that. But a lot of what you're talking about, that's what I'm addressing in my master's. So it will be to find simple tests that we can do cow side, that we can predict when you need to incorporate these products. It's no good having to go away and do expensive laboratory tests. We need to be able to make those decisions at cow side. So yeah, that will be my job for the next 2 years.
Can I just ask something? It's extremely difficult standing here, but the lights are blinds me. So I just want to know if at this stage the other two speakers don't have microphones. So maybe Prof. Leon and Rian, if you want to come to the front, are there any questions for them? Just show me an indication, because if they, yes, for who? Rian, will you just come to the front and answer the question here, please, then, if you don't mind?
Dave, thank you. Just a question, hi, Rian. The pooling of samples for the liver tests, how many pooled samples do you sort of recommend that a farm takes? Because I've had dairies that have taken 20 cows, pooled them all, and I get one answer. And they go, well, what's happening with my minerals? And I can't do anything with that.
Yeah, it's a very valid question. I think cost is an issue. Those samples cost more than 1,000 rand now per sample. So we would typically, if it's just a monitoring, we would just do one sample per farm. But like I say, or two samples, one for first lactation animals and one for the older, further lactation animals. And maybe you can pool more animals to make the weight of an individual animal less in that pool. But Dietmar also discussed that with me just a while ago, and we said that, probably 5 or 6 animals maybe. I think we shouldn't overanalyze the liver sample and see it for what it is. It is an indication of liver storage. You're not going to change drastically or fine-tune your mineral supplementation just on a single liver biopsy result. But I think it will give you a very good indication.
Thank you. Thanks.
Dave, can I just ask Carl something before he runs off? Carl, where was that milk production? And it was probably very variable between the dairies before you saw the problem. And how long do you think it'll take to get back to 15 or 20 or whatever average number of liters per day?
It was quite scary in that it just gradually declined over the 3 years. I remember standing up in the meeting, I think Rian was even there. And I said, well, when do you guys think this problem started? And then it was sort of like, we can't really remember. But it improved over a year. And the one particular dairy that was down to 69 liters, we had got, before they got foot and mouth, we were up to 18 liters, 18 to 90 liters a day. So that after the inclusion, the milk production got up to those sort of levels if they made the right changes within 6 months to a year. But yeah, it's in shambles again. Yeah.
Right, the next session starts at 15:30. The bell will ring at 5 minutes before that. We're going to start on time. Enjoy your tea. Thank you. start. Good afternoon. We ready for the next session? This time we definitely going to start on time. Arina has been introduced. Arina, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much.
Dankie.
So this is just a little talk about an interesting client. She came to me about 20 years ago and said, can I stop deworming tomorrow? And this is Bergville. Okay, let me explain to you Bergville. To see an EPG of 140,000 is common around here. I've seen a lot of it. And I said to her, I don't know, but let's try. And this is what we got right. So we created a niche market for her. So a niche market is a very specific consumer targeted market that you create for your client or for yourself or your client. Okay, so it's unique needs. You provide a very specific product. The advantages of it is that you have very loyal customers. Okay, so you have to supply an excellent quality product, must be customer specific, must be unique, and you have very targeted marketing involved when you do this. Okay, like I say, you get higher prices, loyal customers, you have control over what you supply. The problem is it's always a smaller market, it's a niche market, it's specific customers, and it's very intense. Okay, you got to get the same product out every single time you do it. Otherwise, your customers will not be happy with you. All right, you need to tell a good story. Okay, so that's important when you start doing niche markets, okay? Your customer wants to hear the story. They want to know what you're doing. They want to see it doing it, okay? That's what you're selling. You're selling the story. You're selling the product, but you're also selling a story. So it's a very different kind of customer that you're dealing with. You have to be able to do it constantly. You have to be able to have enough to keep the supply going as you need it. The new consumer, the new client, is very environmentally conscious, okay? So we worked out that we have to have environmentally friendly packaging, okay? So it must be recyclable, reusable, all that other kind of stuff that we talk about nowadays. And you have to have a reliable cold chain distribution system. Obviously, it's mutton, okay? It's lamb, it's meat. Okay, so this is it. You got to tell a good story. It needs to look pretty. And this is real, okay? This is a real picture that we took. So these little lambs, every morning when they go out, they stop at the lavender and they have a little nibble. And every afternoon when they come back, they stop at the lavender and they have a little nibble. I don't know what the lavender does for them, but this is what they do, okay? It's for real. Okay. How do you find this market? So what you got to do is you either got to sell somebody something that they don't know they need, or you got to create something that everybody wants that's in that consumer section. Okay, so that's kind of a complicated thing. But if you do a little bit of research and you start talking to people and you try finding out what's out there and everything else, you might be quite surprised about how many customers are out there that are looking for something just a little bit different, okay? Obviously, there'll be competition, so you got to make sure that you can keep your section of the market and what possible products you can do. I'll explain a little bit when I talk about my client. Then keep it simple. This is the mistake we learned at the beginning. Don't make it complicated. Keep it simple. Keep it really simple lines and simple products at the beginning. Make sure you keep your overheads under control. So in this case, this client of mine is actually, it's ridiculous, but the sheep get walked to the abattoir, okay? Literally by foot, okay? Somebody takes them and walks them there. So stress is like a minimum and cost obviously is also at a minimum. Keep up with the bookwork. So make sure that you invoice correctly, that you get it out fast, that you do it on time and in a big thing. Make use of social media, Instagram and Facebook. I don't do much of that stuff, but we kind of learned that that's a good thing to do. You have to keep your customers happy. So keep talking to them, keep asking them what they want, anything else. Don't try and get too big too quickly. That's the one thing I had to do with this clients is put the brakes on a little bit, you know, keep it there. And then also, you probably get to the point where it's almost better to become exclusive rather than keep on growing because you kind of keep your customers wanting a little bit more and you end up actually having a better price for your product. Okay, my job was to train the staff. Make sure that everybody knew what to do, when to do it, how to do it. That was very important. And then animal welfare and biosecurity. Obviously, that's where the veterinary comes in. Then what I do for these oaks is I put a proper health plan together. Starts with fodder flow,
genetic selection, what food we have, when are we going to have it, how are we going to have it. The less we're feeding out of a bag, the more money we're making. And also the better our product is. Then traceability is the buzzword and everything else, but this is for real, okay? So when we put that little thing into the packet, we can tell our customer exactly when that lamb was born, what happened to him all its way in its life until the day that we sell it. So it's a complete traceability system. Genetic selection, I'll explain this whole story to you. Drug monitoring, it's very easy on this farm because there's almost none involved, but on other farms, we do keep track of it, okay? This was also easy because I don't know how much of you guys know what's happening in the wool industry, but we have an auditing system in place now. It's called the Cape Wool Sustainability System. So everything is audited. We have kept track of everything and we have complete traceability already. So this was just nice to sort of fit into all that. And then make sure that your environment that you work in is friendly enough that if there's a picture that goes out from your client, it's not going to cause trouble. Okay, so that's an important thing to remember when you're starting going into these specific consumer markets, is you have to keep track of what the environment looks like. Okay, this is the first thing I always tell every client. I don't know what those shearers were up to that day, but they had fun. That's what I do know. But pretty does not pay the bills. It doesn't care what an animal looks like, all this confirmation, everything else. It needs to be able to produce the product that you want. That's number one. That's always number one. All right, no Vicklins. So this farmer came to me and said, can we stop deworming? And I said, yeah, I don't know. So that's where we started. She wanted better product for her own house. And then we started having a good story to tell. And I can honestly say, this is her numbers. So no hormones, no drugs. Okay, when we slaughtered this lamb at 8 to 9 months, it's been vaccinated and it would have had a mineral supplement. And that's it. No pesticides, no dip, no deworming, nothing. The only deworming that happens on this farm is pregnant ewes 3 weeks before lambing. So I scan the maidens, and up until that point, they've never seen a dewormer in their life or a dip. Okay, so it's quite a unique situation. They are crawled every day, just like all the others. And we do almost nothing. We do tattoos and tagging. We cut the tails of the females that we are going to keep. And other than that, we don't really do anything to these sheep. Okay, and there's the lambs. So those lambs are going to go into the feedlot. And like I say, they've been vaccinated. They've had a shot of some mineral supplement of some kind. And other than that, they've had nothing. That's it. Okay. So, healthy sheep. And the thing I can say about this is when we started doing this thing and we stopped deworming these animals and we started selecting for better genetic animals, everything else came as a bonus. Pneumonia disappeared, sore feet disappeared, mastitis disappeared, skin disappeared, abscesses disappeared. So a healthy animal that's genetically selected is a healthy animal. That I can say over and over again to you guys, okay? We have a 3-strike rule. If you need to be treated more than 3 times in a year and that deworming for a pregnant mom counts as 1, then you're out. And we cull up and down. Okay, and what that means is if a ewe has to be culled, her mom and grandmother gets culled and all her offspring gets culled. It's brutal, but it works. Okay, so it's severe genetic selection. The thing is, everybody needs to be in on it, okay? We've worked out that urea is bad for us. We use natural proteins as much as possible. And you got to get your vaccinations right. You got to get your minerals right. The other thing we don't do is we try to stress our animals as little as possible. The only predator control in this farm is 3 Anatolians. So that's the other thing. We don't chase them. We don't run with them. It's a very strict routine. Certain time in the morning, they go out, they graze, whatever else. They come back at a certain time. It's a fixed routine. So no stress, as little as possible handling, and that's how we make it work. So that's what it looks like. They go out onto the pastures. As you can see how even they are. So we do this with teaser rams. We basically lamb 500 ewes in about 22 days. Just with teaser rams. Okay, and how you find a teaser ram? It's very simple. You take a little boy at about 5 months. We normally take about 15 of them. We stick them in a little pen with a ewe or 2. They don't have to be on heat, those ewes. Just put them in a pen with a ewe and watch them for 5 minutes. There'll be 2 that all they can think about is a ewe, and it's simple. Make a teaser RAM, put them in the system, and that's what we do. We make 1 per 50 use, and we keep on doing it every year. And that's it. Any questions?
I can just add something, Arina, that a temple farm where the Orange River fish tunnel opens up near Tebus and Koffiebus in the Hofmeyer district, Andrew van Lingen stopped dosing in 2007. So it's 20 years ago, just over 4,000 ewes, flock. Klipspruit boerdery in Verliers stopped dosing around about 2014.
Yeah.
13 years ago, 5,000 plus ewes.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there. That's the thing. it can be-
Onderplaas boerdery down in Rivers, Heidelberg, around about 2,000 ewes. They phoned me 2 weeks ago with its lots of rain and cold and said daar so 3 oetjies, but they were still nice and pink and but swollen.
It's
So
it's doable. It's doable.
it's doable on large scale. My new thing that I've been working on for 20 years is living with parasites, and it's watch the space. I think the next year is going to be yeah.
So we call a ewe if she can't wean more than 55% of her body weight at 100 days. So that's where the production index lies. So that's the minimum standard. We stop chasing twins because we don't care. We care how many kgs can she wean at 100 days. And if that comes in 1 lamb, 2 lambs, 3 lambs, that doesn't matter because we're selling kgs. We're not selling numbers. So that's where we went and it works very well.
Right. I'm calling on VTech to just come and introduce our next speaker.
Hello, everybody. I've got the great privilege of introducing our next speaker. Katja Guerra-Bailey is the founder and managing director of Influence Brand Communications, a Johannesburg-based PR and influencer marketing agency. She specializes in media relations, brand storytelling, influencer partnerships, digital marketing, and immersive brand experience. With over 18 years of experience in public relations and communications, Katja has worked across beauty, wellness, healthcare, lifestyle, food, veterinary, and consumer brands, helping businesses build visibility, credibility, and meaningful consumer connections. So without further ado, please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Matt, for the wonderful introduction. So from my side today, we're going to be looking at the power and purpose of social media, specifically for the ruminant veterinary practices. I'm going to skip the slide as Matt obviously has already introduced me. Okay, so essentially, why social media in 2026? I think just from a show of hands, how many veterinarians, practices, farmers are currently on social media, not from a personal capacity, but from a business perspective? Okay, so there's a pretty good amount, but I think also there's a lot that are interested in social media, but don't know where to start. And I think that's obviously the purpose of why we are here today. So why social media in 2026? We know that everybody and anybody has access to a cell phone, a majority have access to social media platforms. It's obviously a way to portray and get information out to your customers and your clients. It also helps turn your expertise. So if you are very prominent in a certain sector, it obviously allows you to take your expertise and share it amongst the public or obviously people or groups that specifically follow you. In this day and age, video and short form video is obviously on the rise, and that is where a lot of your content should be sitting. And it's obviously one of the most cost-effective ways to get your brand out there as well, yourself out there. So what is the purpose of social media? First and foremost is about building brand awareness. So yeah, it helps you let your clients know who you are and what you do. It allows you to educate consistently. So sharing practical advice around herd health, prevention and treatment advice. It builds trust. So your clients, if they know who you are and what you do, the chances are most likely they are going to either give you a call, contact your sales reps. The more you build yourself and your brand, the more credible you are out there to your customers. It allows you to stay top of mind. So if there is an emergency, or if there's an outbreak, or they know your clients know that you, that you maybe have an advantage on a particular product, they know that you are going to be the first ones that they're going to call. It allows you to strengthen relationships. So yeah, it builds more of a human and credible connection with your audience, and it obviously supports your reputation. So yeah, you want to showcase your credibility, you want to showcase your expertise, and essentially bring what you do to a platform where people are already on. So if we look at the top social media platforms and why, so a lot of you, and I'm sure, are already on WhatsApp. Obviously, you have your respective WhatsApp groups. There, it's obviously very immediate. So if you need to build a WhatsApp for business, it allows you to do so, sharing invitations, calendar events, those sort of things. So that's always great and widely used, obviously, within the farming communities. Facebook is great for your community purposes. So if you belong to groups, if you belong to different regions, it just allows you to get your brand out there within a consumer focused environment. The next one is Instagram. So everyone always thinks that Instagram's there for pretty pictures, which it is, but it also allows you to tell a story within those pretty pictures. So we know that not always we're living in pretty pictures, but it does allow you to get that conversation started with a multi-base purpose using Instagram. The next one is TikTok. Everybody knows TikTok as that dancing app. Fortunately enough, it's moved away from there. So this is really great for your short form content. So if you have any videos that you want to put out, any webinars that you want to do, those sort of things, TikTok is a great platform to host them. And you can also do, obviously, TikToks in groups. So not just anyone and everyone is invited. You can control that. LinkedIn, we know, is obviously good for professional points of view. So whatever's happening within your practice, your company, any thought leadership pieces. So if you specialize in one specific topic, to get yourself out there, LinkedIn is very good to obviously your fellow industry peers. And then YouTube is really great for long form content. So if you want to delve a little bit deeper into longer videos, if people want to sit and watch, a proper YouTube series, it allows you to do that. And what's also great is that you can cut those pieces of long form videos into short form content. So if you've got a half an hour presentation, you can itemize which sections of that presentation you want to allow a viewer to watch, obviously within a shorter time of period. Okay, so why does marketing matter for the ruminant vets? I think, again, yeah, first and foremost is about building trust. If there is something that is going on, your clients need to be able to phone you. They want to build their trust with you, when they want to build that relationship with you over and above that personal one-on-one. The fact that you are showing up online knows that it shows you that you know what you're talking about, number one, and you're credible, number two. You turn expertise into everyday value. So obviously everybody here is very knowledgeable in your practice or in your professional space. So turn that into content that people, especially students, emerging farmers, they need to learn from the best. You guys are the best, so take this advantage and provide that experience through to them. So educate on a scale. So if you're posting one post, just one post around biosecurity or vaccinations, or if there is a risk coming up, it is far widely greater than just a one-on-one personal conversation. It allows you to reach a much wider audience. humanize the practice. I think I love doing this, especially for VTech and SAVA, is that it allows you to get to know you and the people behind you. So if you want to profile yourself, if you want to profile your staff, it allows you to do that also. So humanizing, and that's where emotional human connection comes in. So it's very important to do so. At the end of the day, you don't want to always sit and look at organic AI images. Bring real people to the front so people can become a little bit more or get to know those people a little bit more on a personal basis. And then obviously compete with misinformation. We're living a day now where ChatGPT is the new Google. Anybody's got a problem, they go into ChatGPT and they want those answers. Well, hate to break it to you, ChatGPT can never compete against a human. So be there before anybody even goes onto their ChatGPT. You need to, as vets, be part of the conversation. And if people have a question, they've got a problem, they need a solution, they need guidance, ensure that yourself, or if you don't have a social media team, you guys are there to answer those questions before you can even think of someone going onto ChatGPT. Okay, so looking at content marketing. All right, so what pillars are, now I'm already a little bit interested in social media. What are the pillars that I should be thinking of before I start my social media journey? So seasonal herd reminders. When is vaccination time? When is parasite control? Seasonal disease risks. Let your followers know about them. Remind them of those seasonal trends, all right? Prevention-led education. So again, yeah, this is taking your experience and your knowledge and allowing your followers to digest and understand what you want to be educating them on. Responsible medicine use. There, obviously comes a lot of the time where SAPRA is stopping something of entering the country. Teach them and educate them on the purpose of using a particular medication. Why is it needed? And what detriment effects can it have on animals should that product not be then available? So that is really, really important. And obviously just to teach people how and where to use it. Behind the scenes content. So yeah, again, it ties into the humanization factor of your content. So if you are out on the field, if you are in the practice, if you are going out to a client, allow your followers to be part of your practice or part of your journey. And then authority updates. Obviously, we know that SAVA and SAVC do give a lot of these updates. So these are great ways to reshare. And you can reshare with your thoughts. Even if you just want to reshare, you can do that. But if you want to reshare and obviously just add your thoughts into that, obviously do that. Also, again, it ties into that credibility factor. All right, so content examples. So these are just examples that I've put together just to show you the type of content that we do for our client. So if you look at this one's a little bit more fun. It's a little bit more, to ease off. Nothing always has to be so serious. So just, it's a fun way of just bringing the brand out there. So yeah, obviously this is what we did for VTech. This one over here that we did for SAVA, this was obviously during Rabies Awareness Month. So this is a great way that you can publicly educate the public, okay? You have to, content that you put out there, always ensure that it is done in a way that the general public can understand. You guys are the professionals. You are, there's certain words to this day, I'm like, I'm not saying that word. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to describe it. So always do your content in a way that your general audience can understand it and makes it easy for them to understand essentially that information. But this is just an example of what we did of if you got bitten by an animal that obviously has rabies, what do you do? So yeah, came from an educational point of view. The next one from a VTech perspective. So this is where we bring the humanization factor into our content. So yeah, you want to showcase, the team, behind the brand. Allow them to get to know you. You're not just a company, you're not just numbers. There are people behind the brand, and use that to your advantage. Let them, your followers, let them almost feel part of that journey with you. Feel as if they are part of the company. The next one is the antimicrobial resistance. So yeah, again, this is from an educational point of view. And again, bring it into simple terms and understanding so people can understand what the point that you're trying to put across. All right, then we have our Matthew. So this again, this is in the field. This is content. Guys, pictures don't have to be the most perfect pictures. They want to see reality. They want to see it. It's not always the greatest of pictures, but it tells a story. It knows that people are working on the field, and you don't have to put filters and you don't have to put it all pretty. And honesty, it is organic content. It's real life content. And then the next one that we did is actually a PR piece that we did for SAVA. This was the Cape Fur Seals, rabies. And then obviously we turned that into a PR, so traditional PR campaign or exercise. And that is where we take relevant, newsworthy topics and we put it out within the media space. So that can go onto radio, TV, newspapers, online. So that's just an example of what we did for SAVA from a traditional PR point of view. So yeah, so those obviously just two additional piece of content that we did. So the one that we actually did there for the FMD breakout, a more recent one, that is where we obviously did a piece, traditional PR and social media, and then we actually had various publications repost our content. So obviously is it to go out to the media, you know, you've got to make sure, and this is where we obviously would come in, is just to make sure that the angle is newsworthy and strong-worthy enough that we want to grab the attention of, number one, the media outlets, and obviously make sense for their readers. Okay, so these are obviously just some extra ones that you can see. Graphs work also really, really well. So if you do have this type of content that you want to show, in this case, it was obviously where rabies was highest during this period. That's also really great to know. So people who are viewing can say, oh gosh, okay, I mean, within those areas, I've got to look out for this. If, you know, I do see an animal that I think has rabies, this is who I need to call, those sort of things. Okay, so just some key takeouts from what I've shown you and what we do for our two clients. So VTech obviously is around veterinary compounding, responsible medicine use, and AMR to list a few. So that just shows how important or how technical a topic can be, how we can dilute it, but still allow it to make sense for the general public to understand, as well as fellow peers and clients. Obviously with SAVA, it's more from an educational point of view. So there, if we have anything to do with FMD, rabies, any content that we need to educate the general public about, that is where we primarily come in from a SAVA perspective. Okay, so now you interested, hopefully, and we start thinking, how do I now go about, obviously, from a social media perspective? Well, first and foremost, it is starting your pages up for you. But then what we do is that we actually start thinking around what type of content would be best. So from your side, it can be, and what I've just listed there is one, you know, in a month. You obviously do not have to be posting every single day. People will get very tired and very bored very quickly. So my suggestion that you are posting twice a week to 3 times a week, depending on the platforms, obviously, that makes sense for you. Okay. So this is just as an example. Obviously, you don't want to follow the same format every single week. The content becomes monotonous and people start losing interest. But just things like an educational herd health tip. Very quick, simple, put a nice caption together with some hashtags, maximum 3 hashtags. Don't be putting 7, 8, 9, 10 hashtags. People, I can see these two ladies here, they're like, oopsie. Literally 3 hashtags is all you need. People are not going to be going on every single hashtag that you're posting there. It's not worth it. Can promise you there. Week number 2, look at what your team is doing behind the scenes. Are you going out for site visits? What type of content can you be posting? Are they going to see another practice? Are you going to go see a client? Are you out in the field? Those sort of things. Week 3, an example is a farmer Q&A or myth busting post. Those will always work very, very well. A lot, especially like from a SAVA perspective, to bust those myths works great because everybody has their perception or everybody thinks that they know what to do in a certain situation. So these types of tips really are great to use in just debunking those myths. Then week 4 can be a seasonal reminder. Vaccinations, yeah, you obviously know what you do better within the ruminant industry, but those just type of reminders are really great to be putting out there. Okay, so what are common social media mistakes to avoid? Posting when you only have something to promote. It's not the yellow pages social media, and you don't want it to look like a magazine or a newspaper specifically. So obviously promote content that is valuable and that you know is going to make a difference, whether you're educating, whether you are showcasing what you're doing. Don't just promote if you're wanting people to buy something, for example, okay? Using overly clinical language. Again, make it simple. I'll call it social media for dummies, because sometimes I do need that. But you need to make your information in a way that the general public will understand. Okay, so don't overly use terminologies or that sort of thing. Not explaining why information is important. So now you've put this great content out, but now people not understanding what is the purpose of this. So always have a plan as to why you are doing it. Being inconsistent, posting once a month is not going to get you anywhere. People will forget about you. People do this for a living where they scroll. If you're posting once a month, you're forgotten. There's no then purpose or plan for that. Ignoring comments and questions. This for me is a big one. Your community is there for a reason. If they've got a question and you might not know the answer straight away, still acknowledge them. Don't leave them hanging, because then it looks like you're only posting for the heck of posting and there's no actual team behind it, or there's no actual people behind it. Because you can easily go onto ChatGPT and create a whole social media calendar, schedule it and leave it. You're not winning. That there's no win there from a social media perspective. Okay, so please do answer those comments and questions. Again, if you don't have the answer, just say, thank you, so and so. We will get back to you soon. Or please check your DMs. We will contact you there. So please keep them updated. Trying to be on every platform with no plan. Everyone wants to be everywhere. It's great to get your brand out there. But if you don't have a plan, there is no purpose of you actually being on those platforms. If TikTok is not going to work for you, great, that's fine. Maybe Facebook and LinkedIn will. If Instagram, you don't want to go for the more aesthetically looking type of platform, that's great. But Instagram has also launched a new thing. I'm not sure if anybody's seen it. It's called Instance in DMs. So what you do there is, it's not where Instagram is very much an aesthetic type of feed. Instance, in the direct messages in your DMs, you can just post pictures. So it doesn't have to be so beautifully aesthetically done. The candle doesn't have to be placed in such a beautiful way where the sun is shining. It's honest, it's raw, it's real. So that is also just one they've just recently launched, which I thought I'd share. All right, and then posting without a clear audience in mind. Again, it ties into, if you've got no plan, you've got no strategy, you don't know who you're talking to, you are just there because you're there. And to be honest, it is not a great look for the business, for your company, for yourself. And then forgetting that trust is built over time. You're not going to get 20,000 followers in the first month. That's not going to happen unless you want a whole bunch of bots sitting in your followers. It takes time, social media. It doesn't happen overnight. And that's why it's important that you have a strategy as to why you are building those platforms. What communication, what education, what content is valuable to be put out there. Okay, and I thought this was just a very cute little takeout. So good marketing does not replace good veterinary work. It makes good veterinary work more visible, understood, and valuable. Any questions? Thank you. I was very nervous. Thank you. Hi.
Thanks very much. I've actually got a couple of questions. With short form video content, how long do you have for a hook?
30 seconds.
30 seconds, hey?
You got
30 seconds?
to
Okay.
get the actual hook,
Yeah.
you need to hook them in the first 10 seconds.
Okay.
But for a short form video, the suggested time is 30 seconds. More than that, people lose their interest.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
And out of a team, is it important to have one person posting as a sort of face of the company, or to get posts from everybody if we're doing video content?
So what we do, and I'll just use as an example of VTech. So we've obviously got a team of 9 sales execs. So those 9 sales execs will continuously send us content every day when they're out on the field, whether they are at congresses, they send us the content. Myself and my colleague, we are the ones that put all the content out there. So there are specific templates that we use, whether you are at a congress, whether you are behind the scenes, whether, you know, it's a will be there, will you be there, for example. So you do not, as the owner of a company, you shouldn't be posting your own social media. You need to have a strong team behind you that understands your vision and will drive from a social media perspective and a marketing perspective. You guys work hand in hand to make sure that that is done in a correct format. But as an owner, you shouldn't really. I mean, you've got other things to be focusing on, to be honest. So yeah, that's why the teams like us are around.
Thank you. And last question,
Yeah.
WhatsApp channels, your view on that?
WhatsApp channels work if you don't, if there's a good purpose for it. You don't want to be, for example, with the FMD, I saw obviously the minister and government, all of them now have WhatsApp channels, which is great for getting content out there. But if you do not have valuable content that you can continuously be posting about, I wouldn't touch that. I would rather do maybe a closed group with yourself and fellow professionals, rather do a closed group where someone can monitor that, than a channel. A channel, you have got to at least be posting 2-3 times a day with valuable content. Pleasure.
So,
Hi.
so thank you. Also another question, posting all this information and yeah, you basically equip that owner already with everything he needs to know. What makes him visit your practice and not wherever he can find the product?
If you can just repeat that. Sorry, the light, I can't, sorry, there we go.
Yeah, I'm just asking, so you said put up, this is why we do it, this is
Yes.
the product you want to use.
Yes.
So he's already got all the information. What makes him come get it from you?
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
thank you for your question. So at the end of the day, it is again, it's that humanized factor. So you can post, which is great. You're posting about what you offer and what you do, but it also makes such a difference when I can go, I mean, I do recognize some of the doctors there that was at a CPD day. And it's always that human element and that human factor that will overtop just one post. So although that post is going far and wide to various audiences, at the end of the day, if I know that there is a person behind there that I can make a meaningful conversation with, well, not conversation, but a meaningful connection with, that for me stands out a whole lot more than just seeing your pretty picture on social media. I hope that answers your question. Cool.
Thank you very much,
Thank you so
Katja.
much.
And thank you for
Thank you.
not sticking to the time, but really doing it in time short, to the point, much appreciated. Our next speaker is Dr. Rian de Pre. It's a pleasure, it's an honor introducing you, Rian. We've come quite a few years together. The things that catch me is the fact that he was in private practice, mixed private practice, rural private practice for 14 years. He's a past SAVA president. That equips him with experience in private practice, industry leadership, professional governance. He holds an MBA from Free State University. He's busy pursuing his PhD in something that lies close to both of our hearts, and that is system-based framework of One Health. He has been advocating sustainable food animal production for a long time. Rian, the floor is yours. Now, we're looking forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. So, yeah, quite a stiff task. We need to go through MBA, Financial Management 700, in 10 minutes. It's a 6-month course. So let's see what we can do. So I've changed the topic when I found out that I do not have, at first started off, Willem Schulteis and I had this idea of a workshop, a practical workshop with figures that you supply. Went down to an hour, it went down to 45 minutes, and then we heard, no, 10 minutes. So I changed the topic and I chose this picture so that I can give you one diagnostic or monitoring tool that you can go and apply from tomorrow. Every evening before you leave, you can print out a specific report on your management system. And with one single percentage that is shown there, you can manage your practice. If we can start there, then I would be happy with what we have done today. So I just quickly want to show some stats. So this is from America, but nonetheless, they found that in small and medium enterprises, that's what most of you are, about a third was totally unprofitable. About a third was only marginal. They were just scraping through month after month. And about a third had high profitability. When they looked at the clients of the business, when they analyzed every client, it's about the same. About a third of them were unprofitable clients. They were costing you money. It's those that you should actually help get out of the door and hope they never come back. They are unprofitable. When they looked at product lines, retailing, again, about a third of all products sold by SMMEs were unprofitable. And when they looked at total invoices, total transactions, again, about a third to half of them were unprofitable. What is wrong? What is going wrong there? So just a few definitions. The goal of business is to maximize the business value. We do not buy practices to earn a salary. Are you listening to me? If you bought a practice to think, I now employ myself and I can pay myself a salary, it's not the primary reason why you were supposed to buy a practice. You need to be working on the business value, the long-term value of that investment. You are an entrepreneur and therefore, unfortunately, you are inextricably linked to financial management. You need to understand what is happening on the financial management level of your practice or your business. I'm just repeating it there, somebody else. And there, this one is for me very important. More to the point, each entrepreneur has to maximize the market value of the existing owner's equity. That's the key. Can I just ask, who of you are investing, putting away money and you're buying shares and Sasol, whoever? Who has ever bought shares? There's a few. Okay, those that have put up their hands, even if you qualify for the next question, do not put it up because now I'm testing the rest. Of the rest sitting here, who has shares in a veterinary practice? Put up your hands. Come on, put it up. So why didn't you put up your hands when I asked who is investing in equity. You are a shareholder. You are an equity owner. Just like if I buy Sasol shares. I'm a part owner, a small owner of Sasol. But if I buy, as Rian, a veterinary practice, I own 100% shares of that practice. I'm a shareholder. So that's the first thing you need to realize today, that you are wearing two hats. You are wearing the hat of an investor who bought shares, and you are wearing the hat or the green overalls and the stethoscope of the salary earning professional. Okay, just remember that. So when we look at the balance sheet, there is a little word there, equity. And the equity is divided by what you as the shareholder put in. The cash that must be paid back to you, because that's the part you put in. But it grows year by retained income, retained net profits. Your part of shares is growing. Every year you put net profits in there. You own less and less and less to ABSA, and you own more and more to the shareholder, which is you. So remember that, and that we need to grow. Who should manage profitability? The owners themselves, the partners, the directors, the trustees, the practice managers, and your accountants. Are your accountants at the end of each financial year sitting down with you and discussing your growth margins and your growth and stuff? If they're doing it, they're good accountants. Many of them don't do it. They give you your statements, they do your tax, and then they're finished. So please, you need to look at it. Let's just quickly look at the income statement. So the income statement is our total income for the year, less the cost of goods, all the medicines and the materials. That's called cost of goods. You deduct that, then you sit with your gross profit. When you just work out the percentage, that's the gross profit margin or percentage. Then your fixed cost or your expenses, and then you sit with the net profit. And then that percentage down there, the net profit margin, is the most important little percentage or little key when you sell your practice one day, whether they use future cash flow or capitalized net profit. That percentage is going to go into all the formulas. The higher that percentage, the higher your selling price. That's the one you need to build. But how do you do it? By looking at that gross profit margin on a day-to-day basis, because your fixed costs, you must keep stable. That's why they're called fixed costs. But if you can up that gross profit margin through a structured financial management plan, you are building that long-term value. Because if your fixed costs stay the same and you up your GP, every R1 that you up your gross profit falls straight down to that net profit. And you can multiply it by about 5 or 6. Just, that is, please don't go and evaluate but roughly, when people are starting talking about practice selling or business selling, more or less, depending on the risk factor, every R1 falling through adds 5 to 6 rand to the eventual selling price. Let's quickly look at a few case studies. Why is this not advancing? Right. Here I've got 16 practices out of the about 50 practices that I have evaluated over the past few years up till 2022. I only took the best 8, those are the bottom ones, and the poorest 8, those are the top ones. And I just compared them, tops and tails, like Carl said now. So it works. There's total sales, less the cost of goods, gives us our gross profit as a percentage, our GPM, the fixed cost or expenses, the net profits, and the net profit margins. Let's quickly look at the trends here. When we look at the poorest 8, they had an average gross profit margin of about 45.1%, meaning income less their cost of goods. This was their gross profits, about 45%. Looking at the best 8, they had 11 percentage points. This is not only a 10%, it is 11 percentage points higher. It's 25% higher than the poor ones. Gross profit. If we look at the net profits, about 5% net profit margin, they did not even beat the financial market. Spent their whole lives, 40 years of their lives, and they did not even beat the financial market. How sad. And look at that, which just goes to show, but okay, this is pulled a bit skew by these two guys at the bottom, pulled it a bit skew, and Dave, I see my time is up, but I'm about halfway through the course. So just give me a few minutes more. Right, so you can see that if you can manage this gross profit margin, it will fall through and you will see that that percentage grows. Let me just quickly show 3 bleeders that I found when we evaluate the practices and we found them making losses. So there's one. You can see it's mostly a small animal practice. 5.5 million turnover with a gross profit margin of only 27%. What went wrong here? So what went wrong is that they decided they're going to go into pet food, but they're going to viciously compete, and they only marked up their pet food 15%. So they were diluting. That's why they diluted that gross profit margin so much. If they did not that, and they were selling at a 25% gross profit margin, which is a 32-35% markup as per whatever, they would have added an extra 208,000 rand of net profit. Okay, times 5 or 6. And the second one, this practice, discount, and this is a very important one. So this was a practice, and they employed a junior vet. And this young CCS vet, who now found herself in this practice, was scared of all the oom Piets and oom Kooses and all the farmers out there. So she would work, come back, put everything into the computer and say, oops, 8,000 rand account. And then she would give oom Piet 2,000 rand discount or whatever. So when I found this, I went back. She gave discount of 180,000 rand for the year. If she did not do that, the net profit would have been 650,000. And the last one, theft. So here's small animal practice. Cash, very haastige cliënte. Came in, paid cash. Do you want the invoice? I don't have time for the invoice. And she took the cash, put the cash in her pocket, and that transaction never went through. 142,000 loss on average per year, and that would have worked back to an increase of the net profit to 740,000 rand. So the tool I want to give you is that gross profit margin, and your practice management software should give you that report, a gross profit margin report. Very short and sweet report. You can do it daily, weekly. Just don't do it longer than a week. You need to monitor this. And when you see a trend of it going down, you know you are diluting. You need to be building it or keep it around 50%, as we saw in that, 52%, then you're healthy. I hope you're going to use that tool and look out for the other things. I think if we need to revive these kinds of talks, we should do it at the mini congresses and stuff like that. But 10 minutes is not going to do it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Liddy. There's no questions. Sorry. Why is Liddy here? I was phoned by a friend, colleague, that said, Dave, you've got to meet this woman. I said, but who is she? Hier is Didi se ma. So I phoned Didi and I said, Didi, can I have your mother's telephone number? Why do you want it? Said, because I was told to phone her. So I arranged to drink a cup of coffee with her. 4 o'clock appointment, she was on time. 3 hours later, we could have still talked for another hour or 2 or 3. Liddy, it's an honor. Her whole CV is there, and you can read and read and read. But I think I'm just going to touch on the last paragraph and say, she's a professional student. She's got an M in social science. She's got a PhD in social work. She's got an M.Ed in higher education, a M.Com in industrial psychology. They say 20 years of experience. Being Didi's mother, I think is a lot more. But since 2017, she has been actively involved in promoting the well-being of veterinary professionals. Upon her retirement, what's that? She has established her own consultancy practices or practice, Wellbe Consulting. Liddy, the floor is yours.
You just show me how this works, just to the right.
Jy druk net die knop om aan te gaan, ja?
Yes,
En dan
thank you.
die pointertjies hier, pointer is op al toe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Every time they talk about my CV, it's like looking back on years of wonderful experiences with people. And I always say it's not about the qualification. I had a discussion with Stefan this afternoon at a dinner table to say, I like studying because it's concise and it's in a package and I don't have to jump all over the place, because when you study this, you see that and you go, and I go down a rabbit hole, and so studies keep me contained. But that is not what today is all about. It's about work-life balance. That was the instruction that I got to talk about. And I want you just for a minute to think, what does it mean to you? And if you want to write it down, what do you think is work-life balance? Just for a moment. Do you think it's possible? Usually people think work-life balance is mutually exclusive. You have to lose some of this to benefit this. And it causes friction and it causes a lot of guilt. You can ask mums that's working. I was one of them. When I'm with my children, I loved it. When I was at work, I loved it. And I always had this guilt feeling of I might not spend enough time with either my family or at work. And it actually causes friction. So I would suggest something different. I would say beyond balance, we get a dynamic interaction. Dynamic means that there is work to be done. It's ongoing, it's active, and it's a balance or interaction between your resources and your demands and the strategies that you follow. Integration. So it's not work-life balance, it's work-life integration. And synergy is the outcome. There's a synergy between the two. So there is no that you don't have to lose some of this side to benefit that side. It's a synergy. It interacts. And there's a definition of synergy. What I like is that the individual plays the main part. It's your decision. All right, just to keep with the veterinary environment, oxpeckers and zebras and bees and flowers, there's a mutualistic relationship. Both benefit. And both work. Emphasis on work. It takes time and it takes effort. It's a combined effort to both to achieve more. It's not just to achieve or to meet ends meet or to say, I don't feel guilty. you achieve more. And that also applies to your personal life. And it's contextual. Each context has its own demands. I can just imagine that a veterinarian in a small animal practice have different challenges than a wildlife vet. And as many other discipline specialists there are. And it requires action. And I repeat this word action all the time because it's not only action by the individual. I need to manage my time better, but it also has an effect on the practice. And that's where it gets difficult. And I think at the back of your minds, you can imagine, I want to be home earlier to be with my children, but my boss says no. Or the senior vet says, you know what, I've spent a lot of time becoming a senior vet, it's now your time. To be effective, your action should be attainable, and you should continuously mitigate the challenges to foster resilience. And resilience is there are so many definitions, is actually to become better as you go along. And not only to overcome stress, but to actually benefit from the stress. All right, what needs to be integrated for a synergistic work-life relationship for vets? I just want to say that what I'm referring to here is my little experience I have with vets. You can add lists and lists and lists to that, and it might even differ from mine. Threatening situations. As people know that I'm interested in vets and their environment, I regularly receive news clips and emails on what happens to vets. And the one event that stood out was the recent trampling by a vet in the Free State by a buffalo. And then I realized again how threatening these circumstances are. And it doesn't only mean wildlife vets, it also means other vets. Loneliness and isolation. Many vets, especially in the rural areas, they have their own practices. They are responsible for everything on their own, and they have to make big decisions, financial decisions, as we've seen the previous speaker spoke about. They go home at night and they have these worries, financial worries. And I know that vets work with large sums of money, especially in the wildlife environment. And not only that, but if I have to manage the books or have the books of a vet, I would be anxious all the time. Challenges to ethical values. It's easy to say, yeah, and usually when you study, they give you these examples of ethical dilemmas. But when you're confronted with one, and you don't know whether you want to go this side or that side or just ahead, and all the consequences of that, that causes a lot of stress and anxiety. Conflicts with business operators, clients, difficult people. Sometimes when I ask, what do you want me to talk about or to speak about or discuss? And then they say difficult people, how to deal with difficult people. Welfare incidents in your practice, people that's reporting to you, you yourself. Availability, that's the big time thief. Many vets tell me, oh, it's okay to tell me I have to sleep more, I have to arrange my diary, I have to do this and that and the other. But what do I do if I have a call out at 3 o'clock in the morning? What about my sleep patterns? How should I remain available with the time constraints that I have? And then professional development. I don't have to tell you how much information is out there, and to keep up and to stay abreast of things that develop. Now, you're not only at home, I mean at work, you're also at home. You encounter sleep disorders. You either sleep too little or too much, or you feel that you're never going to bed, or you just start sleeping and then you become awake, especially 2 or 3 in the morning, and then you can't get back to sleep again. You have family responsibilities. And I must tell you, nowadays to bring up children, it's not easy, difficult. And children, I mean, been there, done that, but luckily it was the time when it wasn't as difficult to bring up children. They grow into teenagers, they have got the middle years, they call them tweens, little ones. They all have their different requirements. Personal and family emergencies. An emergency has the knack of appearing unexpectedly. Self-care goals. You have all these worries, and then somebody like me tells you, you have to take care of yourself. You have to be kind to yourself. You have to do this and that and the other, and you think, when am I going to have time to do that? And then one thing I really want to emphasize is engagement with others. Don't shy away from contact. I know it's not easy when you are overwhelmed with what you have to do to reach out to other people and to even make time to socialize, but it's very important. All right, what is required to integrate personal and work life? The first one is yourself. Do you really know yourself? Do you know what triggers you in becoming angry? You're working beautifully, or you're driving somewhere and suddenly you are enraged with something. Or you go to work and you feel so tired and so depressed. What triggered that? Do you know that? Do you know that if people make you energized, or that people's emotions drain you? Are you a stickler for detail, or do you want to be not to even face detail? That's important, because that will also help you to know who to employ and how to engage with people within your practice and how to utilize their best characteristics. And then also your environment matters. Where is your practice? Where is your personnel? Are you away from your home? Do you only reach at 10 o'clock at night? Do you have to get up 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work? Or is it like mine? I just step out of my back door into my practice. It's a privilege, but it has its own challenges. And now this, why I highlighted this in bold is, it's only, let me read this first, the need for integration must be significant. It's only when you experience burnout yourself, and I'm talking about myself, then you realize you can't push your body and push your body until your body says, no, this is enough. Or that you become so involved and empathetic and compassionate with people that you have so much compassion depletion that you can't carry on anymore, that it feels that you've given everything. And only when you experience that breaking point, then you will realize, I have to do something about that. So why wait for that? Why don't you do it now? Be proactive. How do work and personal life mutually benefit from each other? Before I go to that, the common denominator of all this is your mindset. I need to have a mindset to make a change. Now, from your personal life to your work life, your personal life can benefit your work life, lower stress levels, and enhance resilience. If everything is okay at home, if there's no stressors at home, if you are happily married, if you have children that doesn't give you too much grief, if you love going home, that really enhances your resilience, and you are a better person and a better colleague. The soft skills that you apply at your home, you can transfer that to your work environment. In the next few slides, we will see how that can be achieved. Different perspectives. You definitely have a different perspective of something when you are at home than when you are at work. You're more tolerant about things at home. Why? Why is that? Is it because you know the people better? Is it because you trust them more? Why? Increase motivation and productivity. If you feel good at home, just think. It's nice to go to work. You feel motivated. You feel you can make a difference. And your productivity increases. All right. Now your work life, how does it benefit your personal life? Oh, we're back at finances again. Even if you work for your salary, it gives you that financial stability. And you know what? If finances go wrong, anxiety builds up and everything that goes with. So if you have regular income, then it benefits you in emotional stability. It gives you confidence and encouragement. If somebody asks you, oh, that's a topic, a whole different topic. What are you doing? I am a vet. Your professional identity is part of your identity. I am a vet. That gives you confidence. And what people expect of vets gives you that confidence. This is who I am. But if you retire, that's another thing. Structure and stability. The work environment gives you structure. You have to do things at a certain time. And if you can transfer those skills into your home life, you can also have structure there. You can have your children, you can teach your children how to work in a structured way. And it gives you stability. I know I have to do this on that day, I have to do that on that day. And if I do this, then it assists you. Time management. Oh, I always say there's nothing such as time management. It is how you manage yourself in the finite time that you have in a day. And added to that, the finite energy that you have a day. There's no increases or benefits. Or that you can say, today I want more energy or I need more, at least 3 hours, that will do it. Okay, time and timing matters. What I mean by timing, you can't negotiate for a flexible working hours if the practice that you are working in is going through a tough time. That's not going to work. That's why I say context is also important. You have to read the situation and you have to act upon that. This was an eye-opener for me, and that's why I want to add it here. What is important to you in life? In overall and in general and specifically. Because if you have an answer to that question, then you will know what will motivate you to make changes, to integrate your work life. If your children and their upbringing and whatever they need is so important and you just have this amount of time and you have to make decisions, then how you think about that responsibility of yours will influence the way that you integrate your life. What do you consider as your ideal performance in the work environment? Just for a moment. Think about it. You can write it down if you want to. What makes it worth your while to be a vet in the context that you currently work in? Time, right? I'll talk very quick if I have to. What do you require from your employer? And for those that have employees with them, what do you require from your employer and what do you provide as an employer to your employee? Are you prepared to discuss flexibility? What strategies do you have? And are they effective? And what will you do when those strategies don't work? Okay. Personal strategies, boundary setting. How do you set boundaries? Start at home. Decide what the boundaries are. Communicate them very specifically. And if you get negative feedback, know it's working. Flexibility in your schedules. Focus on the results that you have and not the time that you spend. Task prioritization, I really want to emphasize here, if you know that you are a morning person and you work better in the morning, do your important task in the morning. And the admin that many of us don't like to do that the other times. Self-care, arrange for times for self-care. Some strategies in a veterinary clinical practice. It's just suggestions. I'm not that knowledgeable about all this. Focus on the results rather than the hours worked. Don't be rigid. Think about that. Be flexible, have core hours, apply different work models, and we'll get into that. On this note, I have a website and I will post something on that. Specific days for specific tasks, that helps a lot. Friday afternoons, management meetings. Create supportive settings for well-being. Your work environment, make it a happy place for you. It means that you have to take ownership for your actions and that you have to proactively adapt to challenges. The process, the focus shifts from not feeling in control to personal growth and accountability, and your personal life and work life will be mutually benefit from this integration. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I cannot allow questions. The subsec meeting should have started 10 minutes ago. So if you have questions, please, at the happy hour, let's talk to Lady in person, please. Just one very important or two important announcements. Brucellosis book that is a prize was at the Stalletjie. I think it's a Verbeck Afrivet Stalletjie. And it's not there anymore. If somebody accidentally removed it, can you please accidentally return it? The second request is for tomorrow morning, can we please start at 7:45, 15 minutes earlier? There are people with stands that have to be broken up and that are still traveling back home. So the request has been, and I don't even think we should vote about it. It's just 15 minutes, but it's a very important 15 minutes. So we're going to start 7:45 tomorrow morning, please. Any questions now? If not, Savvek, the floor is yours. Happy hour. Is there still is it the workshop now? Sorry, that's not on the, I humbly apologize. There's a workshop now. Who do I hand over to?
If there's anybody that's still haven't got their Gala dinner ticket, you're welcome to come to the registration desk.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we're just going to do a quick talk on sheep synchronization. I'm just waiting a bit for Okkert and Isak. So they're going to be here now. So just give us 2-3 minutes and we just get the talk up as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. May I please ask that we just, if possible, move a bit closer because we'd like to have this as a very interactive sort of session. So if you guys don't mind, if we could just move a little bit closer so that we can get the microphone to you quickly for questions then. We're just setting everything up and we'll start in about 5 minutes. Daar's hy, goeienaand almal. Baie dankie dat julle gekom het. Dit is vir my absoluut wonderlik om julle almal hier te sien. Soos ek gesê het, hierdie was soort van 'n impromptu idee wat ek gehad het 'n paar dae terug en ek wil vir Hendrik baie dankie sê dat hy bereid was om deur te kom en vir ons te modereer en vir ons die ding te lei. So hy gaan vir ons so 10 minute vinnige gesprekkie doen net oor die basiese hormone et cetera. En dan sal ons die vloer oopstel en dan kan ons vrae neem van julle af. Ek dink vir my is die belangrikste ding dat ons wil probeer, die groot doel is om te probeer bepaal, is daar maniere om die sponsies, die sinkronisasie wat die sponsie gedeelte spesifiek betref, beter te maak. Waar is daar tekortkoming? Wat se voorstelle het julle? Wat wil julle graag hê? Hoe moet ons maak wat die sponsies betref? So Wetskript sal in die volgende maand, 2 maande begin om die sponsies te compound. En ons het net gevoel dat as ek so met die mense praat, dat daar is tog dalk plek vir verbetering in die sponsies of vernuwing, nie om te sê om te verbeter nie, maar so dis 'n basiese vinnige workshop. Dan wil ek graag vir julle voorstel, is daar iemand hier wat nie, is there anybody here that's not okay with Afrikaans? Is daar iemand, do we have to speak English or is Afrikaans okay? Okay. Right, so we'll swap a little bit between one and the two. Is that okay? Thank you. Right, so I just want to laat ek julle net voorstel, want ek kan dit ongelukkig nie in Engels doen nie. Voorstel aan Letty die Sletty die skaap. Okay, so sy is hier vir 'n baie belangrike rede en dit is op die einde van die lesings en die gaan ons 'n kompetisie doen en vir julle verduidelik, so dan kan julle 4 nagte weg by Sedgefield, by die Penthouse by Sedgefield wen met alle kostes ingesluit, etes, kar, vlugte. So dis so R30,000 prys, okay, en dis 'n baie fun kompetisie. So ons gaan vinnig klaarmaak en dan kan elkeen kom. Ons het 20 jaar oue whisky, jy moet 'n shot whisky drink en dan gaan ons vir julle verduidelik wat julle moet doen om te wen, okay. So ek handig oor aan Hendrik. Hendrik, baie dankie. Kom vertel ons weer en vertel ons meer en dan kan ons, we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Asai, dankie Okkert. Yes, thanks to Okkert and Wetscripts for the, in fact, yes, impronto program, but yes, my kids love your advertising for the event, Okkert, so that's great. We're gonna talk a bit about estrus synchronization, and Vetscripts is definitely in a process to go into the market for synchronization drugs, and we've been working quite a while with them as well, and so we're just gonna touch on a few basics about estrus synchronization. General information about the reproductive cycle of the sheep and goat. They're both seasonal breeders, although quite a lot of our well-adapted breeds in South Africa will actually cycle through the year, but there is definitely some of the breeds that's still quite seasonal. Sheep reproductive cycle, 16, 17 days long. A 2 to 3 day follicular phase and then a luteal phase. They on heat about 30 to 36 hours after progesterone implant removal. Ovulation around 60 hours. And in sheep, the cervix is quite convoluted. And in that sense, it's more difficult in sheep to use transcervical inseminations at a good success rate, or and especially if you're using frozen semen. So they you get much better results on doing laparoscopy on them. Goats, 20 to 21 days. A cervix in a goat is more open and straight, so they react a bit better to transcervical. The CL in goats is the only source of progesterone. So in them, it's very, very important to look at the stress levels of the animals, the way you handle these animals, and because they don't have a secondary source of progesterone during pregnancy. Then, okay, again, they are seasonal breeders, and why would we use estrus synchronization? I think in South Africa, one of the very valid ways why they use synchronization is to get lambs out of season. It gives the farmers better access to markets. And I think the most important reason is to compact the lambing season, especially in the traditional sheep areas where they do extensive breeding. If you can compact the lambing season, have a lot better management around that, you can definitely increase the lamb survival rate in these animals. So I think that's definitely one of the most important reasons. Then you can increase the twinning rate, and in that sense, one can manage the program in a way that you can manipulate that. I've realized that on the groups, the RuVASA group, I think, people talked about 5linge and 6linge with inseminations. And I mean, if that was the case, maybe before my time, but I think we are much more sophisticated on what we know and how we apply these hormones. So that's definitely not applicable going forward. The optimal use of high genetic value rams is very important. You can have less rams and get the same conceptions, and with the foot and mouth in mind, it definitely lowers the disease risk. Artificial insemination can be laparoscopic, transvaginal, and we can also do synchronizations for hand matings for the same reasons that I've stated on the first slide. You maximize the impact of the high genetic value rams, which is very important. have a shorter lambing season, better management, better health, better nutrition, and much more cost effective during this process. The hormone cycle, I'm going to try this. I just want to point there to show a few things there. Oh, is it pointing there? Okay, this is smart. All right. Okay, so there's different ways that you can do estrus synchronization, and I think all of us know about the two progesterone prostaglandin injections in sheep and goats. You can basically do that 7 days apart. The problem with that, and why I will definitely recommend doing a progesterone implant, is the main reason is the buildup of LH stores. So in this luteal phase or the progesterone implant phase, you get inhibition of the development of that follicles. That's the follicular waves. Can be 2, 3, or 4 follicular waves in a cycle. And during this time, you get a buildup of follicles, and then they will regress, those follicles, while they're in this progesterone phase or the luteal phase. And in this period, basically with the pulse of the estradiol, you also get that blue line at the bottom showing the LH pulses. And that's very, very important to have a good, to build up the LH stores and to get a good ovulation in these animals. So in the end, when you take the implant out or in the start of the follicular phase, the estradiol won't be, there won't be a negative effect on the estradiol. So when you get a peak in the estradiol and the LH, then ovulation can happen. So that's basically the basics about it. That's just the hormonal axis where you've got the GnRH from the hypothalamus, anterior pituitary, the FSH and LH, and then the gonads, estrogen and progesterone. That is, yeah. What is happening? The FSH is stimulating the follicular wave. You get a production of estrogen, and that has got a negative effect on the FSH again. The LH is this LH pulses, and you can then get a LH peak and an estrogen peak at ovulation. And why we want a good LH peak is to induce ovulation, but the LH is also luteotropic, and that will give you a better quality corpus luteum, which is quite important. Yes, I think we've done that part. Here is just basically a schematic. If in that primary follicle, that's a pre-ovulatory follicle, the estradiol is formed from the cells in that follicle. From that follicle. That estradiol gives a positive feedback to the hypothalamus, GnRH, and then you get your LH peaks and the FSH forming from there. So if you want to do ovulation induction, you can use various drugs. I mean, you can use the estradiol around implant, and when you take the sponges out, that can be we are using that a lot as, let's say, as routine in cattle, but there is problems or more considerations in the small stock
but that is definitely one possibility. You can use GnRH, but what can happen with the GnRH and why we don't use it a lot, the LH can be depleted, and that leukotropic effect, you can lose that leukotropic effect. So anywhere in that process, you can use any of those drugs, but in combination, I think the best drug that most of us use is the pregnant mare serum, and we give that, and that is a specific dosages where you can where that is your best drug to induce ovulation. Looking at melatonin, if you're out of season in anestrus and you've got low melatonin, you can get a negative effect of that progesterone. And so in certain times of year in the anestrus phase, it is also good to include melatonin in a synchronization program. It's just a short video. That is pre-ovulatory follicles there. This is just a OPU or a laparoscopic OPU, ovum pickup. There you can see your primary follicles, and then there's a few smaller follicles there. Basically just what we see while we do that process. So that is a typical follicular wave, and basically at any time of year you can collect these oocytes from the ovaries. That is a corpus luteum, just to give you an indication of what that looks like. So basically we just mimic that corpus luteum with the implants. What have we got? Okay. So that is just the sponges. There is a whole variation of sponges available, and applicator. Now the estrus synchronization program that we use the most is just a proven program of insert of the sponge in sheep, keep it in for 12 to 14 days. In goats, 15 to 17 days, and do a PMSG on sponge removal, and there you can play with the dosage on whether you want multiple ovulations or single ovulations, and that will vary from farm to farm and from situation to situation. Then basically the AI time will vary from 42 to 56 hours after sponge removal. And there's a few factors that will dictate that time. Basically, are you going to do a cervical insemination, a hand mating, or a laparoscopic insemination? Are you going to use fresh or frozen or sex sorted semen? Fresh semen, you'll AI a bit earlier. Frozen slightly later, and then sex sorted quite late because I haven't got that stamina to stay viable for too long before ovulation. Ewe lambs will come on heat a bit quicker than mature ewes. Short daylight lengths, that time can be a bit shorter to ovulation than long daylight. And then whether it's very fat meat breeds or your normal wool producing breed. So there's a lot of variation there, but yes, we can talk a bit more about that timing. The benefits of LAPA, basically a higher pregnancy rate, higher twinning rate, compact lambing season, and increase in your management situation. Right, Okkert, you're gonna lead a bit on the compounding of the sponges, and we just would like everybody from the floor to just give us your input about what you've used, what the results is that you've got, and basically what you want for an effective product. Thank you.
Right, thank you very, very much, Rick. So effectively, if we could ask anybody questions, comments, primarily on anything regarding the whole synchronization, but let's try and focus on the sponges per se. Are there any comments? I think to my mind, and being absolutely useless and not knowing much about this, or very, very little about this at all, but it seems to me that the two things that is the problem with the sponges, or that could be, is the fact that we tend to get infections quite commonly. That's what I've heard. And secondly, removal of the sponges can sometimes be an issue. So I think those are two things that we can look at. But please, if there's any comments or questions from the floor. Yes. Yeah. So with the hand mating, how many use per ram then? So around about 5 per day then. Is that it? Anybody else, guys? So maybe I must just ask the question, or if one supplies the sponges with a antibiotic added to the sponge, do you think that that will be an advantage? And have you got any specific ideas on what antibiotic would be the best? I presume Oxytet would be one of the possibilities. Is it something that you guys have done at all? Is it something that you think that is possible, or that there'd be an advantage with? I think the question is, if we do, does anybody know, or is there any practical experience that there would be less of a purulent discharge and less of an issue when there's antibiotic added rather than a straight sponge alone?
We've definitely seen in the goats that with a long program, a 15 to 17-day sponge removal, they get quite hectic. And one can change the sponge, but I think just to try and get a better stay time for that longer programs. I mean, we are quite a lot using the shorter programs in goats. So if you do a shorter programs, then you just need to add prostaglandin to that program. With the longer programs, it's not needed. But yeah, that it is something about the goats. If you need the sponge to stay for 15 to 17 days, that becomes a bit long. Yes. Right.
I just want to ask, is it really an infection? I know that with withdrawal, you get the foul smelling secretion, but 2 days later, when you inseminate, it's clean. An infection, in my mind, would not clear up as easy or as quickly as that. Okay, we tried tetracycline powder that caused more irritation, and in many cases we just put on half a cc of penicillin onto the sponge, and we found that took away the reaction and this irritation and the smell.
Okay.
But it's quite severe.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a real problem, but the size of the sponges can be a problem, especially in your maidens. The introducer, the old Vegramap sponges were a smaller one, the Overcrons were bigger ones. Both of them caused that irritation. I never made a smear of it, but the interesting thing is that
it would clear up.
It did not influence your conception rates, or with fresh semen or transcervical semen where we did it in goats.
We've done a study with production animals at the university, and we could also not get any We had the same results with sponges and cedars with laparoscopic insemination, but I think with transcervical it might be a bit of a process.
Sorry. Sorry, Hendrik. Yeah, if vaginitis and or an infection or adhesions or irritation of the vagina is a concern, then cedars definitely cause far less vaginitis and irritation than sponges. And if removing it is an issue, whether it's difficult to remove and or an unpleasant experience, cedars also overcome that issue.
Yes, now exactly that. I think one of the advantages of having sponges is you can play around with the dosage of progesterone that you give that animals. Frans, jou idee nog oor cervicale KI's? Yeah.
Clinically, so to add antibiotic in my experience does help a lot. There's good publication with various antibiotics on sponges. Gram-negative cover is needed. E. coli is the predominant bug you're worried about. To add an antibiotic as a cleaner sponge pool day with less smelly sponges. So it's an authentic experience. We have to do it on Sunday morning after Saturday evening. So yes, I think I've got some consider.
Hendrik, hierso net 'n vraag. Daar was ook al, ek dink iets genoem dat daai irritasie en die inflammasie en die bloedvoorsiening in daai area eintlik goed is vir die opneembaarheid van sponse, net of van die hormoon. Net kommentaar daarop of ja, enige verskil op daai irritasie.
Ons het geen verskil gesien in die konsepsies van die twee nie. Dit gaan nog gepubliseer word, maar ons so 2 jaar terug die werk gedoen. En so ons het geen verskille daar gesien nie, so om jou vraag te antwoord, ek weet nie regtig nie. Ons wil net op 'n punt kom waar mens kan speel met die dosering van die progesteroon en dalk met die tipe progesteroon wat jy wil gebruik. Daar is ons ervaring is dat daar nie regtig 'n verskil is tussen die sintetiese en die natuurlike progesteroon se reaksies nie, maar sou 'n veearts dit wou hê, dan kan 'n ou wissel tussen die twee ook as 'n ou die sponse so laat compound, jy weet.
Ja, so die idee is dat ons kyk ook daarna om die hormoon kan jy op so 'n manier verwerk dat as hy basies koud is, dat die vloeistof waarin hy opgeneem of waarin hy gemeng is, as hy koud is hy in die yskas is hy vloeibaar, en as hy dan by liggaamstemperatuur kom of 12-14 grade kom, dan word hy 'n gel, 'n stadige vrystellende gel. So die idee is dat mens kan kyk daarna dat die boer dan sy eie sponse voorberei, so jy voorsien skoon gesteriliseerde sponse, het sy die sponse dan antibiotika op het of nie, en ons sal nou praat oor 'n ander idee wat ons net gehad het, maar dan met die sponse voorsien, en dat die gel dan basies ingespuit word deur die boer, in samewerking met sy raad wat hy by die veearts kry. So die veearts sê vir hom, luister, as jy dit wil doen, daai hoeveelheid, dan spuit jy soveel in die spons in, en hy die vorige aand dan die inspuiting doen daarvan. Ons voel net dat dit is 'n meer gecontroleerde doseringshoeveelheid wat 'n mens kan kry op daai manier, en 'n ander manier as wat die spons klaar geïmpregneer is. Dit is baie maklik om al 3 metodes te doen, of al 2, met ander woorde die ou tradisionele spons, maar ook dit beskikbaar te stel as 'n skoon spons met die gel formulasie. Is daar enige gevoel daaroor? Is dit yes?
Okay, if I say the name Bom Wendler, who you and I met in our military training days. 6 years ago, I treated his daughter's dog, and I asked her about her dad, and she told me that at one stage with making their own sponges and treating the hormones, he developed breasts. And her mother said to him, "Kry vir jou." So I just want to say that giving it to farmers to work, you wearing gloves, being very careful through experience, the Bom Ventler story.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a veterinary distribution channel. So obviously, it's not the farmer that's going to decide on that or going to do that. But I've seen that formulation of occurred with our rhino hormones, where when it's really, really very cold, then it's a liquid, and then it becomes a very nice gel afterwards. So I think that is an extremely good concept, occurred. I think that will work quite well.
Yeah, we're doing that with the horse ovulation hormone. So basically, they take it out of the fridge, inject it, and then 54 hours later, it actually is absorbed slowly, and we're getting that. So it does work in the hormonal work, and with the so it certainly is a possibility. One of the other crazy ideas that I had, and maybe again you guys can just comment on it. In human medicine, the newest now is with intravaginal application, be it with ointments or with pessaries to replace hormones. So postmenopausal hormone replacement, they actually combine the pessary with a probiotic. And in my mind, that may be an option as well. The probiotic would basically cause a growth of natural, inducing with probiotic spores, you would induce natural probiotic into the vagina. And in that way, maybe it's a scenario of being more readily fighting infection and actually getting less virulent reaction. So is that something that makes any sense? Is it just by a show of hands? And again, I think what we need to understand is all of these ideas we would look at. Actually, it's not going to be this season, and it's not maybe even next season, but it was just to get a sort of an idea of what your thoughts are. And you're very welcome to send me WhatsApps and opinions later on this as well, you know. But the probiotic, I think, is something to explore as well. Frans, het jy enige kommentaar oor dit? Is dit 'n ding? No.
I mean, the vagina is not a sterile environment. Now I would be too loud for myself. Anyway, I've never used a probiotic on a sponge, so I don't know. The vagina is not a sterile environment. You are worried about gram-negative bugs, although you hardly ever would get a uterine infection. It can happen in very few cases, but it's mostly a vaginal discharge. And the user experience is the major thing. It's just a lot nicer to work with something clean and not stinking than something that stinks.
Is the degeneration or the inflammatory process and the pus accumulation does that weaken the sponge and cause the little strings to pull out and vagina sponge retention? Is that an issue?
No, I wouldn't say. It depends on the material that your sponges are made of. I have seen sponges in other parts of the world that disintegrate quite badly. And on sponge pool, you are left with half a sponge in the vagina, which is also an unpleasant task. So the material of the sponge, I think, is important. Other than that, no, I don't think so. There are publications, though, just to come back on the vaginal discharge, there are publications that show a decline in fertility rate with hand mating or cervical AI, depending on the severity of the vaginitis. So the vaginitis is something to think about.
I agree, the vaginitis is something to think about, but I don't think that probiotics are the solution. in elderly women or postmenopausal women, the vagina is dry, and together with the hormones, you try to make a more friendly climate and get the bacteria back in the vagina, which are supposed to be there. So I think A, it might not be the easiest task to find the probiotics, and B, I think the major irritation and cause of pus is actually the sponge, and that's probably also the reason why with cedars, which have a smoother surface, we see a bit less pus than with sponges. I don't think probiotics would change that.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Just sometimes I think the adhesions that occur are often in the younger ewes, and they're breaking up the sponges as well. And I get the impression it's the size of the sponge and the application in those younger ewes, and also causing irritation, more infection, and it's often a younger ewe problem.
Can we have any comments on the form of the sponge? Is it possible or probable to use a sponge that's not a round sponge? Would a square sponge be possible? Okay, guys, I think that's already given us a lot to think about, and we'd still like to do the competition. Are there any more comments or questions at all? With the greatest of pleasure. Otherwise, we'll move on to the competition. We actually didn't expect so many people to be here, so we'll definitely do the competition, but it may be quite a long-term line. So, but any questions, more questions or comments?
Okay, just one more comment there on the sponges. So with the equine practice, we've gone through quite a bit of thing with a dressing that we put on wounds, and we've done quite a bit of work at a previous practice where we tried to find a dressing that replaced an old product that went off the market, and through a lot of work, we got to a dressing that now heals wounds quite well without that sort of irritation on the wound. So that would be something to look at, is that specific type of sponge that we found in that practice.
Hey, Okkert.
Sorry.
It's getting too long this day for him, eh?
Yeah, no. So I missed the last part. We just have a crisis trying to run the competition, but sorry about that. So
no, you can repeat that for Okkert the last.
No, I'm just suggesting there's a specific sponge that we found that works called the polyfoam for equine wounds or dog wounds, or that's been good. So that would be something to work to specifically. That's been sort of trial and error, try to figure out which would be working perfectly, and through trial and error, there's a consistency that's a big difference.
So that would then be an impregnated sponge. The hormone would be impregnated, but then it's applied. This whatever gel or cream it is applied just before it's actually introduced. Is that
100%? I would suggest to try that specific sponge that's been.
Okay.
Sort of
Thank you,
advocated.
George. We'll definitely look at that. Thanks very much. Isa, can I hand over to you that you tell them how to run the competition? You've got a plan.
Oh, I think we've got a plan. I think we expected about 20 people here, and this is thanks for this massive turnout. We didn't expect this, but I think with the whole idea is you're gonna try and pin the sponge closest to my beautiful sheep, which is and we've got a vagina that I have carefully sutured on there, so it's properly done by microphthalmic surgery. Absolutely. So the idea is so the person closest to the actual vagina wins the prize that Okkert was saying, but we're not going to have time for, unfortunately, I think, with gala dinner and everything. So what we've done is Erica's got a container with 70 cards. I think there's about 70 people in here, and there are 20 little cards that is numbered, and those are your the people with that's drawing anything between number 1 and 20 are entered into the competition, and then come and play with our exceptionally sexy Letty, this Letty sheep. Thanks.
So thank you very, very much again, guys. I really, really appreciate you coming. I hope you've also learned something and that we'll move ahead with sponges and with hormones and just try and improve daily with it. So thanks so much. If you could move over to Erika and she'll hand out the cards for you. And I see Hendrik is leaving the stage. Hendrik, baie dankie weer eens hoor. Ek waardeer baie baie. Isak, dit was briljant uitgedink. Hoe die fok het jy dit albei?
Nee, ek het nie gesien ek koop en vol op ek dis nie maak dit vir my min of meer klaar maak.
Van beter so wat hy sê ja, wie is die wenner?
Ek slank op as die 1 tot 20.
1 tot 20. Ek is asseblief nou hier.
Ek dink hy nog op die tafel dalk.
Okay, so anybody that's got a number can move up already and we can start.
Dink ons moet hulle nommers doen dokkie. So nommer 1 eerste 2
Ja,
okay. Dan kan hulle 'n sticker kry.
Sal almal wat nommers het van 1 tot 20 so lank vorentoe kom asseblief. Ja. Ja. Ek sien redelik baie mense het geloop, so as daar mense is wat nou nog wil speel en julle het nie 'n nommer nie, dan kan julle met plesier vorentoe kom. And there we go. Are you ready?
Okay, dok. Hier is ons nommertjies.
Okay, so hulle moet net onthou watter nommer is hulle.
Op hulle kaart is ons nommers, maar
Okay, maar ken maar ander speel.
Ja, okay. Sal ek net vir hulle enetjie maak.
Erika, kan jy dit doen?
Nee, nie daai.
Yes.
Net weer happy hour mas vir hier. Wat sê die al my waar wat gaan die? Okay. Hulle bol. There's a couple of people that didn't get caught. Yeah, absolutely. I might see that in my area. I'd be the next. Oh! Oh no! Hey, no. That's why it's still very bad.
Ik ben geen aanleiding gegeven. Next. Ik wil heen. Allemaal met suspect met je Ik heb ons vader ik ben ook graag. That's really nice. Wat jij doet, ik wil je.
deel van die is tot de groep. En is het baie ook met ander lande. Daar is wel baie die wat is ook aan. Dan nog een keer aan de ja, so dit is die kommentieë sê hulle help nogal om die proses daar te trek by die power. So die laaste vergader en wat nie iemand hier van die plan. Dit sal ek wat ek sê hier kanaal dat ek dan ook vang het wat die voor ek nie al van my die verhaal daar in die kry van die net om dat op verhaal te bring, daar moet van enige nuwe sake, dis wat sien in die maar daar die ander bedoel net op dat sê in die vader van het voorbeelde van die goed positie. Al die plannen al en dit wat voor en dit daar is die ja dat dit wat er dan met die prijsmannen let alone van de prioriteit van onderrig en wat daar